Acá, ¿ok?
Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2.
No, no. Pero vamos. Good morning, everybody. I hope you have a good rest. So we want to start. So we have many items today, and we want to catch up in the agenda. So if the delegates can take the seats and we can get quorum, thank you. Take advantage of this time to select the language for interpretation so we don't have to stop the session. Select the language you wish to receive your the interpretation. Thank you. We will start to count the quorum. Thank you. Si las delegaciones.
If delegations are kind enough, please, if you have any delegates, they can take the seat that corresponds to the country. If they're sitting behind, they don't count. If they can move up front, right next to your country's nameplate, that's good. We need 22 to have a quorum. And here we have the 2 missing members. Thank you very much. We have a quorum, and I am certain that the other member states will arrive soon. Madam Chair, please.
Muy buenos días.
Very good morning.
Vamos a continuar con el.
Let us now move on to agenda item 4.1, report of the end of biennium assessment of the PAHO program budget 2022-2023. Second interim report on the implementation of the PAHO strategic plan 2020-2025. I bring to the attention of Council document CD 61/4, and I call on Mr. Ronnie Massa, Director of the Planning, Budget and Evaluation Department of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come up to the head table.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Le concedo el uso de la.
I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this agenda item. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. During its June session, the Executive Committee examined an earlier version of the report of the end of biennium assessment of the program budget 2022-2023, which is also the second interim report on the implementation of the PAHO Strategic Plan 2020-2025. The committee agreed that the assessment provided an important opportunity to take stock of the progress made and identify areas requiring greater collective effort. Delegates expressed concern that the region is not on track to achieve many of the impact targets of the Strategic Plan 2020-2025 and other regional and global commitments, including the health-related sustainable development goals, and considered it urgent to identify the challenges that have hindered the achievement of these targets and to take steps to regain lost ground and accelerate progress. Support was expressed for the recommendations set out in the assessment, particularly those related to strengthening of health systems based on primary health care, applying the lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic, boosting regional capacity for the production of medicines and health technologies, and ensuring that health remains a priority at the highest political levels. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now, let me call on Mr. Massa to introduce this agenda item. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Madam Chair, distinguished ministers, delegates, director, colleagues, I have the honor and pleasure to introduce this item on behalf of the PAHO team. The report that I will provide some highlights on summarizes the work that your organization and the Secretariat, together with you and our partners, has conducted over the last biennium, 2 years. First of all, allow me to thank the Executive Committee members who provided insight and recommendations for us to complete this report, and also to the member states who jointly allow us to complete the assessment of the end of biennium of the program budget 2022-23. I would like to, in this presentation, I'll give you an overview of the assessment, which we call the results report. This report, in addition to being a statutory commitment of the organization, a requirement that we report to your member states on our accountability and transparency efforts to ensure that we account for the resources, but also the results that are attained through the joint efforts with your member states and our partners. I'd like to also note here that the report, as reported by the Chair of the Executive Committee, is indeed the second report on the progress on the implementation of the strategic plan for the current period 2020-2025, and it will allow us to take stock collectively with member states on where we are, but also where are the challenges, where are the gaps, and key lessons and recommendations for us to continue moving forward in addressing the challenges, the public health challenges in the regions, together with you, our member states and partners. The report is divided in these key sections on the screen before you. Delivering results, where we take account of the progress towards the strategic plan and the program budget results, the impact and the outcomes, and also provides details. You will see that the report provides a summary in the first section of about 40 pages on where we are at a high level, and then it goes into details in annexes where we provide detailed assessment by outcome clusters and the outcomes themselves. And then we have a portal that we have developed also to share additional details by each level of results, impact, outcome, and outputs. We continue with our efforts. There's a section on how we continue to build on efficiencies, transparency, and accountability, as you have requested, that we continue to elevate our commitment to ensuring that the resources are indeed invested well and to achieve results in line with our results-based management approach in this organization for over 20 years now. Financing and implementation of the program budget provides an analysis of the level of financing and how the funds were implemented overall, and also by the programmatic structure approving the program budget. We also, with our commitment to continue building on the experience of risk analysis, we provide a summary of the main risks and also the mitigation actions that were put in place and that will continue to be necessary as we move forward to complete the implementation of the current strategic plan 2020-2025. And important also in this process of assessment to document lessons and recommendations that will allow us to continue improving. These lessons and recommendations are most timely and most important as we look towards accelerating progress in the last biennium of the strategic plan, but also looking ahead as we develop the next strategic plan, which will be an item that we will update you on tomorrow. I am pleased to share here with you, our member states, and this is an update that we have since the Executive Committee. First, to thank again the 45 of the 51 countries and territories who completed the joint assessment of the outcomes and outputs across the region. This is a big achievement and a testament of the commitment to the results culture of this region that, again, we started over 10 years ago in 2014 when we started this joint effort with our member states towards improving our culture of results, but also transparency and accountability that we share with you, our member states, for achieving especially the outcomes and the impacts. This portal that we are launching here, and that you have the links there from the QR code there, comprises several items. One of them, the feature today we want to highlight, is the end of biennium assessment report, the results report, which you will find all the details in addition to what we present in the main document before you. But also, it has current data on the program budget 24-25, where we are financing and implementation, and by the results structure, but also on the evaluations, the independent evaluations that we continue to conduct under the leadership of our director, Dr. Jarvas, which every evaluation is now made public so that you, our stakeholders, can also access them. So very pleased to share this with you, and that we continue to work with you in enhancing transparency and accountability. Any feedback, any recommendations you have on the portal are most welcome, so we continue building together to improve it. Turning into the highlights of the report, and at the results level, at the highest level, the longer-term impact results, as you can see here before you, and as noted in the Executive Committee report, the region is not on track. This is indeed the situation, a snapshot of that reveals a challenging biennium, a biennium where the region, the countries, were focused, emerging from the acute phase of the pandemic, to still responding across the region. The member states focus on ensuring that you continue to respond while trying to recover from the pandemic. The report goes into details of the impact that the pandemic has had, and most notably, as you can see here, one of the main challenges that we highlight is the impact of the pandemic, the systemic barriers to access to health services, the limited capacity that was encountered because, again, resources were being focused on responding to the pandemic. And also the fact, and this is a lesson that we have learned, when you see there 6 of the impact indicators that have no data or not assessed because they didn't have data or they were unrealistic. And that's a lesson that we are already applying to build forward in the next strategic plan. What you see here before you is that when we combine the achieve and in progress, we can project that only about 25%, slightly over 25% of the indicators are likely to be achieved by the end of the period 2025, and more than half, the 15 there, are not progressing well. Again, several challenges, important to continue the actions that we still have the remaining part of this biennium to make every effort possible to advance, but we know, and we need to be frank about this assessment, is that the challenges, the impact of the pandemic indeed has held us back. But also the lesson, again, that when setting targets, we need to be realistic as well. When we turn to the outcome results, we see here that 7 of the 28 outcomes met expectations, meaning the progress was made according to plans, and 21 partially met expectations. Progress was made, but not enough to rate it as on track. Important, again, as you will see in the report, in the analysis, that under the very high priority of non-communicable diseases, all outcomes partially met expectations, as well as in communicable diseases, health emergencies, health services, except for one indicator. And then at the outcome and research also were assessed at met expectations. This, again, is the result of the assessment we have done with you after we looked at the indicators, and the Secretariat is able to do this assessment of the outcomes. Again, to highlight the challenges, as we said again, this was the impact of the pandemic across all the levels of the results, but also to highlight again the limited resources to address some priorities like the NCD's emergency preparedness that I will highlight later on in the presentation. When we look at the output level, which is the biennial results that we commit and for which we present the budget to you, we see a picture that is more encouraging. These results were set for the biennium, and as you can see here, 86% of the outputs are partially met or met expectations, and at the indicator level, 82% achieve or partially met expectations. You have the details by outcome clusters, and we are pleased to see, again, in areas where there was, from the green bars, you can see where in the clusters there was advances, varying advances, depending on the outcome cluster. You have the details before you, and I will go to the next slide on program budget. Turning to the program budget, to the left you have, for reference, the previous biennium 2020-2021, and to the right you have the biennium for which its assessment focuses on. We can see, important here, the lower bar, the base programs, or the core technical cooperation programs, for which we have the 28 outcomes. And at the top of the bars, you have the special programs, which is mostly the programs on especially responding to the pandemic emergency response, where over 90% of the funding was dedicated to the response to the pandemic. A very unusual biennium as highlighted, 9 months into it. What you see there to the RISE program budget, we had to update the program budget that you had approved in 2020. By 2022, we had to update it to reflect the situation. There was an influx of funding to respond to the pandemic, and we had to revise that budget after the independent review also of the pandemic response done by WHO and the need to adjust our program budget, and that resulted in an increase of about $198 million. And that, as you can see there, eventually in the green bar, was proven to be more close to reality, where the funding for the emergency response almost equaled the amount of funds that we had projected in the budget. Important to note to our member states that when we speak of budget here in the organization is budget space, and the financing is what you see in the green bar, where we were able to achieve almost 100% of the financing and a solid implementation of over 96%. Important to note as well here that with the increased funding, your secretariat was able to implement also at a higher level with 34% or almost $115 million more than the previous biennium. Important, I also want to highlight that more funds went to countries with our commitment on the country focus. As you can see here, the budget policy, the PAHO budget policy stipulates as a guidance that we commit to at least 45% of the funds to countries and sub-regions. 48% of the total funding went to countries. While the overall picture and the averages always look good, we need to also acknowledge that the funding is uneven. We keep having challenges in funding priorities, as you can see here with the heat map. Anything under 80% is not optimal to deliver on the program budget commitments. And as you can see here, the three clusters, non-communicable diseases, health emergent health systems, had funding of less than 80% and are highlighted in the yellow here. Just for us to be mindful as we continue to make the case that we need more flexible funds to respond to your priorities, member states, that you approve in the program budget and the strategic plan. In closing, I would like to highlight that while an unusual and very challenging biennium, the region continued to make progress. We, your secretariat, your PAHO team, continue to work with you and our partners to protect, recover, and build stronger, producing transformative actions. And in those partially achieved results that you see, you will find that there was progress made, but not at the level that we would have wanted because of the unique circumstances. The region, as we said, is not on track, but we have an opportunity, the remaining part of this biennium, but as we look forward to the next strategic plan, to implement the lessons and make sure that we'll come back and build stronger. The program budget financing and implementation was good. We're happy to report to you on those levels, and we continue to make efforts to mobilize resources so that we can also improve the quality of the funding to address the priorities of your member states. And the lessons that we document here is not just to document them, but to implement them going forward in the remaining part of this biennium, but also as we develop the next strategic plan. With that, I thank you and be available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massa. And now I invite the Directing Council to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I open the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions.
Ahora cedo la palabra.
Next, let me give the floor to Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Mexican delegation takes note of this report of the end of biennium assessment of the PAHO program budget 2022-2023, second interim report on the implementation of the PAHO strategic plan 2020-2025. In this regard, we're very grateful for the transparency of the report because we believe it is the only way of moving forward towards the attainment of the targets of the organization, which also belong to the region. We acknowledge that this report reflects the achievements made by technical cooperation on the basis of the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is of great concern to learn that the collective targets proposed have not been reached. Of special interest, we have the 6 impact indicators without saying anything about the execution in the second interim report. The attainment of these impact indicators, no doubt, ought to be learned in detail with a view so that collectively we can make decisions that will lead us to defining the planning frameworks that will be adequate for the work that the organization assists us in performing. Therefore, it is important that as member states, we collectively ponder upon the situation based on these findings in order to strategically guide technical cooperation and the resources available from the lessons learned in this assessment. And thus, we can have a possibility so that the next strategic plan will be assessed with greater effectiveness and efficiency in order to respond to the priorities of member states, to meet the regional commitments of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018-2030, as well as the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals.
I'd like to conclude by analyzing the depth of the relative relationship in strengthening collaboration with other sectors beyond the health sector to expand the scope of technical cooperation. It's no true that our public health requires close cooperation with other sectors to attain the target set through an intersectoral approach. But this has to begin and have as an outcome measurable objectives that lead to improvement of health and social determinants. Before expanding cooperation outside the health sector, we need to undertake an in-depth analysis to determine whether our health objective achieves expected goal or runs the risk of not being achieved, in order to plan which actors should be involved. The resources, as the report states, are limited, and we need to focus the organization's efforts on the health priorities to which all of us have committed. We need to renew our effort in the health sector, and then afterwards, and on the basis of intersectoral cooperation, always hand in hand with the health authorities to move forward on the goals for the planet. Thank you, Mexico. I now call on Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this report on the end of biennium assessment of the program and budget for 2022-23 and the second interim report of PAHO's strategic plan 2020-2025. Providing a critical overview of key achievements in the region over the last 2 years, as well as persistent and emerging challenges, we agree this report serves as a key opportunity to take stock of progress and identify areas requiring increased collective effort. Canada remains concerned that the region is not on track to achieve impact targets established in the strategic plan, nor is it on course to reach most targets of the Shaw 2030 and health-related SDGs. Worrisome as well is the backsliding seen in certain impact indicators, such as the maternal mortality ratio. With the time frame shortening for which the region can take corrective action to make progress toward the 2025 and 2030 targets, we consider that we are at a critical juncture in determining a realistic forward approach and urge continued efforts to strategically focus on certain targets with an aim to protect health gains and mitigate the risk of regressing in critical health areas. We also recognize that several indicators could not be assessed due to insufficient data, requiring the Secretariat to pursue alternative methods. The need to define measurable indicators and set realistic targets is critical and a key lesson learned as we develop the new strategic plan. The report is of immense value in informing the approach that should be taken in the new plan, as building on successes, lesson learned, and recommendations from this and the previous biennium will better position PAHO and the region and us all to drive together positive public health impacts. We also commend PAHO's innovative efforts to make this report available on the Results Report portal, which increases its accessibility and reach. Canada looks forward to working together to ensure that the region continues moving in the right direction in order to achieve the best possible health outcomes in the Americas. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Canada. I now yield to Haiti. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, Haiti would like to thank the Bureau for this report, which lets us see what we have achieved together. We have noted the obstacles and the bottlenecks that have hampered progress and achievement. Most countries, and Haiti and the region as a whole, would like to achieve the strategic plan goals for 2022-2025 and the sustainable goals on health. The report has reminded us what our former Haitian said, for 100 years, America depends on its population because we've understood that our health, safety, and prosperity are interdependent. And this is the conclusion that should lead us to action and solidarity to achieve the universal strategy for the Americas region and improve our progress to attain sustainable development. That's why we appeal for more flexible financing adapted to the priorities of member states. Haiti takes note of the report, and thank you for it.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Haiti. I now call on the United States of America.
Thank you very much. The United States appreciates this report and the Bureau's helpful presentation about some of the main information contained therein. We appreciate the continued involvement of member states in the evaluation of progress achieved across the strategic plan, as well as understanding areas of challenge or setbacks. Transparent evaluation and reporting on PAHO's programs and strategic plan allows member states to engage more closely with the work of the region and provide guidance and recommendations as needed. The United States joins some of the other member states who have spoken in expressing concern with the lack of progress on the current strategic plan. More than half of the impact target indicators are showing insufficient progress toward the 2025 targets, and an additional 20% of the indicators are not measured due to lack of data. While we understand that this is partly due to the COVID-19 pandemic and some of the factors that were expressed during the presentation, how does the Bureau plan to address these challenges? And how will PAHO support member states through urgent action to address the insufficient progress and challenges hindering the achievement of targets? We appreciate the recommendations laid out in the report to improve the pace of progress within the 7 thematic clusters, integrated primary healthcare and digital health innovations at the local level. Digital health solutions and data-driven decision-making will be key in moving forward. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you. the United States. I now call on Costa Rica. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this report. As I said yesterday, we are very grateful for the technical cooperation extended to Costa Rica. This is what Costa Rica needed and what we wanted. With the results that have been demonstrated in the report, I think it's very important to emphasize the word used by the first speaker, which is that we need to undertake an exercise of reflection. Why? Why? Because we're not achieving our targets. And when you don't achieve a target in any project, you question yourself. You don't continue to value what needs to be done if the goal is not being met in all countries or we're not obtaining the data. Could it be that the priorities established by PAHO, general vision, is not the same that occurred after the pandemic? Or perhaps each country had to meet huge challenges or internally analyze itself to overcome structural, formal problems. And therefore, those targets are no longer really a part of our strategic line. How long are we going to continue saying that it's because of the pandemic that we're not getting the data? A more realistic focus on the future, as another speaker said, is part of this questioning exercise that we must undertake. What are the real needs of the countries? Because that it was what will help us determine how to support them. When the rate of dengue, for instance, it's very high and everybody's hurt by it. Everybody's interested in it. So therefore, I think we need to question again, undertake a reflection exercise on the future if it is true that we want to achieve our goals, our targets. Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica. I now call on Barbados.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barbados notes the report on the end of biennium assessment of the PAHO program budget 2022 to 2023 and its second interim report on the implementation of the PAHO strategic plan 2020 to 2025. The 2022 to 2023 biennium report highlights PAHO's transition from an emergency response mode due to COVID to the post-pandemic technical cooperation under the Strategic Plan 2020 to 2025. It documents progress, challenges, and recommendations for achieving the Sustainable Health Agenda of the Americas 2018 to 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Of the key findings, we note that the Americas are not on track to meet health-related targets. The only target that was met, and 54% of indicators showed insufficient progress. The report offers 34 recommendations focusing on high-level political advocacy, intersectoral collaboration and investment in health systems, integration of primary care and digital health, fostering accountability and innovation to achieve health outcomes. After the COVID-19 pandemic, Barbados continued its technical cooperation with the Pan American Health Organization under the Strategic Plan 2020 to 2025. This renewed collaboration focused on key areas that were disrupted during the pandemic, including strengthening health systems, improving universal access to care, and addressing gaps of healthcare inequity. The Ministry of Health is closely working with PAHO to enhance Barbados's health infrastructure, improve digital health systems, and to ensure the country is well prepared for future health emergencies. Through this technical cooperation, Barbados aims to rebuild the public health capacity, advance its health information systems, and improve the overall resilience of the health sector. Barbados will work to recover in the COVID-19 pandemic by prioritizing and realigning its commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. Areas in which Barbados is focusing on in this present biennium, which also align with the PAHO strategic plan, include completion of screening guidelines for common cancers, a comprehensive review of our Mental Health Act, expansion and promotion of HEARTS and HEARTS-D in primary care, and of course accreditation of the Best DeSantis Lab, which is already a sub-regional collaboration center with respect to respiratory viruses. Barbados remains committed to the process of improving healthcare for all its citizens. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Barbados.
Thank you very much, Barbados. I now call on Colombia. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank you for the report at the end of the biennium and value the clarity and transparency in the report. However, we'd like to stress that our progress in the strategic plan and attaining the Sustainable Development Goals is of concern. That's why we would like to suggest a reflection that identifies and allows us to adjust our targets so that we have greater impact on the region. We'd like to refer to certain lines that lead to such reflection. Maybe the priorities have been defined. We should focus on some of them and convert them into regional objectives where national and regional mobilization can make significant steps in their direction. For instance, in the reduction of maternal mortality, increasing vaccination rates, and universal health programs. This should lead us to better focus our investment and better use of the limited resources. It is important that resources be applied with the greatest synergy possible with the input of each member country, the best possible match between the regional and the national agenda. Less consultancy and more financing of key actions that would lead to attaining our goals. We still have time to do that. We welcome reflection and change. We can't continue meeting the goals of all of mankind. The goal of health for all in 20,000 was very broad, and the Millennium Development Goals of 2015 were also very good. But now we have time for our strategic plans and SDGs to achieve the impact expected. Thank you very much, Colombia.
Ahora ofrezco el uso de...
I now ask Mr. Salas to respond to the comments.
Thanks for their comments, questions, and suggestions. Mexico, Canada, Haiti, USA, Costa Rica, Barbados, and Colombia. I think there's some, and we're pleased to note here that in line with the purpose of the report is to take collective stock. And again, this collective stock again represents where we are with those targets that require both the efforts of member states and the Secretariat. We appreciate the commitment, the reflection on the need to prioritize, on the need to be more realistic, on the need to focus interventions so that we can get back on track as much as possible and to apply lessons. Allow me to highlight a few points that cross these points. One, as the report presents the specific recommendations and in detail so that we can action them. And those recommendations, I can assure you that internally in the Secretariat we have examined them, and as we were conducting our planning for 24-25, they have been used so that we have operational plans that address those recommendations. Secondly, prioritizing. As you will recall, member states at the start of the Strategic Plan 2020-25, there was a prioritization exercise for 6 years. But given the special circumstances, the challenges that, again, the situation, that disruptive situation and impact of the pandemic, there was a reprioritization exercise with your member states in for the program budget 2022-23. And we also did it for 2024-25 so that we can continue to respond to the priorities on where you also see PAHO's value added. And in line with that is focusing the investment. As you rightly note, we don't have all the resources. The resources are limited. Some of them are earmarked. But by doing that with you, we're ensuring that also we respond to the priorities. We continue to advocate with partners to obtain additional and more flexible funds so that we can direct them to your priorities. But the most important point here is the reflection on how we become, what we can do still, as you highlight. In the remaining part of this biennium, the Secretariat, again, in addition to operational planning and program budget 24-25, we will conduct a timely review in December, which we call the midterm review of the current biennium. At that time, we will again look internally and see what else can be done to accelerate progress. But also, as you highlight, to protect and we don't regress on what the achievements that have been. Having said that, however, we need to address the issue of planning realistically, as several of you mentioned. We will continue to work with you through our country offices to ensure that we prioritize, but also that the interventions respond to those priorities on where you and our Secretariat can work together to make the most on this remaining biennium. And also, as we plan for the next strategic plan, that we really put realistic, measurable targets, as you highlighted. I thank you again for your comments, commitment, and continued collaboration.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massa, for your comments. Mr. Director, do you have any comments to make?
Gracias, señora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the members for their very important comments. I think that regarding the implementation of the strategic plan, all your comments made here are part of the reflections and thinking that we will implement when we draft the new strategic plan. I am fully in agreement that it's important to find the proper balance between goals that are measurable, that is to have indicators that express our wishes to have information, but there is no data available to report on progress. That really does not have any impact on the way in which the country and the organizations work to develop a strategic plan. So we will guarantee that everything that we put into the strategic plan will indeed be measurable, for which you will have data and indicators to be able to assess and evaluate progress and identify where we must target more effort. Secondly, we have to find a proper balance between targets that are ambitious and help to mobilize all member states to put more of an effort into it, but who are goals that also are much more realistic, that are more feasible, instead of imposing targets which from the very beginning of the plan we wonder whether they will be able to be achieved or not, regardless of how much effort is put into it. And that does not mobilize people very much, because from the very beginning they know it's not achievable. That's important to keep in mind. We also have to be much clear about what contribution is done by the Secretariat and which is the country's effort. That needs to be reflected in the new strategic plan, because the current plan we have doesn't make it clear. It's not quite clear to help the member states perform the evaluation they need to do. As to the biennium, I think it's important, and I'd like to thank member states for paying contributions, which was significant during those 2 years, which allowed us in the biennium, we concluded, to have more resources for core programs, which are really the technical cooperation programs. These are for the non-communicable disease, for elimination of diseases. It's for health, life course, or for digital transformation issues, or in the area of maternal health and immunization and others. So we had one biennium where we had more resources, more funds, a significant increase for the technical cooperation programs, which allowed us to be closer to the countries and work closer with them. Another important point is that during this strategic plan, we had the pandemic occur, which was perhaps the most significant public health event in a century, and that really affected the region's ability to move forward. So now we're in the position of implementing actions, and if we establish priorities for what we've been implementing since last year, our effort now should be to accelerate the region's recovery so that we can move forward on all those issues that are still pending. So I think this is an effort that we will continue to undertake throughout this year. And if we want to achieve the targets on our 22-25 budget plan, I think that with the support of all the countries, we will make more progress than we have now. So we have learned some important lessons, and your comments are important and contribute to this. I'd like to therefore thank you very much for your participation in that exercise of revising our prioritization process. I think that was a very important effort, because in hearing the positions, the needs, the priorities the states have, and it made it much more possible for the organization to mobilize additional resources, to look for areas where we could respond to the needs of our member states. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I now would to inform the Council that the discussion will be noted in the final report. Now, I would like to move on to the next item, 2.3, first report of the working group to study the application of Article 6B of the PAHO Constitution. And I'd like to now call on the delegate of Uruguay, chair of the working group, to present the first report.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The report of the working group to study the implementation of Article 6.B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. 1. The working group is established to study the application of Article 6.B of the PAHO's Constitution, met on the 30th of September 2024 to consider the situation of the collection of contributions in light of established in Article 6B of the PAHO's Constitution with regard to suspending the right to vote of any member state that has, quote, delayed that exceed the sum of its annual payment of contributions for 2 full years, end quote, at the opening date of the Pan American Health Conference or the Directing Council. 2. It is up to the working group to recommend whether we should proceed or not to restore the voting rights of countries as provided by Article 6.B. Quote unquote, the conference or directing council it may allow such member to vote if it deems that the lack of payment is due to conditions beyond the government's control. 3. The members of the working group are the delegates of Barbados, Panama, and Uruguay. The delegate of Uruguay chaired the group. Analysis. Number 4. At the opening of the 61st Directing Council, a member state, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, was in the situation provided for by Article 6.B by having the contributions corresponding to the years 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 in arrears, amounting to the total amount of, in US dollars, $16,249,331. The Pan American Health Organization sent a formal communication to the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, referring to the status of the country with regard to Article 6.b in April, May, and September of 2024. 5. In 2020, and the opening of the 68th Directing Council, the vote of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela was suspended as per Article 6.b of the PAHO Constitution. At the outset of that session, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela owed contributions for the years 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, which amounted to, in US dollars, $7,854,219. 6. Therefore, in application of the provisions of Article 6.b and Resolution CD 58.R8 of 2020, CD 59.R5 of 2021, CSP 30.R5 of 2022, and CD 60.R7 of 2023. The right of vote of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela remains suspended at the opening of the 61st Directing Council. 7. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela did not make any payment of its contributions since May of 2017, nor has it presented a deferred payment plan updated since the 58th Directing Council in September of 2020. 8. The working group analyzed Article 6.b of the PAHO Constitution, and in addition analyzed Resolution CD 15.R2 of 1964 of the 15th Directing Council, in which it is required that governments that have pending contributions establish a payment plan with the office, and it is indicated that if such a plan is set up, the Directing Council may allow the government in question to exercise its right to vote. And finally, the working group, in analyzing the information provided, took into account Article 5.5 of the Financial Regulations of PAHO, which established that the annual contributions are not considered expired until the 1st of January of the year following the corresponding year. Next point, having discussed the situation of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and also noting that the participation of the Bolivarian Republic in the technical cooperation extended by the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and its right to participate in the discussions of the Directing Councils is not affected by Article 6.b, the working group highlighted the importance in making timely contribution of its payments to fulfill the programs for member states, highlighting that when reports are received when the contributions are received, or rather, when the contributions are not received within the established date, the aforementioned activities are put at risk, and extraordinary financial measures need to be adopted. Recommendations made by the working group. 10. The members expressed their concern about the arrears in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela's payments and acknowledged this could put at risk the cooperation for their own countries. However, the members also observed that Venezuela has not presented a payment plan to the office, as is required in Resolution CD 15.R2 to request a reestablishment of its voting rights. The members expressed their dismay, but in view of the lack of payment or setting up a payment plan with the office, the working group recommends that the Directing Council not reestablish the right to vote of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and that the situation be re-examined once again by member states at future meetings of the governing bodies. 11. The working group extends its greetings to all member states that have done everything possible to fulfill their financial commitments to the organization, and recognizing the impact that the technical cooperation provides to them, and asks member states that still have pending contributions to fulfill their financial obligations to the organization without any further delay. That is all I have to say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
¿Están todos de acuerdo?
Are we all in agreement? Should there be no objection, then this first report is adopted. We now move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 5.1, report on the collection of assessed contributions. And I bring to the attention of the Council document CD 61/13 and add 1. And I invite Mr. Christos Casapantonio, Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come up to the head table.
Le concedo el uso.
I now give the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to submit the report on this agenda item. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Executive Committee was informed that as of June of this year, one member state was in arrears to the extent that it was subject to the provisions of Article 6B of the PAHO Constitution. The committee was also informed that 11 member states and participating states and associate members had paid their 2024 contributions in full. 9 had made partial payments, and 21 had yet to make any payments at all for 2024. As of 31st May 2024, the Bureau had been compelled to utilize $16.5 million from the available balance in the Working Capital Fund in order to meet commitments funded under the assessed contribution budget. In the committee's discussions, concern was voiced about the high level of unpaid assessed contributions and the need to utilize the Working Capital Fund, as a lack of funding could jeopardize progress on national and regional health targets. Member states, participating states, and associate members were encouraged to make every effort to pay their assessed contributions in full and on a timely basis in order to ensure that the organization could carry out its program of work. The committee adopted Resolution CE 174.R1, thanking those member states that had made payments in 2024 and strongly urging other member states to pay their outstanding contributions as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you very much for this report, and I now yield the floor to Mr. Casapantonio to present this agenda item.
Madam President, Director, and delegates of the Directing Council, the assessments from the Member States constitute a significant part of the resources supporting the organization's biennial program budget. Prompt payment of both accumulated arrears and the current 2024 assessments is imperative for the organization to efficiently implement the full program of work. The total assessed contributions due on September 23rd, 2024 was $69.6 million, including member states, participating states, and associate members. 16 have paid their assessed contributions in full. 7 have made partial payments. However, 19 have not made any payments towards their 2024 assessed contributions. I would like to state that we have received just last Friday in full payment from Uruguay, and we thank for this payment. One member state owes assessed contributions since 2017, Venezuela. This member state is in arrears such that it is subject to Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan-American Health Organization. It has arrears totaling $16.2 million in assessed contributions. As of August 31st, the organization had to access $35 million of the working capital fund, which amounts to $50 million, in order to meet commitments of the assessed contributions budget. The organization looks forward to receiving the balance of assessed contributions in a timely manner in order to implement fully the biennial program of work as approved by the member states. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casapantonio. And now I invite the Directing Council to review the information presented in this document, provide any relevant comments, and consider approving the proposed resolution presented in Annex C. I open the floor to the plenary to start the discussions on this document. The discussions on this resolution will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution.
Cedo la palabra a México.
I give the floor to Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Mexican delegation would like to express its gratitude to the Secretariat for submitting this report on the collection of assessed contributions, as have to be settled by member states, participating states, as well as associate members. Our country is undertaking payments to the current quota for 2024 in keeping with the budgetary allocations. It is important to point out that bearing in mind the adjustment in quotas carried out by the Organization of American States in the course of this fiscal year, the proportional contribution for our country was increased in almost $1 million. Mexico reiterates its commitment in order to continue meeting its obligations before the organization. Likewise, we would like to urge all member states, participating states, and associate members of PAHO, so that to the extent of their possibilities, that they will be encouraged to make every effort to pay their assessed contributions, because only thus we will be able to ensure that the Pan American Health Organization will continue with the implementation of its working plan and to provide quality technical cooperation to its member states by supporting the strengthening of national health systems, which undoubtedly is an encouragement for the development of our region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mexico. And now I give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Jamaica wishes to thank PAHO for this comprehensive report on the assessed contributions due as of the 31st December 2023 and the 31st of May 2024, respectively. We note with concern that despite the organization's appeal for timely payments, over $91 million is still outstanding for 2024, $13 million for 2023, almost $6 million for 2022 assessments, and over $10 million for the previous years. Left with no alternative, PAHO has so far used almost a third of its available cash balance in the working capital fund, and if this fund is allowed to deplete, the biennial program of work may suffer serious setbacks. Given the aforementioned, Jamaica joins the organization in appealing to member states in arrears to settle immediately, as any further delay could have serious implications for national and regional health targets set. Having reviewed the proposed resolution, Jamaica offers no objection to its adoption, as we stand in solidarity with the organization. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. And now I give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Want to echo what's already been said by Mexico and the Minister. As a strong supporter of effective multilateral institutions and protection of the inter-American institutions like PAHO, Canada also continues to urge all member states to pay their outstanding dues in full and without further delay. This is indeed critical for the reasons we've just heard from the Secretariat with regards to where we are in the fiscal year and payments to date. The timely payment of assessed contributions is critical to PAHO's base and certainly to advance the strategic plan and execute the comprehensive program of work in the region. And we also want to support the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Canadá.
Thank you very much, Canada. And now I yield the floor to Honduras. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Honduras agrees with the proposed resolution on the collection of assessed contributions submitted for its approval at the 61st Directing Council regarding taking note of the report on the collection of assessed contribution, that is to say current assessed contributions and those in arrears from previous years, in keeping with the resolution 174.R1 approved by the Executive Committee at its 174th session. Would like to commend those member states for meeting their commitment in complying with their financial obligations in connection with their dues to the organization, making efforts in order to settle their pending contributions, to urge dramatically to all members so that they will settle their contributions and the collection of their assessed contributions, and for these to be paid as soon as possible so as not to endanger technical cooperation activities and the economic solvency of the organization for the execution of the budget for approved programs, and to expedite the progress towards the attainment of the objectives as set forth in the Health Agenda 2030 and the SDGs targets by strengthening and contributing to the transformation of resilient health systems in order to reduce health inequities in the region of the Americas, as well as notifying the member states that have not met with the payment of their contributions since 2017, letting them know that their right to vote is still suspended during the 61st Directing Council. Therefore, we urge the plenary of this Directing Council to take note of the report and to approve the proposed resolution as set forth in Annex C of this agenda item. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honduras. And now I give the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you very much. Tax discipline and improvement as achieved by the government of Costa Rica, I believe has been significant in order to keep up to date not only with this membership but with many others that were pending. I believe that this is part of the responsibility that all governments have when undertaking these activities in order to represent the country the best way possible. But in here, what I'd like to do is to stress one point, because we're faced with a different ministry. We represent here health. We're not representing trade. We're not representing different lines of work. And it is regrettable here, unfortunately, what we see is happening at a political level in Venezuela, where ultimately those affected is the population. And I will give you some figures where Costa Rica, being a small country of 5,200,000 people, and I will show you during the first semester we had more than 250,000 migrants
donde el 66% eran de nacionalidad.
In transit, where 66% were from Venezuela during the first semester.
Que yo estoy.
Therefore, I feel very reluctant to continue supporting technical cooperation and all that can be done for the benefit of the Venezuelan population, particularly because these are human beings, those who go through our borders, who cross our borders, and ultimately they have become citizens of the region. And we're looking after their public health, ultimately benefits all countries that are meeting here today. Thus, the approach must be completely different. But I do believe that there are countries that perhaps do not meet those conditions, and that it ought to be a strategic line of work to be able, through the representation that is part of this commission, to let their leaders know.
Es una prioridad para nuestro país.
Health is a priority for our country. We must invest in it, and I believe
El día, no solamente las membresías, sino también
that keeping up to date, not only with our memberships, but everything that can be kept up to date, is part of showing that health is a priority for that country. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. I give the floor to Minister Casapantanio to respond to these comments.
I would like to thank the delegates of Mexico, Jamaica, Canada, Honduras, and Costa Rica. We really appreciate your comments and the support for in the payment of assessed contributions in a timely manner. This is critical. 2023 has been a pivotal year where we managed the majority of the countries paid in almost in significant part of the same year contributions. It's important to keep the momentum so that we don't use so much of the working capital, to the point that Jamaica mentioned. Appreciating the comment of Mexico that even despite the increase in the quotas, there are members that are really supportive in paying in full. We have some members like Canada from last year that they paid in advance, that try to help the situation of PAHO. And again, resonating along the same lines, the comments from Honduras and Costa Rica, because everything is done for supporting health in the region. Thank you, Madam President.
Ahora,
Now, I'd like to give the floor to the minister from Honduras.
muy buenos días.
Good morning, one and all. I now speak as Honduras, as the Minister of Health representing the Republic of Honduras. I've asked for the floor, and it seems to me that I've done away with the protocol as to how this is supposed to take place, for a reason that I believe is really necessary. I was paying attention to what the Vice Minister and Minister of Health from Costa Rica was saying, and she is so right in what she was saying. It seems to me that sometimes we are too politically correct when we express or we describe some situations. It seems to me that the issue of payments, of commitments taken on by countries such as PAHO, and like many others, as was rightly explained by the Minister of Health of Costa Rica, the countries such as ours, has nothing to do with an issue related to the budget. It doesn't have to do with that. Simply, as secretaries and ministers, we're not acquainted with the commitments that countries have, and we don't follow this closely. We don't track and make sure that these commitments are met. Precisely now, borders are imaginary. At one point, we might have to show a passport, but even if you don't have a passport, you can cross borders. She was talking at almost 250,000 people during the first quarter. In Honduras, we have all those people going through Costa Rica, plus those coming from Nicaragua, and also those leaving from my own country, as well as from other countries. Migration is such an important phenomenon that it drags each one of us on health-related issues. Therefore, those countries that have not settled their dues, that have not paid their contributions, and are not kept up to date or have so many years of arrears, as is the case with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, I assume that they deserve special treatment, but not to isolate them. It seems to me that the right to vote is okay as a coercive measure, but by no means can we punish, can we penalize the people because of that. As member countries, as allies, as partners, as brothers,
Esta región. Tenemos que hacer como
as part of this region, we must make the additional effort in order to be kept up to date so that we can support each other.
esta media baja.
Honduras is a low middle-income country, and we're kept up to date, not because of the money, but because we simply believe that this is an international commitment that has been signed. Someone signed it, and we have to continue ratifying it, because it's okay to work with PAHO.
Aquí ha leído un solo mensaje.
So it's important that we look at what PAHO is doing in the country. PAHO is a partner, and he's an ally, and as Costa Rica was saying, we have received a lot of support. So it's always COVID that is adduced as an excuse. So as countries, we have to stand up and be responsible in terms of the economy. It's true. There's never enough money. We always need more funds because we want to better serve. We want to serve more people. We want to bring ourselves up to be even with the other countries of the region. So we need money for that, but money well invested so it will go far. Now I see a lot of empty chairs, which is unfortunate because we have been sent here for us to respond for our countries, for us to find out once and for all what these commitments are like and how, as a government, we can support and deliver on these commitments. Health and education is the most important thing in any country of the world, developed, underdeveloped, or developing. We need to focus. We need to find out what is happening. Those of us who are new, those who are no longer new, those who are about to leave. We have to find out what the commitments are, what the indicators are, what are the objectives that our predecessors committed to. That is quite valid, and they were rightfully able to commit. So we cannot blame anyone. We have to take on these obligations as countries. And this is a challenge, not only to bring these indicators up to date, because the number of indicators that have not been met is incredible. These are indicators that we have not reached, and these are things that we are all responsible for in the area of health in our country. So perhaps we need to make a greater effort. We need to focus, and I think that that is where the challenge is. The countries that are in arrears can make their payments. They, from Washington, D.C., can call their financial secretary, whatever that person's title may be, because sometimes we forget that we have to pay. We have to pay to Comisca. We have to pay the OAS. We have to pay our banks. Everybody has to pay their debts. So we can really make a difference. We, as PAHO well said, facing a risk of a new pandemic. So here, on these occasions, we can prepare our countries, and we can show that we're responsible like our predecessors, and make a difference, but a true difference of what we're doing, not just as decorative figures here, but we have to support each other. Let's all comply. Let's all deliver on our obligations. Thank you. Thank you, Honduras. Director, do you have any comments that you would care to make? Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to thank all of the countries that made comments, very important comments. I wanted to thank the countries that already paid their contributions this year, but we are in October. Today is October 1st. So I think that it is time to remind everyone that it's really important to keep payments up to date, because this is an important part of the organization's budget, and it's the most flexible component. It's the part that we use to implement the priorities that member states decide upon. This is the part that goes directly to supporting all of the plans that we support here, the resolutions that we approve here. So the contributions are a very sizable component. And I wanted to thank you because last year was an important year where, in addition to paying the contributions for the year, a lot of countries brought their payments up to date. They paid their arrears. You could see that on the chart that was presented, and it's important that we maintain the same commitment this year. Some countries are still recovering from economic and social losses. We all suffered losses of that nature during the pandemic, but the best way of recovering the health sector is by strengthening our technical cooperation. And that is why paying contributions is so important. I would like to comment on the important statement made by the Minister of Health of Costa Rica and Honduras. I think that it is important to analyze the effect of migration. That's very important. And also, I need to reinforce what was presented by the rapporteur of the working group that looked at the CFP, Article 6B, I'm sorry, and that has to do with the voting right. There is no prohibition of Venezuela participating. It can speak in the directing council. And I just wanted to say that our country office continues to be open. It is functioning at 100% of its capacity, and it's working with the Ministry of Health of Venezuela. It's working with civil society too, so as to provide all the necessary technical cooperation to keep services operating and to defend public health. The presentation made by the Minister of Costa Rica and of Honduras are important. We are in Venezuela, we are in Honduras, we're working on the top public health priorities. Last week, the United Nations General Assembly, during a bilateral that I had, I met with the new GATT secretary, and we talked about getting Gavi's support. Gavi, I met with the director of Gavi to get support for Venezuela. So this was decided because Venezuela cannot be left out of the distribution of vaccines, because that would be a risk not only for Venezuela, but for the whole region. So she committed to ask the directors of Gavi to make an exception to provide Venezuela with the vaccine it needs. So I wanted to thank the two ministers for highlighting this topic as part of our discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would ask us to go on to the resolution. So we have collection of assessed contributions resolution. PP1, having noted the report on the contribution of assessed documents, that is CD 6113, add 1, and the concern expressed by the Executive Committee in its 174th session regarding the status of collecting the assessed contributions.
PP2, noting that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is in arrears in the payment of its assessed contributions, such that it is subject to Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. PP3, noting that as of 30th of September 2024, 18 member states, participating states, and associate members have not made any payments toward their 2024 assessed contributions. PP4, noting that as of 30th September 2024, only 51.9% of the current year's assessed contributions has been received, and by August 31st, 2024, $35 million of the Working Capital Fund have been utilized, jeopardizing the full implementation of the biennial program of work for 2024-2025 as approved by the member states. Resolves. OP1, to take note of the report on the collection of assessed contributions Document CD 61/13 Add 1. OP2, to express appreciation to those member states, participating states, and associate members that have already made payments in 2024. OP3, to strongly urge all members with outstanding balances to meet their financial obligations to the organization in an expeditious manner in order to efficiently implement the program budget for 2024-2025. OP4, to request the President of the Directing Council to notify the delegation of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela that its voting rights continue to be suspended as of this 61st Directing Council. OP5, to request the Director to A, continue to monitor the status of assessed contributions and the impact of delays on the financial health of the organization. B, advise the Executive Committee of members' compliance with their financial commitments to the organization. C, report to the 62nd Directing Council on the status of collection of assessed contributions for 2025 and prior years. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Floor is open for comments in order to talk about the proposed resolution.
Si no hay objeciones,
Should there be no objections, we declare this resolution as adopted.
bueno, ahora vamos a pasar.
Now, let us move on to the break. We'll be back at 11, but the Secretary has some announcements before we break for coffee. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The Committee on Credentials, that a second meeting would take place in room 712 on the 7th floor during the coffee break to continue with the verification process. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We'll reconvene at 11 so that we can move on to agenda item 5.2. Thank you.
Fortalecer los sistemas de salud de la región basados en la atención primaria, para que sean resilientes y equitativos, y avanzar hacia la salud universal. Bajo el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Salud y la colaboración entre la OPS, el BID y el Banco Mundial, la Alianza promueve una acción coordinada que oriente y articule las inversiones en la salud, aproveche las innovaciones y acelere la transformación de los sistemas para mejorar el acceso y reducir las inequidades.
Desde o lançamento da Aliança por la Atenção Primária de Saúde, hemos visto um enorme interesse por parte de los países de América Latina e Caribe. Estamos trabalhando com 10 países para aumentar o compromisso e financiamento em la atenção primária de saúde, bajo el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Salud y con nuestros socios de la Alianza, mejorando la planificación estratégica y la asignación de recursos. Ya sea para mejorar la salud materna e infantil, prevenir y gestionar las enfermedades transmisibles ou mejorar la atención y tratamiento de enfermedades no transmisibles, la Alianza está apoyando a los países para que inviertam, inovem e implementem mejor, basándose en la estrategia de atenção primária de salud. Como hemos visto en el diálogo sobre financiamento de la salud organizado para el Caribe, la Alianza puede unir a los sectores de salud y finanzas em torno de uma agenda comum: mejorar a saúde para todos.
La alianza está liderando intervenciones integradas y planes de acción en 10 países de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, y ha apoyado el diálogo entre salud y finanza en 8 países del Caribe. Los esfuerzos conjuntos también están enfocados en el desarrollo de 4 bienes públicos regionales.
Desde el Banco Mundial y trabajando en alianza con el BID y la OPS, estamos comprometidos en apoyar a los países a través de financiamiento, asistencia técnica y ampliando el conocimiento. Hemos formado, por ejemplo, la Comisión Lancet de las Américas, que nos ayudará a entender mejor cómo proveer una atención primaria más efectiva y que llegue a todos. Celebramos el compromiso político de varios países de la región en apostar por la atención primaria de salud como un vehículo transformador y fundamental para alcanzar la cobertura universal y cumplir nuestra meta para el 2030 de ofrecer servicios sanitarios asequibles y de alta calidad a más de 1.500 millones de personas en el mundo.
En el BID, nuestro compromiso con la salud de América Latina y el Caribe es constante. La atención primaria es una prioridad y la estamos llevando al siglo XXI. Una atención primaria moderna es fundamental para abordar los retos de salud de nuestra región, como las enfermedades crónicas y la salud mental. Además, es crucial para enfrentar desafíos globales como el cambio climático y futuras epidemias. Nuestra alianza con la OPS y el Banco Mundial fortalece aún más este compromiso. Juntos y bajo el liderazgo de los países, estamos creando un futuro donde cada persona en nuestra región tenga acceso a sistemas de salud digitales y resilientes.
Con un enfoque participativo y centrado en la acción en los países, se ha avanzado en alianzas estratégicas a nivel nacional, impulsadas por las autoridades, basándose en sus necesidades y prioridades de salud.
Con esta alianza haremos que la atención primaria sea más fuerte en cada rincón de la República Dominicana. Trabajaremos para que nadie se quede atrás. Además, promoveremos una mayor coherencia entre las iniciativas regionales de la APS para hacer que la atención médica sea más ágil, con menos fragmentación, mejor acceso y sobre todo más equidad. Invertir en la atención primaria es invertir en un futuro más justo y sostenible. La salud es un derecho de todos. Juntos estamos construyendo un sistema de salud más fuerte para un futuro donde todos estemos incluidos.
El enfoque absoluto de la Secretaría de Estado en la atención primaria en salud es absoluto. Hemos necesitado socios valiosísimos para poder hacer realidad ese enfoque que nos permita llegar a más personas y a mayor territorio. A pesar de las diferencias o de las dificultades que podamos tener en ese alineamiento, que hay que reconocer no es fácil, son más los puntos de encuentro que los de desencuentro. Y eso nos ha permitido como país grandes mejoras y mejores cosas que vendrán. Estamos optimistas, estamos esperanzados, estamos agradecidos, pero sobre todo comprometidos. La atención primaria es la clave para tener países saludables y productivos.
La alianza continuará trabajando para fortalecer los sistemas de salud en la región, basados en la atención primaria, para ampliar la cobertura y garantizar el acceso universal a la salud, para todas las personas, en todas partes.
La resistencia antimicrobiana es cuando no tomas tu medicina a su debido tiempo y a su debida hora, y eso hace que tengas una resistencia en tu cuerpo.
Los microorganismos para evolucionar necesitan determinados mecanismos que les permitan seguir viviendo. Los antibióticos, los antiparasitarios, que las hemos utilizado como medidas terapéuticas, hacen que ellos, para poder seguir sobreviviendo, desarrollen mecanismos de defensa y mecanismos que se llaman de resistencia.
La resistencia antimicrobiana es un proceso natural, pero que la actividad humana la ha acelerado a través del consumo excesivo de los antibióticos, tanto para tratar enfermedades como también para la alimentación en los animales.
Se vuelve un problema porque las enfermedades que antes se podían combatir más fácilmente, hoy nos encontramos con que no está pasando así, ¿no?
Es un problema médico porque muchos pacientes, uno les da un determinado tratamiento y ese tratamiento no funciona. Entonces tenemos que buscar líneas de antimicrobianos más elaboradas y a veces no funciona ninguna. Pero también tenemos que pensar que es un problema de la salud planetaria, porque los antibióticos no solamente llegan a nosotros por una prescripción médica, por una automedicación, sino que también vienen en alimentos.
Lo mismo que pasa en la agricultura, gran uso de plaguicidas, lo que vemos con los sistemas ganaderos, aún muchas veces los de pequeña escala, es que están altamente hacinados los animales en base a alimentos que no son propios y fundamentalmente con gran cantidad de antibióticos. Cada vez más antibióticos porque la resistencia recrea esto, más necesidad. Por un lado, punto de vista económico, más caro. Por otro lado, esos antibióticos terminan en el suelo, terminan en el agua y después terminan en nosotros los seres humanos.
Tiene que ver con que se ha perdido ese sentido de equilibrio. Ya no puedo protegerme. Y esa desprotección hace que sienta otra vez, entramos a ese círculo de violencia, de desprotección, de sentirme atacado, entonces tener que volverme en un depredador.
Tenemos que pensar un paradigma productivo diferente, cómo hacemos para que nuestros animales tengan salud. No pensar en la enfermedad y poner un antibiótico, sino qué hacemos para que no necesitemos antibióticos.
Por eso directamente, si queremos hablar también de la resistencia a los antimicrobianos y cómo vamos a paliar esto, cómo vamos a detener esto, pues hay que volver necesariamente al origen, que es volver a cuidar a nuestra madre tierra.
Es importante hablar de comunidades empoderadas. Siempre que nosotros mencionamos una sola salud, tenemos que comenzar de abajo hacia arriba, porque abajo están las sabidurías, están los conocimientos. Porque es la gente de debajo, de las comunidades que han sido también formadas en ese sentido, ¿verdad? Para que tengan información suficiente para saber cómo es el problema y para proponer soluciones. Y es importante que se haga desde abajo, desde los liderazgos comunitarios, porque son quienes están sufriendo los efectos de toda esta condición.
Todo eso hace una sola salud. Los médicos solos, esto no es un problema de salud, esto es un problema que involucra médicos, veterinarios, agrónomos, comunidad.
Y dentro de la comunidad hay actores sociales que son fundamentales, ¿no? Y entre ellos, en el área educativa, los docentes, los promotores de salud, promotores comunitarios, tienen un rol fundamental en lo que tiene que ver con la formación, con la transmisión de conocimientos de maneras diversas, diferentes, creativas, artísticas.
Es un esfuerzo grande, hay que trabajar con productores, consumidores, con los tomadores de decisión, con los comunicadores y nos queda un largo camino.
Desde las comunidades tendríamos que hacer un llamado bastante fuerte a los gobiernos, ir a la posibilidad de retomar cambios profundos. Porque se necesita que los estados tomen acción a través de sus autoridades y la gente tiene que presionar a sus gobernantes para que ese proceso se dé.
Muchas veces los tomadores de decisión piensan siempre en incrementar la producción, ¿no? Incrementar la producción parece, digamos, este monocultivo mental. Necesitamos producir más, necesitamos exportar más, necesitamos producir más alimentos, necesitamos ganar más plata.
Lo que yo le diría a los líderes de los países es que ellos son decisores y nosotros necesitamos que nos escuchen como comunidad, como profesionales, como ellos mismos también, ¿no? Porque ellos están involucrados en este problema.
Me parece que los adultos y sobre todo los líderes tenemos siempre una deuda hacia las infancias y que tiene que ver con respetar lo que está en la Declaración de los Derechos del Niño, el derecho a la participación, a la libre expresión en todas aquellas temáticas que a ellos los afectan.
Si cuidamos a la madre tierra, cuidamos el aire, los alimentos, los ríos y también a las bacterias.
Quiero mirarlo a los ojos, a los tomadores de decisión, para que podamos comprender las problemáticas que estamos transitando.
Habría que impulsar políticas públicas a favor de la gente, políticas públicas a favor de las comunidades.
Tomemos en cuenta esta problemática, esta gran problemática del abuso en el uso justamente de los antibióticos que está generando resistencia.
Me gustaría que las autoridades hagan campañas de salud para el buen uso de los antibióticos.
Este es un llamado por el derecho humano a la salud y la vida.
Los enfoques para abordar la RAM,
basados en la participación social y la colaboración global,
son la clave para encontrar soluciones efectivas.
Unidos en la diversidad,
mantenemos nuestro compromiso en esta causa global.
en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas 2024.
Hay mucho por ver aquí. Se ha trabajado mucho por generar un impulso en el incremento de la calidad de vida de las personas.
En un mundo con menos enfermedades transmisibles, más personas tienen la oportunidad de construir vidas mejores, más saludables y seguras. Pero el impulso no puede detenerse aquí.
La pandemia de COVID-19 nos ha demostrado que mientras las enfermedades transmisibles sigan propagándose, nuestra calidad de vida está en peligro. Todos estamos en riesgo hasta que estemos seguros.
Por eso, la iniciativa de eliminación de la OPS se ha propuesto eliminar más de 30 enfermedades transmisibles y afecciones relacionadas para el 2030.
Para lograrlo, debemos asegurarnos de que todos en las Américas tengan acceso a vacunas y atención médica de calidad, que incluya diagnóstico y tratamiento oportunos, instalaciones de higiene, agua y saneamiento.
Esto no es un sueño, es un derecho y una responsabilidad de todos. Todos deberíamos tener igualdad de oportunidades para disfrutar de una vida saludable y plena. Hay mucho por ver aquí. Trabajemos juntos por un futuro libre de enfermedades para todos.
La semana de vacunación en las Américas se ha convertido en el movimiento más grande de la región en favor de la vacunación desde hace 22 años. Con más de 40 países y territorios participantes y la generosa contribución de socios y donantes, hemos logrado un hito extraordinario. Más de 1.15 billones de personas vacunadas y la eliminación de 6 enfermedades en nuestra región. Cada año, los profesionales de la salud llegan a los lugares más remotos para unirse a miles de personas que celebran la seguridad y la protección que traen las vacunas a sus vidas. Los esfuerzos de los países por recuperar las coberturas de vacunación durante la semana de vacunación en las Américas ponen de manifiesto su determinación para construir comunidades más fuertes y saludables. Este es el momento para asegurar un mañana más seguro para todos. La inversión y el fortalecimiento de los programas de inmunización debe continuar para proteger a las poblaciones de las amenazas latentes. La vacunación es un compromiso por el bienestar y la salud de las Américas. Actuemos ahora y protejamos el futuro de todos.
Más de 50 profesionales de la salud de 29 países de América Latina y el Caribe se reunieron en la ciudad de Panamá para un taller de 3 días, organizado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, en colaboración con el Centro Nacional de Capacitación y Educación en Patógenos Emergentes Especiales, NETEC.
Creo que es una excelente oportunidad por reunir como equipo bastante multidisciplinario para abordar una parte quizá que es aquello que la preparación en general a emergencia, más sobre todo también aquello que puede ser epidemia, pandemia, que muchas veces creo en los últimos años no hemos considerado suficiente. Hablamos mucho de lo que puede ser los planes de preparación, hablamos mucho de la vigilancia, hablamos mucho de los servicios de laboratorio, y son seguramente muy importantes en el ámbito de lo que la seguridad sanitaria. Sin embargo, muchas veces nos olvidamos que al inicio de la pandemia siempre, o de una epidemia, siempre hay un brote. ¿no? Hay siempre la emergencia o la importación de un patógeno y tenemos oportunidades en ese momento también en esta primera 100 millas, esta primera 4 semanas, ¿no? De realmente poder interrumpir la transmisión justamente al inicio de cuando se está generando.
Los participantes aprendieron las directrices revisadas para el transporte seguro de pacientes con enfermedades infecciosas, garantizando una mejor preparación para futuros brotes.
The partnership between NETAC and CAPO is critically important when we talk about communication, coordination, and collaboration. We have to be able to work together. We have to have succinct and synergistic plans. So this workshop has really given us the opportunity to partner together and continue that collaboration and be able to foster future collaborations as well.
La importancia de estos talleres donde reunimos personal asistencial, expertos en temas de manejo clínico, control de infecciones y evacuación médica, y además el personal logístico, es importante porque nos permite darle una visión integrada a las operaciones de emergencia. Las operaciones de emergencia van desde lo técnico hasta lo logístico y operativo. Y la manera de garantizar que podamos brindar el mejor servicio a las comunidades es tener personal entrenado, no solo en su campo, sino que pueda ser interoperable con los demás, para poder tener un sistema congruente que se permita monitorear, que pueda llenar las brechas en cuanto a conocimiento o necesidades de otro tipo y pueda garantizar esa última milla que permite que la gente que sabe qué tiene que hacer tenga los elementos necesarios para operar y garantizar la intervención ante un brote o un brote de alguna enfermedad o algún evento de origen natural o de cualquier otro origen.
Enriquecedor, maravillosa.
It is very informative and I think very practical. Very often we get information, but when you put both of those together, it just makes the entire concepts very much more meaningful. So I think it's beautiful the way it has been designed and for learning purposes as well.
Sensacional, la verdad es como lo definiría. Mucho aprendizaje, mucho enriquecimiento cultural por parte de todos los compañeros. Nos da como una perspectiva más amplia para llevar a nuestros países de cómo se hace en el resto de las Américas, y básicamente el curso con todos los temas que se tocaron yo lo pudiera catalogar como sensacional.
Excelente, muy integrador, con muy buena combinación de la teoría y la práctica, muy bueno.
Interesante, y lo más novedoso es la integración de toda Latinoamérica y el Caribe.
Interesante, innovador y con muy buenos puntos y temas a tocar.
Académico y pedagógico.
Me parece muy enriquecedor esos espacios, sobre todo el saber cómo se maneja en otros países, el escuchar cómo se da el manejo de la vigilancia de los pacientes, de la parte clínica, y pues todo lo que la Organización Panamericana de Salud nos ofreció. Me pareció muy atractivo las herramientas que utilizaron.
Los participantes mejoraron el uso de equipos de protección personal y protocolos de descontaminación y recibieron las últimas guías para tratar la influenza grave, incluidas demostraciones de expertos de la red Sarinet de Brasil, Chile y Colombia. Este taller proporcionó actualizaciones clave, formación práctica y oportunidades de crear redes de contacto, fortaleciendo la capacidad de los profesionales de salud de la región para responder mejor a los brotes de enfermedades infecciosas.
AMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab. We also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child, it's a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this. Just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab, it was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument have now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So,
personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the individual, the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving,
Yes.
Collaboration. Yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby, and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal, and I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams, and I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's right to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Since 2021, the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, has been implementing the Improved Health of Women and Adolescent Girls in Situations of Vulnerability project in Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Honduras, and Peru. With financial support from the Government of Canada, this project addresses some of the most pressing challenges related to the health of women and adolescents.
In a post-pandemic context, where we have seen setbacks in sexual and reproductive health indicators, including the maternal health, the interventions of this project are more critical than ever to recuperate lost public health gains, reduce health disparities, and promote informed health decisions among women and adolescents.
By strengthening the capacities of more than 45,600 people, including healthcare providers, public servants, and community health workers, such as traditional midwives, the project has contributed to strengthening health systems from primary care and expanding access to sexual and reproductive health services in the 6 countries. The project has also supported the creation of about 100 technical guidelines to improve the quality of care and has developed innovative telehealth initiatives to optimize maternal and neonatal health outcomes. Taking a comprehensive approach and promoting gender equality, the project has fostered the empowerment of women and adolescents so they can make informed decisions about their well-being and actively participate in matters related to their sexual and reproductive health rights.
Evidence shows that investing in the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls improves the quality and accessibility of comprehensive health care for everyone.
Additionally, considering cultural diversity, the Knowledge Dialogues methodology has been implemented by exchanging perspectives on issues such as teenage pregnancy and gender-based violence, encouraging communities to increasingly attend health centers. The project is carried out in coordination with ministries of health, civil society, and community leaders in the 6 countries, creating spaces for exchange, capacity building, and knowledge transfer. The alliance between the Government of Canada and PAHO is essential to continue efforts to improve the health of women and adolescents in situations of vulnerability. This collaboration aims not only to advance towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also to continue to positively impact the lives of women so that in the near future, all can exercise the sexual and reproductive health rights, leaving no one behind.
Global Affairs Canada is a key and long-standing partner. We share common priorities in promoting health equity, gender equality, and women's sexual and reproductive health and rights. Thanks to our alliance, we have been able to strengthen health systems to make them more accessible, sustainable, and resilient.
En nuestra región, donde las distancias y la dificultad para el acceso a los servicios de salud se han transformado en una problemática frecuente, la telesalud se presenta como una solución innovadora y accesible. La telesalud combina la tecnología con los servicios de salud para llevar la atención a quien más lo necesita, sin importar su ubicación. Desde consultas virtuales hasta seguimiento de patologías de manera remota, estas herramientas están transformando el acceso a la salud. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, está apoyando este cambio a través de su propuesta de telesalud. La OPS ofrece una plataforma todo en uno para el registro clínico electrónico y la realización de videoconsultas, que está disponible como bien público digital. Además, la OPS proporciona recursos educativos mediante estrategias de simulación que capacitan a los profesionales, permitiéndoles brindar atención de calidad. Esto incluye un telekit, que consiste en dispositivos médicos seleccionados para el seguimiento de patologías crónicas a distancia y una caja de herramientas con recursos para implementar programas de telesalud.
Súper buena, porque no se demoran en llamarla. Entonces la hora se la dan por el mismo teléfono. Entonces no es un tema que uno tenga que venir para acá como lo hacía uno antes, que levantarse temprano. Lo encuentro súper bueno. Pues me manejo mucho en este internet, así que le dije a mi hija que me enseñara cómo era el tema y es súper fácil.
Más cómodo para uno, no estar saliendo de la casa, lo puede hacer a cualquier hora, yo que trabajo todo el día.
La telemedicina acerca a los profesionales con sus pacientes, cuidándolos en tiempo real, mejorando el manejo de su salud y acercándoles cuidados de calidad.
Minha formação acadêmica está na área da telesaúde. Minha profissão é na área de telesaúde. Isso aí, para mim, é como se fosse realizar um sonho que está acontecendo.
En conclusión, la telesalud está dando acceso a muchos pacientes. Con la OPS apoyando estas implementaciones, se están reduciendo brechas, mejorando la calidad de vida y proporcionando a cada persona la atención que merece. Es hora de sumarse.
Eu sou a Rafaela e eu ouvi dizer que o escritório da OPAS no Brasil está fazendo um monte de coisas legais para cuidar do meio ambiente e eu vim aqui ver de perto.
Oi, eu sou Matias. Será que a OPAS é verde mesmo? Oi, sou Liz, quero trabalhar aqui no futuro.
Oi, bem-vindos à OPAS, crianças!
Nós ainda temos containers maiores que também podem ser usados para papel, para papelão, ou seja, tudo aqui pode ser reciclado.
Tá vendo essas bicicletas aqui? Ó, isso aqui a gente fez para os colegas nossos aqui da OPAS que quiser pedalar, elas ficam aqui disponíveis para todo mundo.
Aqui na OPAS a gente não usa nada descartável, só copos e garrafas reutilizáveis. E olha só que legal, nosso mexedor é de bambu.
Nós também acabamos de instalar uns painéis para captar energia solar.
A OPAS também tem um sistema de irrigação e só uso o necessário.
Oi, Rafa, para finalizar, vou mostrar para vocês os 120 ipês amarelos que nós plantamos e que hoje estão pequenininhas, mas no futuro vão ficar grandes igual aquela lá atrás.
Nós estamos cuidando do planeta também aqui. Estamos cuidando para vocês.
Nosotros como oficina de país en Nicaragua nos encaminamos a una oficina verde tomando en consideración el consumo de papel para nuestras impresoras. Tenemos una estadística que desde el 2019 fue la última vez que se compraron resmas de papel en una cantidad de 180 resmas. En el 2024 tenemos un saldo de 136 resmas. Eso indica de que solamente se han utilizado 44 resmas en 5 años, a razón de un promedio de 8.8 resmas por año en consumo. Esto también implica, si hay una reducción del consumo de papel, hay una reducción también de tóner para nuestras impresoras. La representación en Nicaragua se unió a la modalidad de trabajo en casa, lo que permitió una reducción de consumo de papelería y tóner en esta oficina. Como organización debemos de ser parte activa de la
Good morning again. If the delegates can take the seat so we can start the second part of the morning. Thank you. If there are delegates there in the back seat, if they can come to the name with the nameplate, so we have sufficient representatives. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. So I think we can start, Madam President. Thank you.
Very well. We now go to item 5.2, financial report of the director and report of the external auditor for 2023. I would like to bring official document 370 to the attention of the council. And I invite Mr. Christos Casapantano, Director of the Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this item. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Executive Committee discussed the financial report of the Director after hearing presentations by the Bureau and the External Auditor. The committee was informed that the External Auditor had issued an unqualified opinion on the organization's financial statements, meaning that the audit had revealed no errors or weaknesses that were considered material to the accuracy, completeness, or validity of the financial statements. The Executive Committee welcomed the unqualified audit opinion and congratulated the Bureau for the accomplishments highlighted in the report. Delegates welcomed the external auditor's recommendations, particularly those concerning embedding risk management in decision-making processes. The consolidation of the organization's procurement funds into a special program was applauded, and the Bureau was encouraged to explore options for utilizing the funds to their full potential, including to foster local and regional production of vaccines and other medical products. The Bureau was also encouraged to look for cost-effective ways to advance its work, including by holding virtual meetings where appropriate in order to contain travel and general operating costs. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you very much. Now I offer the floor to Mr. Casapantanu for him to present this item.
Of the Directing Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to present some relevant points from the Director's Financial Report for the year 2023. Now, as introduction, as it was stated earlier, accounts are presented according to international public sector accounting standards that have been approved by the governing bodies of PAHO. The external audit for the year 2023, of course, it's complete, and we received an unqualified audit opinion. Now, what an unqualified audit opinion means is that the auditor's judgment for the PAHO financial statements are fairly and appropriately presented without any identified exceptions, any compliance with the international accounting standards. And here we see a high-level view for the total revenue of the organization. The line on the top shows the aggregated revenue from the different channels. So the total revenue for 2023, it was $1,279.5 million. And you can see that it's less than 2022, but this is expected as this is due to the unwinding of the COVID response. Of the total revenue of $1,279.5 million, $746 million, which is 58%, was generated from the procurement of public health supplies. This is the green line that we see there, the green bar. $234 million, 18%, was generated from voluntary contributions, the light blue. $133 million, 10% from WHO allocations. And $105 million, which is 8%, was from assessed contributions. The remaining 61 million was from various other sources. And what are these various other sources? The main component of this is 38.5 million from interest earned, 17.9 million for valuations of gains and losses, and primarily it comes from these components. Now, we talked earlier about the assessed contributions, and here I will analyze a bit further the chart that you saw. On this chart, you see the collections, and it's important to see that in the light blue, we see the collections that relate to whatever is due the current year. And it's important to know that was collected for 2023, $91.3 million, or 87% of the 2023 assessments. This is very important. It's important because it allows us to lower the unpaid amount, and therefore not use much of the working capital. For this, I would like to thank again the member states for the prompt payments, for those that they paid promptly. On this chart to the right, we see the evolution of the unpaid balance. You see there was a significant increase in 2019, 2021 for probably for fiscal reasons as well, for the situation that each country faced. And the balance in 2023 of it's 30 million. We haven't had 30 million, this kind of balance, for more than 10 years. And again, this is thanks to the member states that really pay importance in proceeding with the payment of their dues. Now we turn to the procurement on behalf of member states. We said earlier that it was the procurement on behalf of member states was decreased to 745.5 million. You can see that this decrease is normal and it's expected because it's due to the unwinding of the pandemic response. In 2023, the revolving fund for access to vaccines invoiced 636.7 million, which is less than 2022, sorry. It's slightly less than 2019. We expect this to increase. This lower invoicing in 2023 was due to the fact that there was stocking of some of the supplies during 2022. And of course, this had, as a result, reduction of orders in 2023, but this is normalized during this current year. It's important to know that. At the same time, the revolving fund for strategic public health supplies, we see that this has been reduced as well. Now, the revenue from voluntary contributions. As is expected, the revenue from voluntary contributions is decreased from the previous year to 234.5. But please note, always we put as a comparison the baseline of 2019. We are significantly higher than 2019. And if we analyze, we see that the voluntary contributions revenue at 80.1 million in 2023, there is an increase from 2022 of 4%. The voluntary contribution for emergencies at 61.4 million, it's almost half from 2022, but this is expected because it's unwinding of the COVID response from support of voluntary contributions for the COVID response, but still notable, still it's much higher than the baseline year, 2019. And the national voluntary contributions at 93 million in 2023 experienced a substantial increase, primarily due to Brazil national voluntary contributions. Apologies for the slide, it's a bit crowded and difficult to see. We'll try to change it next year. But what you can see here is that the expenses are reduced in a similar fashion along the revenue. The expenses are always lower than revenue, therefore that's why we had the surplus. And so what we can see is that the green is the supplies, the green line is the supplies from the procurement supplies primarily, which decreased. Then we see that the staff cost remained the same like the previous year. The contractual arrangements, it's contractual arrangements of people being hired primarily. Brazil is one area where they implement national voluntary contributions. And we see an increase of 20 million in the travel year over year. And again, this is due to supporting technical cooperation and due to the significant increase in national voluntary contributions, travel to implement technical cooperation, it has a significant impact in the increase in this particular item. Now, here I would like to bring an issue regarding after-service health insurance. And there are a number of elements in this chart. The last bar, stacked bar, which shows blue and gray, it shows what is the defined benefit obligation. What do we calculate here? PAHO Staff Health Insurance manages a health insurance program for active and retired staff. And this program carries a liability for future health costs payable calculated from actuarial projections. As you can see, in 2023, the liability is 265.3 million. But what is important to note is the percentage of the blue to the gray to the liability, which is how much money we have to finance this liability. And this percentage is depicted in the green line that you see. We started, when the scheme started in 2010, the funding of the liability was 10%. And over time, the liability, the funding of the liability is 31%. So PAHO takes a number of measures in order to make this liability sustainable in terms of financing. The assets are managed by WHO, and the average expected return is 3.7%. At the same time, we manage actively to make sure that the contributions are higher than the claims that are being processed. And of course, we work with the third-party administrator so that we can see how to contain and manage the cost, at the same time providing the best care as much as possible for the staff and the retirees. In summary, PAHO received, therefore, an unqualified audit opinion, and it means that everything was presented according to the international public sector accounting standards fairly. The consolidated revenue of 1.3 billion in 2023 is lower than 2022, but still it's normal because of the unwinding of the COVID response. The unpaid balances of the assessed contributions is at 30 million. We focus that it's important to pay the assessed contributions on time, and we use working capital, but it's also notable that this low balance hasn't been in 10 years. So I would like to thank the member states for this. The voluntary contributions are 234.5 million in 2023, with national voluntary contributions higher than 2022 and baseline year 2019. The emergency voluntary contributions are lower than 2022, as expected, but still higher than the baseline year 2019. The procurement on behalf of member states in 2023 is at 744.5 million, lower than 2022 due to the unwinding of the COVID pandemic response. And expenses were at 1.2 billion lower than the revenue, thus leading to a surplus. And after-service health insurance liabilities funded at 31.8, a steady progressive increase from 9.5 funding level in 2010. And with this, I end my presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Muchas gracias por el informe.
Thank you very much for that report, Mr. Casa-Pontenu. I give the floor now to the floor to start the debate. I give the floor to Canada.
And that no significant internal control weaknesses were brought to the attention of the external auditor. We applaud PAHO's technical achievements over the last year and its continued efforts to leverage its unique position to provide critical technical guidance and support to member states. While encouraged to note the increase in the rate of collection of assessed contributions for 2023 compared to 22, we are concerned that as of July 24, PAHO has had to utilize $26 million from the Working Capital Fund. This untimely payment of assessed contributions continues to have an immediate and long-term impact on the organization, and we continue to urge the payment of assessed contributions as we discussed before the break. Turning to the external auditor's report and recognizing that this is the last under its mandate, we appreciate the revisiting of key areas explored over the last 3 biennia, reflecting on progress made and continued opportunities for improvement. We're encouraged that the auditor considers that PAHO has continued to refine its approach on risk management. We strongly agree with the importance of embedding risk management in PAHO's decision-making processes and the auditor's view that in projects of significant scale, there should be a more proportionate approach to the application of risk management disciplines. We look forward to learning more about the proposed roadmap to further develop and embed risk management through to 2027. We also want to commend the organization's increased evaluation activity. Canada welcomes the findings of the recent RBM evaluation regarding the need for PAHO to adopt a results-based management approach, focusing on performance and programmatic results through the development of quantifiable indicators as a measure of success and delivery, and hope to see this reflected in the new strategic plan. Overall, Canada encourages the Secretariat to continue implementing those recommendations from the external auditor that remain in progress or are not yet implemented to completion in an effort to further strengthen the organization. Finally, Canada wants to thank the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom and Great Britain and Northern Ireland again for its critical work over the last 3 biennia, and to welcome Chile's Office of the Controller General in this critical role. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I give the floor now to Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Mexican delegation would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting the financial report of the Director and of the External Auditor corresponding to 2023, and we commend the organization for keeping financial records without reserves. Now, this enables us to give the member states in a very clear and precise way what the financial statements of the organization are. Mexico would like to express its thanks and acknowledgement to the National Audit Office of the UK and North Ireland for the excellent work they have done over these years, in which they have presented to the member states high-quality information about financial management and the governance of PAHO. At the same time, they have made concrete recommendations to the benefit of the financial health of the organization. We note that the recommendations made by the external auditor, not all of them were accepted by management, and given that is for our country, it is very important for us to know the reasons why some of those recommendations were not accepted first. Given that these are personnel matters, it seems to us that this might have direct bearing on the organization. Second, given that this is a recommendation that seeks to reduce risk regarding the objectivity of the follow-up of performance and the submission of reports, we think that this should be reconsidered in light of the report made by the auditor, in which we see there are still fundamental conflicts regarding the real and perceived operation. We are certain that this decision was made after making a deep analysis of the information provided in the report. That's why we would ask the Secretariat to, in the next report, at the 67th Directing Council, what the analysis of the impact is of the decisions made by the Secretariat regarding those recommendations with a view to transparency. We also welcome the Comptroller's Office, General Comptroller's Office, Chile, which will follow through on the implementation of an audit that would enable us to learn what the areas of opportunity are to enhance reporting and accountability and transparency of PAHO. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. I give the floor back to Mr. Casa-Pantanu for him to respond.
I want to thank Canada and Mexico for the comments. Indeed, and the fact that PAHO received an unqualified audit opinion, this is the work of everybody in believing on the governance on the issue. Now, again, the rate of the collection of the assessed contributions, we just wanted to highlight the good effort made by the member states the previous year, but it's important, as the delegate of Canada mentioned, to keep the momentum. It's critical for PAHO so that we don't use the working capital. Regarding the external audit report, we have now the Contraloría de Chile as new auditor, thanking NAO for their support all these 6 years and welcoming the Contraloría. Risk management is very important for PAHO, and we're working continuously for the Secretariat, and we're working continuously to improve and embed risk management in different operations. And we're going to work with the Contraloría to see the situation, and they are going to provide an update in the new budget, in the new report, annual report. Now, on the issue that the delegate of Mexico raised regarding the points that the management might have had a different opinion, this is something that can happen in the when auditor makes some recommendations. Sometimes there is an issue that we need to go down into the facts, but transparently and openly, PAHO is discussing these issues and with the auditors, which are openly presented, and also with the audit committee. Risk management is very important for PAHO, and we're working towards this. At the same time, the open recommendations are going to be taken by the new auditors, and they are going to make their own assessments going forward, how they're going to move with them, whether they would like to continue or change them, or as it is the practice creating. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Casa-Pantanu, for responding to those remarks. Mr. Director, do you have a comment you would like to make?
Sí, señora. Thank also our member states. I think that the recommendations, comments, I think that they are really very useful to improve our work. I also want to take this opportunity to add my thanks to the National Audit Office of the UK that has provided a very important service to this organization. We take very seriously the recommendations, and we are reviewing, trying to work together to close, let's say, so all the recommendations that were made, because I think that this is part of the auditing mechanism that you have in the organization. Know that you have an internal audit office. We have the external audit that now will be the Contraloría General de Chile. And we also have the audit committee that's like the supervisor of the three-level mechanism that we have. And it's really very important because PAHO needs to be accountable, needs to be transparent, and needs to implement the best practices to be more effective always, and to provide a better service to our member states. So we are very happy that, again, we received the unqualified opinion for the report that I think that is a reassurance that we are following the best practices to report and to be transparent with our member states. I would like also to just to remind that the figures were presented about assessed contribution were related to 2023. So again, we performed very well in 2023. I want to thank all member states, but as Mr. Capantonio mentioned, now we are in a new year with new and several actions that are being implemented. So I want to again reinforce that's important that our member states can pay the assessed contribution. I want also to call the attention because sometimes, and Mr. Capantonio think that clearly when we compare data from this year with last year or 2021. Maybe we are already, we are still incorporating some of the distortion, let's say so, provided by the pandemic. Because during the pandemic, for instance, we procured through the PAHO revolving fund and PAHO strategic fund volumes that are totally not the regular level that we have, as well as the voluntary contributions specifically for the emergency response. But I want to call your attention that, for instance, when we compare to the voluntary contributions, not voluntary contribution for emergency response, but voluntary contribution for the general technical cooperation that we provide, in 2019, 2020, the last two regular years, it was around $50 million. Last year, it was 80.1. So I think that the organization is really looking for new partners, mobilizing all the resources that we have. I'm personally very involved in this kind of activity because I think that, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, sometimes to call the attention that Latin America and the Caribbean, they need to receive more support. We have lots of poverty pockets in the countries, inequalities. We have specific vulnerability to climate change events and others that we really need to call the attention that Latin America and the Caribbean need to receive more support from the international community. I just want also to provide a small explanation. I think that most of you already know that we had this increase in travel expense, but we don't have this data disaggregated. Maybe it could be good to have it, but when we are talking about travel expense, we are not talking only about the travel for PAHO staff. We are also talking, and most of these expenses are related with the workshops, training process, missions to the country. So we are talking about also the support that we provided to our member states. But finally, I think that is also very important, the comments that you have made, Canada, Mexico, and I think that I would like to invite all of you to, during the coffee break or the lunch, to see the stand that we have about the PAHO's revolving fund and PAHO strategic fund. We are increasing the portfolio. We have pediatric medicine for pediatric cancer. We are working with the countries from Mercosur, but this will be open to all other countries to have more access to high-cost medicines, the new vaccines that are being introduced in many countries. And again, participating in the funds has two main important outcomes. First, the countries will have access to high-quality medicines, vaccines, and technology, paying a more affordable price. But at the same time, this is solidarity in a very concrete way. So if the countries come together, all the countries will benefit. All the countries in the region will have more access. So I really invite you to review the current portfolio, because this is the way that we can demonstrate the Pan-Americanism and the solidarity among us. So thank you very much for your comments.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa, for your comments. I would like to inform the Council that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Now, moving on to the next item, 5.3, Programming of the Budget Surplus. I would like to bring document CD 6114 to the attention of the Council, and I invite Mr. Ronnie Mesa, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget, and Evaluation of the Pan-American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this item. Thank you very much, Madam President. During its session in June, the Executive Committee reviewed a proposal for the use of the budget surplus of $4.4 million remaining from the 2022-2023 biennium. The Bureau proposed the transfer of $3.4 million into the Master Capital Investment Fund to replenish the Real Estate Maintenance and Improvement Sub-Fund, and to transfer the remaining $1 million to the PAHO Emergency Epidemic Fund. In the committee's discussions, the responsible budget implementation and financial management that had led to the surplus were commended, and support was expressed to the proposed use of the surplus. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 174-R11, recommending that the Directing Council approve the proposed allocation of the budget surplus. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you very much for that report. I give the floor now to Mr. Massa for him to present this item. Thank you, Madam President.
Distinguished delegates, director, colleagues, I'm pleased to introduce an update on item 5.3, Programming of the Budget Surplus. First of all, allow me to thank Executive Committee members for their guidance and support to the proposal that was given to them in June. Financial Regulation 4.6 stipulates that upon completion of the audit of the annual financial statements, any balance of funded assessed contributions and budgeted miscellaneous revenue that are not committed or authorized to be carried over at the end of the biennium should be first to replenish the working capital to its authorized level of $50 million. And you have heard from the previous item that we have had to use that fund continuously. The amount available for programming, as reported in the Executive Committee report, is $4.4 million, and the Director presents a proposal to allocate $3.4 million to the Master Capital Investment Fund, specifically to the Real Estate Maintenance and Improvement Funds, of which part of that funding will go to continue with the renovations of this building to ensure it's safe and efficient, and also in our country offices. $1 million will go to a country office. And another $1 million to replenish the PAHO Emergency Epidemic Fund, as presented in the document before you. Allow me to share some background information on these funds. The Master Capital Investment Fund was created by our member states in 2007 to provide adequate and sustainable funds for investments that otherwise would be difficult to sustain over time. For the current biennium, the Director proposes to fund the renovations, as I said before, with the $3.4 million. Important to note that these funds complement funding to ensure our buildings and facilities are safe and efficient, and do not take away from PAHO's core funding for technical cooperation, which amounts to over $500 million in a biennium. On the other hand, the PAHO Emergency Epidemic Fund was established in 2012 as a mechanism to facilitate the Secretariat's rapid and effective response to an epidemic outbreak in the region, like monkeypox, cholera, chikungunya, so on. Its main purpose is to to provide immediate funding to kickstart the response, while the Secretariat mobilizes the substantive funds to fully respond and support our member states. The fund has historically had $1 million, and we use about half of it in a biennium. The proposal is to increase this fund by 50% to $1.5 million. Now, these funds, again, are seed funding to kickstart. In a biennium, and just a reference, last biennium, the amount of funds mobilized to respond to emergencies was $195 million. And to date, we have already about $113 million this biennium. Also important to clarify. Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you, Member States, for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Massa. Now I invite the Directing Council to review the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and to consider approving the proposed resolution presented in Annex 1. I yield the floor to the plenary to start the discussion on this document. The discussions on the resolution will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution.
Cedo la
I yield the floor. I give the floor back to Mr. Massa.
Si quiere hacer algún comentario.
If you have any comment you would like to make. Mr. Director, do you have a comment you would like to make? No. Now I would ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution. Thank you very much, Madam President. Proposed resolution, programming of the budget surplus. In the 61st Directing Council, PP, having considered the report on the programming of the budget surplus, document CD 61/14 resolves, OP, to approve the allocation of the 2022-2023 budget surplus totaling $4,443,423.38 as follows. A. $3,443,423.38 to replenish the Master Capital Investment Fund, Real Estate Maintenance and Improvements Subfund. Subsection B, $1 million to replenish the Emergency Epidemic Fund of the Pan American Health Organization. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now I open the floor to the plenary for discussions on this draft resolution. If there aren't any objections, I declare approved this resolution.
Ahora pasamos
Now to the next item, which is 4.3, policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. I would like to bring the document CD 616 to the attention of the Council and invite Dr. Jerry Aikmans, Director of the Department of Social and Environmental Determinants for Health Equity of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this item. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Executive Committee voiced its support for the proposed policy, noting that it would provide opportunities to advance a more synergistic approach to policies on climate change and health. It was recognized that climate change has a disproportionate impact on health among persons living in situations of vulnerability, and the policy's equity focus was therefore welcomed. Delegates highlighted the challenges related to securing financing for climate action and positioning the health sector in national action plans. They also stressed the need for intersectoral action to support climate change, adaptation, and mitigation in the health sector. Since there was no agreed definition of climate justice, it was agreed to delete the term in the proposed policy and related draft resolution. Countries were urged to better integrate health considerations into their long-term greenhouse gas emission development strategies. National climate change adaptation plans and nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. They were also encouraged to protect the vital ecosystems that play a crucial role in global health. Several amendments to the proposed resolution on the policy were suggested, reflecting comments raised in the committee's discussion. A working group was formed to revise the proposed resolution, and an amended version was subsequently presented to the committee for discussion, during which the committee agreed to various changes, including renaming the policy Policy for Strengthening Equity-Oriented Health Sector Action on Climate Change and Health. The committee approved the resolution and recommended that the Directing Council approve it. Thank you, Madam President. With this, I conclude my report on this item. Thank you. Now I offer the floor to Dr. Eichmann for her to present this item. Thank you, Madam President.
Distinguished delegates of the 61st Directing Council. Climate change poses a significant threat to global health, impacting well-being and health equity. Heat waves, droughts, severe storms, rising sea levels, altered patterns of vector-borne diseases, food and water insecurity, undernutrition, and forced displacements will increasingly affect our health. In recent years, we have seen record-breaking extreme heat, hurricanes, and dengue cases in our region. We only have to think about the recent Hurricane Beryl and Helene. The Americas is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change due to its susceptibility to extreme weather events and reliance on climate-sensitive sectors such as tourism and agriculture. And crucially, climate change threatens to worsen existing health inequities, disproportionately affecting populations and territories in situations of vulnerability. The health sector needs to take immediate and decisive action on climate change and health, with specific efforts to integrate equity into adaptation and mitigation measures. But despite this urgency, progress has been uneven across the region. This policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health sets out a course of action and proposes a strategic framework structured in 5 lines of action to enable the health sector to address current and future hazards posed by climate change to health, to well-being, and to health equity. First, the policy calls for strengthening the health sector's capacity for adaptation, to anticipate, to prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from the impacts of climate change while reducing health inequities. This demands bold leadership and political commitments. It requires being at a negotiation table, developing and implementing climate and health adaptation plans, and ensuring that health facilities continue to function during crisis. The policy also focuses on strengthening the capacities of the health sector for mitigation to build low-carbon health systems and societies aimed to achieving health co-benefits and reducing health inequities. This requires simultaneously greening the health sector and implementing policies to cut societal greenhouse gas emissions while generating health and equity co-benefits. Thirdly, it puts a strong focus on creating awareness and on strengthening community and civil society participation on climate change and health, using an equity and a human rights-oriented approach. It calls for improving the surveillance of climate change and health, and the generation and the use of evidence for the design and the implementation of adaptation and mitigation strategies that protect health and reduce health inequities. And finally, it proposes to increase health sector financing for climate change adaptation and mitigation with an emphasis on populations in situations of vulnerability. This policy builds on previous and on current global and regional policies and strategies, and is aligned with the recently approved WHO resolution on climate change and health. For the development of this policy, 3 virtual consultations and 2 written consultations were held, including a virtual and a sub-regional written consultation after the Executive Committee, where the resolution was discussed in depth. We want to thank all Member States for their active participation in these extensive consultation processes. We thank you for your consideration of this policy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Ekemans. I now invite the Directing Council to review the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and consider approving the proposed resolution presented in Annex A. I open the floor to the plenary to start the discussion of this document. The discussion on the resolution will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I give the floor to Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam President. Mexico welcomes this policy to strengthen equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. Our country is committed to the well-being of its population and to the current president, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum, who is the first woman president of the country, something that makes us very proud. And she has promoted a policy of intersectorality between health and climate. So climate change affects the health of populations in many different ways. For example, it interrupts supply chains, it affects clinical care, problems having to do with natural disaster, floods, fires, and also climate change can produce emerging pandemics. And also there is a risk in terms of assuring sustainable food supplies. These environmental risks, the contamination of rivers, seas, land, are things that affect people's health on a daily basis, and they also create greater gaps. It is not possible to build resilient systems without a policy of this type. It is essential to integrate a surveillance system for epidemiology to take sector actions to correct health damage due to climate change because of pollution of the air, of the water, and of the seas. Thank you, Mexico. And with that, I recognize Guatemala. Thank you very much, Madam President. For Guatemala, it's essential that the health sector be strengthened to mitigate the effects of climate change. Dengue and chronic renal diseases are two examples of diseases that represent growing challenges for our healthcare system, and they are worsened, at least in part, by climate change. That change is affecting our health system with an obsolete physical infrastructure. The social determinants of health, potable water, sanitation, quality of the air, high temperatures, all have a direct and indirect effect on the health of communities and on the health of individuals. The action lines provided in the document to strengthen the action of the health sector in a way that is equity-oriented to deal with climate change and health are completely in agreement with our national development policies. Under President Arevalo, we stress the health sector looking at the principle of equity in access for all Guatemalans, especially those that have been excluded from the system for decades. In Guatemala, the National Action Plan on Climate Change includes a specific chapter having to do with human health so as to regulate the reduction of vulnerability. Also, a compulsory adaptation to climate change and eliminating greenhouse gases. We are in the formulation stage of an adaptation plan to deal with the effects of climate change. Another line of action is to encourage participation of the community and civil society to deal with climate change and health. These actions are equity-based, and also they are based on human rights, including academia and other national and international sectors that are going to help us advance in narrowing the gaps in the country and provide for adaptation to the effects of climate change. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. I now recognize Paraguay. Delegates, we appreciate receiving document CD 61-6 saying that the health sector should take immediate and effective action to deal with climate change and health, and also to assure equity in terms of adaptation and mitigation. We acknowledge that the special vulnerability of the region of the Americas to extreme weather events, as well as the dependence of sectors like agriculture, livestock raising, have been affected by climate. We are carrying out concrete measures. We are strengthening our ability to deal with waste, also contingent plans for extreme climate events, and also putting into place strategies to control vectors and air quality. Now, under the pro tempore Mercosur presidency in Paraguay, we are dealing with diseases that are climate sensitive. The countries in that bloc have prepared a regional draft, including lines of intervention to adapt to climate change and to look at evidence and do training. This will be done by authorizing in December a fund to deal with these activities. So we now have a committee on climate and change, and the idea is to do this under the Ministries of Health, to develop and implement policies and strategic interventions to reduce the climate change risk and coordinate actions to assure a comprehensive and effective approach to the challenges presented by this phenomenon to public health in Paraguay. My delegation supports the resolution proposed with the changes that were made at a given point. We consider it essential to do coordinated efforts so as to deal with the challenges and to protect the health of current and future generations. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. I now recognize Uruguay. Hard time with that woman.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Uruguay appreciates and shares the terms of document CD 61/6. This requires dealing with short and long-term challenges. It's important to take efficient and effective measures with a One Health approach so as to be able to mitigate the problem and its impact on healthcare systems and the population in general. In this connection, we think it is important to promote strategies and actions dealing with communication because we need to create a mindfulness. We need to talk to the population about the whole life cycle of the seriousness of this problem and its consequences. Uruguay is an example of this. We had a water crisis. There, water was available, but the quality of water stressed out the whole system at the national level. This tested our response capabilities. We had no previous experience of this nature. Uruguay requested technical cooperation, received from PAHO timely advice. This allowed us to coordinate a response, working with the main national organizations involved. So once again, we would like to express our appreciation to the technical staff that was involved. This unprecedented situation pointed to the need of intersectoral design. In this way, we came up with a sustainable solution to the problem. Internally, it is important to promote synergistic work going beyond the ministries of health because these solutions usually required a major investment and working in synergy. It's important to promote contingency funds and to be able to have early warning, and to attain these objectives, it's essential for countries to have cooperation fora. We need to know of strategies, innovative solutions in other countries in the region with a view to strengthening capacities to provide a timely response and to identify solutions that can be implemented in each country. We support this document in its entirety and we support the resolution. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. I now recognize Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam President, in Jamaica, health sector action on climate change has intensified over the last 5 years with the promulgation of Jamaica's 2015 Climate Change Policy Framework. This has allowed for incremental advancement of health sector actions. Jamaica formalized its commitment in 2019 at the 26th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change to attain climate-resilient health systems, as well as signed on to the Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate Change and Health. In 2021, we conducted a vulnerability and adaptation exercise for 3 hazards for the health sector. We are now in the process for the adoption of tools for enhanced air quality monitoring, commencing with healthcare facilities. We have reached the final stages of developing a climate-smart policy for the public health system based on the smart health care facilities in the Caribbean project model policy for low-carbon operations of health facilities. More recently, in 2024, Jamaica commenced activities towards implementation of a heat health early warning project for the Caribbean and advanced activities for the finalization of the health chapter of the National Adaptation Plan with the support of PAHO. This policy that seeks to ensure that equity is included in climate action in health is therefore quite timely for Jamaica. Jamaica therefore supports the resolution and the areas of strategic lines of action and looks forward to the continued support, especially for the implementation of the HNAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. We recognize the United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports the proposed policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. We appreciate the collaboration of the Bureau and member state colleagues to find consensus on the associated report and resolution to address the intersection of climate and health in the region. Every day, climate discussions become increasingly urgent as we witness the impacts of climate change on vulnerable populations. Climate change intensifies pre-existing threats to health and well-being, with women, children, older persons, and displaced populations bearing the brunt of that impact. Severe weather events and other climate-related changes have broad effects on human health, contributing to communicable and non-communicable diseases, respiratory infections, heat-related issues, injuries, and mental health conditions, among others. Damages to health infrastructure and strains on healthcare workers also leave affected populations more vulnerable to health impacts from severe weather. The health of humans, animals, and ecosystems are closely interlinked. Collaboration across sectors and disciplines through a One Health approach is a vital solution for addressing many of the complex health challenges worldwide, including climate change. The lines of action in the proposed resolution will provide tangible next steps for countries in the region to take towards addressing the impacts of climate change on health, with a much-needed emphasis on health equity. We urge member states to prioritize the implementation of the 5 proposed lines of action to build climate-resilient health systems and create awareness by engaging civil society, centering health equity and human rights across all lines of action. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, United States of America. I now recognize St. Kitts.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, esteemed delegates. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is a small island developing state with a total landmass of 261 square kilometers. The Federation, along with neighboring islands in the Eastern Caribbean, are extremely vulnerable to climate change and related emergencies. As early as May of this year, before the official start of summer, the National Meteorological Services confirmed that local temperatures exceeded the heat wave threshold for an extended period. This trend of high atmospheric temperatures continues and has adverse effects on our children, the elderly, and chronically ill. Many CARICOM member states located in the hurricane belt are threatened by categories 4 and 5 hurricanes annually. In July of this year, we were impacted by the destructive tropical cyclone Beryl. Moreover, future projections demonstrate a likelihood of continued increasing in temperatures, less rainfall, and more drought. These climatic events result in destruction of homes and essential infrastructure, poor sanitation, and increases in communicable diseases. There is also a potential impact on those living with NCDs, such as cardiovascular disease exacerbations and mental health issues. Such events adversely affect access to essential health care, including emergency services. St. Kitts and Nevis, as well as small island developing states, need technical support and funding to strengthen our health system to better prepare for, respond to, and recover from such inevitable climate-related events. We need support to develop an appropriate intersectoral surveillance system to generate the required data to inform policy and appropriate interventions. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis supports this policy with its 5 strategic lines of action and recommends this proposed resolution. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. I now recognize Guyana.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The government of Guyana recognizes the major global health threat posed by climate change and the importance of addressing this complex issue via coordinated and sustained action towards adaptation and mitigation. And if there's need for a reminder, we just have to look at the devastating impacts of Hurricane Beryl and Helen. So we need to support this particular resolution, and Guyana would like to express that support for all 5 lines of action. Nationally, Guyana continues to lead in mitigating efforts of climate change. Guyana has one of the second highest percentage of forest cover on Earth, with over 99% of its 18 million hectares still intact. The forest stores about 19.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And we have been maintaining this as part of our eco-services to the world. Guyana deforestation rates are among the lowest in the world. It is one of 4 countries globally and one of 2 in the Amazon basin that has been verified to be a high forest, low deforestation state. Guyana is also one of 6 countries home to the Guyana Shield, one of the most pristine rainforest landscapes in the world. And we are very pleased that in this area there's lots of biological diversity, and we have been able to maintain about 4% of all animal species in the world. Recently at the UNGA, President Ali made an announcement that next year Guyana would host the first Global Alliance Summit on biodiversity, and we invite all the countries here to perhaps consider participating in this particular biodiversity summit. In terms of health, the Ministry of Health in Guyana has established a health and climate change unit within the ministry. We are proud to be part of an initiative with PAHO last year in the UK government, where we were able to create 5 smart hospitals that would be climate resilient. We are also part of an initiative with several CARICOM countries in terms of applying funding from the Green Climate Fund to help to develop projects to become more climate resilient. But with all of this, we strongly believe that we must take action to be more climate resilient, and therefore we have no hesitation in supporting this resolution.
Muchas gracias, Guyana.
Thank you, Guyana. I now recognize Panama. Thank you, Madam President. Panama appreciates and takes note of this document. It aims at promoting health. We realize that only by intervening with social, environmental determinants will we be able to deal with inequalities in health and assure life quality. So, as Sustainable Development Goal 3 requires working at all levels, working with a comprehensive strategy so as to mitigate and cope with the impact of the environment on health, especially health of the most vulnerable. Our region is strongly affected by natural disasters, thus increasing the risk of communicable diseases and limiting access to food supply. This policy, which is centered on human health, requires a participatory action so as to assure sustainability of comprehensive environmental health and avoid environmental degradation. We cannot assure health without having a healthy environment. So relating health to climate change is a sustainable and feasible strategy. This is something that Panama has been promoting with healthy environments as a way of dealing with the environmental determinants of health, strengthening capabilities, increasing scientific knowledge on environmental risk and the effects attributed to climate change on collective and individual health, facilitate better decision-making that is intersectoral so as to have a sustainable environmental policy. And this is something that we will continue to focus on in our discussions, to work to protect biodiversity, to decrease biological degradation, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions as strategies to adapt to climate change are part of the efforts that we have been implementing. And these are interconnected with the lines of action in this proposed policy, and this rests on many regional and international commitments. Panama reaffirms its commitment to this initiative and welcomes this resolution and favors its approval as an additional tool to achieve health in all policies. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. With that, I recognize Cuba. Thank you, Madam President. Cuba is in favor of this policy. We consider that the measures proposed can be support for those countries that are most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, to deal with climate change, to take mitigation adaptation action so as to become more resilient to climate change. The topics included in this proposal are priorities, and they coincide with the policies of Cuba and the priorities of the health sector in this connection. It is tremendously important to continue to increase the political visibility of the nexus, climate, health, so as to strengthen decision-making. This is urgently needed in all countries so as to decrease the impact on health of climate change, and those impacts are both direct and indirect. Cuba has a state plan to deal with climate change. It is called Tarea Vida, where all sectors, all organizations participate. The Ministry of Public Health has established a plan that responds to the main challenges of the sector to deal with climate change. And this is directed under the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Environment in Cuba. These tasks are carried out in coordination with other sectors with a One Health approach, basically including research related to strengthening the evidence of the causal links between climate change and health, the creation of early warning systems for diseases that are related with climate variability, and actions in the sector so as to strengthen health institutions as making them safe institutions so they will have a plan for adaptation and health. All of this with a view to decreasing the impact, vulnerabilities, and increasing the resilience of the national health system to deal with the impact of climate change. We work in coordination with the regional office in Cuba, and we have the support of the Pan American Health Organization, the Unit of Health Determinants and Climate Change. Cuba, as a member of the small insular developing states, responds to this challenge and looks at the potential impact of climate change, looking at drought, sea level rise, high sea water temperatures. All of this will be followed up by taking action as proposed by WHO. There is full government support to deal with this challenge, and there is a state plan that I just mentioned, and that is part of the National Economic and Social Development Plan to 2030 for my country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Cuba. We are now going to break, and we will come back at 2:30. We will continue with this topic, so we will keep our speakers list. And with that, I call on the Secretary for him to make some announcements. Thank you very much.
It's a debriefing session, Telehealth for All, Bridging Gaps, Enhancing Care, and Advancing Equity, will take place in Room B during the lunch break. A light lunch will be provided for delegates joining the briefing session. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We come back at 2:30.
adoptando políticas ambientalmente sostenibles con prácticas modernas.
So AMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab. We also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation
was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child, it's a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this. Just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab, it was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument have now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So.
Personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving,
Yes.
Collaboration. Yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby, and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal, and I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams, and I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's rights to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Since 2021, the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, has been implementing the Improved Health of Women and Adolescent Girls in Situations of Vulnerability project in Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Honduras, and Peru. With financial support from the Government of Canada, this project addresses some of the most pressing challenges related to the health of women and adolescents.
In a post-pandemic context, where we have seen setbacks in sexual and reproductive health indicators, including the maternal health, The interventions of this project are more critical than ever to recuperate lost public health gains, reduce health disparities, and promote informed health decisions among women and adolescents.
By strengthening the capacities of more than 45,600 people, including healthcare providers, public servants, and community health workers, such as traditional midwives, the project has contributed to strengthening health systems from primary care and expanding access to sexual and reproductive health services in the 6 countries. The project has also supported the creation of about 100 technical guidelines to improve the quality of care and has developed innovative telehealth initiatives to optimize maternal and neonatal health outcomes. Taking a comprehensive approach and promoting gender equality, the project has fostered the empowerment of women and adolescents so they can make informed decisions about their well-being and actively participate in matters related to their sexual and reproductive health rights.
Evidence shows that investing in the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls improves the quality and accessibility of comprehensive health care for everyone.
Additionally, considering cultural diversity, the Knowledge Dialogues methodology has been implemented by exchanging perspectives on issues such as teenage pregnancy and gender-based violence, encouraging communities to increasingly attend health centers. The project is carried out in coordination with ministries of health, civil society, and community leaders in the 6 countries, creating spaces for exchange, capacity building, and knowledge transfer. The alliance between the Government of Canada and PAHO is essential to continue efforts to improve the health of women and adolescents in situations of vulnerability. This collaboration aims not only to advance towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also to continue to positively impact the lives of women so that in the near future, all can exercise the sexual and reproductive health rights, leaving no one behind.
Global Affairs Canada is a key and long-standing partner. We share common priorities in promoting health equity, gender equality, and women's sexual and reproductive health and rights. Thanks to our alliance, we have been able to strengthen health systems to make them more accessible, sustainable, and resilient.
En nuestra región, donde las distancias y la dificultad para el acceso a los servicios de salud se han transformado en una problemática frecuente, la telesalud se presenta como una solución innovadora y accesible. La telesalud combina la tecnología con los servicios de salud para llevar la atención a quien más lo necesita, sin importar su ubicación. Desde consultas virtuales hasta seguimiento de patologías de manera remota, estas herramientas están transformando el acceso a la salud. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, está apoyando este cambio a través de su propuesta de telesalud. La OPS ofrece una plataforma todo en uno para el registro clínico electrónico y la realización de videoconsultas, que está disponible como bien público digital. Además, la OPS proporciona recursos educativos mediante estrategias de simulación que capacitan a los profesionales, permitiéndoles brindar atención de calidad. Esto incluye un telekit, que consiste en dispositivos médicos seleccionados para el seguimiento de patologías crónicas a distancia y una caja de herramientas con recursos para implementar programas de telesalud.
Súper buena, porque no se demoran en llamarla. Entonces la hora se la dan por el mismo teléfono. Entonces No es un tema que uno tenga que venir para acá como lo hacía uno antes, que levantarse temprano. Lo encuentro súper bueno. Pues me manejo mucho en esto internet, así que le dije a mi hija que me enseñara cómo era el tema y es súper fácil.
Más cómodo para uno, no estar saliendo de la casa, lo puede hacer a cualquier hora, yo que trabajo todo el día.
La telemedicina acerca a los profesionales con sus pacientes, cuidándolos en tiempo real, mejorando el manejo de su salud e acercándoles cuidados de calidad.
Minha formação acadêmica está na área da telesaúde. Minha profissão é na área da telesaúde. Isso aí, para mim, é como se fosse realizar um sonho que está acontecendo.
En conclusión, la telesalud está dando acceso a muchos pacientes. Con la OPS apoyando estas implementaciones, se están reduciendo brechas, mejorando la calidad de vida y proporcionando a cada persona la atención que merece. Es hora de sumarse.
Eu sou a Rafaela e eu ouvi dizer que o escritório da OPAS no Brasil está fazendo um monte de coisas legais para cuidar do meio ambiente e eu vim aqui ver de perto.
Oi, eu sou Matias. Será que a OPAS é verde mesmo? Oi, sou Liz, quero trabalhar aqui no futuro.
Oi, bem-vindos à OPAS, crianças!
Nós ainda temos containers maiores que também podem ser usados para papel, para papelão, ou seja, tudo aqui pode ser reciclado.
Tá vendo essas bicicletas aqui? Ó, isso aqui a gente fez para os colegas nossos aqui da OPAS que quiser pedalar, elas ficam aqui disponíveis para todo mundo.
Aqui na OPAS a gente não usa nada descartável, só copos e garrafas reutilizáveis. E olha só que legal, nosso mexedor é de bambu.
Nós também acabamos de instalar uns painéis para captar energia solar.
A OPAS também tem um sistema de irrigação e só uso o necessário.
Oi, Rafa, para finalizar, vou mostrar para vocês os 120 ipês amarelos que nós plantamos e que hoje estão pequenininhas, mas no futuro vão ficar grandes igual aquela lá atrás.
Bom, nós
Nosotros como Oficina de País en Nicaragua nos encaminamos a una oficina verde tomando en consideración el consumo de papel para nuestras impresoras. Tenemos una estadística que desde el 2019 fue la última vez que se compraron resmas de papel en una cantidad de 180 resmas. En el 2024 tenemos un saldo de 136 resmas. Eso indica de que solamente se han utilizado 44 resmas en 5 años, a razón de un promedio de 8.8 resmas por año en consumo. Esto también implica, si hay una reducción del consumo de papel, hay una reducción también de tóner para nuestras impresoras. La representación en Nicaragua se unió a la modalidad de trabajo en casa, lo que permitió una reducción de consumo de papelería y tóner en esta oficina. Como organización debemos de ser parte activa de la ecologización de nuestras instalaciones, adoptando políticas ambientalmente sostenibles con prácticas modernas de ahorro de energía, reducción de residuos y reciclaje.
Desde el equipo de OPS en Colombia estamos comprometidos con la sostenibilidad. La sostenibilidad para proteger el medio ambiente y sobre todo para cuidar de la salud de cada uno y cada una de nosotros, los habitantes en este hermoso planeta.
Desde el 2023, la representación en Colombia aplica dentro de la evaluación de eventos competitivos criterios de sostenibilidad.
Solicitamos a nuestros proveedores el uso de empaques biodegradables o de más de un uso, la alimentación saludable y el manejo de residuos al final de los eventos.
Promovemos desde la planificación del evento el uso de la tecnología en vez de la impresión de material. Esto con el fin de ayudar al medio ambiente y a la optimización de los recursos de la organización.
Hemos tenido muy presente la sostenibilidad, no solamente en términos de lo que ha sido toda la construcción para nuestras nuevas oficinas, sino también en cada una de nuestras actividades, pensando en cuáles son los mejores materiales, el poder reducir el uso del papel y, por supuesto, velando por esa salud de cada una y cada uno de los miembros del equipo del OPS en Colombia.
Los interruptores inteligentes nos ayudan a un ahorro más eficiente de la energía. Asimismo, contamos con UPS. Esto nos ayuda al consumo de todos los equipos que tenemos en la oficina.
El compromiso con la sostenibilidad es una tarea de todos. Es por eso que desde OPS Colombia queremos dar ese ejemplo y poder continuar en este trabajo.
Hoy visitamos esta sala de vacunas Padre Monchi, aquí en Foz de Iguazú, el equipo de evaluación externa, y hemos evaluado y analizado y conversado con los colegas y trabajadores de la salud del sistema del SUS.
La evaluación consiste de varias fases, la primera de las cuales es parte del país, en el cual utiliza un instrumento de autoevaluación, y posteriormente un equipo de expertos viaja al país, visita, conoce la realidad en territorio y de esa forma les permite identificar potenciales oportunidades de mejora, recomendaciones y también fortalezas que deben ser sostenidas a lo largo del tiempo y eventualmente compartidas con otros países de la región para fortalecer las capacidades no solo a nivel nacional, sino a nivel regional.
A avaliação externa voluntária ela vem num momento muito importante para o Brasil. É um momento que o Programa Nacional de Imunizações ele passa por mudanças e reajuste, ele está tendo uma reorganização, uma reestruturação.
Lo importante de las evaluaciones es que son un mecanismo que permite al país que la solicita poder tener una idea clara de cuál es su situación actual, no solo desde su propia autoevaluación que el país la hace, sino desde la visión de un evaluador externo, lo cual no solo les permite corregir aquellas situaciones en las cuales se pueden mejorar o confirmar que el camino es el correcto, que la situación está bien llevada adelante, de manera que es un ejercicio en el cual el país tiene todo para ganar.
We saw here a lot of aha moments. People, they have not seen like that with their own eyes. And so bringing these external perspectives and these opportunities for peer learning, it's great because they can actually see things with other eyes, bring fresh perspectives, and see what are the gaps that they have not thought through, and finally address those because that will put the programs in a much better position in the future.
O programa de imunizações ele tem um grande desafio que é o sistema de informação. Tem um sistema de informação nominal com informações importantes do indivíduo, como também garantir os estoques e garantir que a vacina que está prevista no calendário nacional de vacinação, ele chegue até a população, seja a população mais distante, como também reorganizar a estrutura interna do programa, fazer com que toda a equipe técnica consiga trabalhar de uma forma efetiva, que essa equipe consiga produzir adequadamente e propor estratégias de vacinação para o país de uma maneira efetiva.
I'm very impressed with how the Ministry of Health has adapted to low coverage after COVID-19 and the initiatives to improve routine immunization coverage as well as to restore vaccine confidence in the population.
Brazil is a very large and diverse country and they've made tremendous progress. And one of the main recommendations is really strengthening laboratory and epidemiologic surveillance in support of the disease elimination goals. I think there's a lot of information systems that are really fantastic, but improving the linkages between those, as well as some improvements related to cold chain vaccine stock management and infrastructure as well.
Que lo que un país que acepta una evaluación está mostrando es que tiene capacidad autocrítica, que acepta ayuda externa, que no se queda con la única verdad que es la de ellos y que está dispuesta a seguir creciendo, consiguiendo más información. Creo que los programas de inmunización tienen que convencer a sus autoridades de la importancia de mantener el intercambio con otros países y las evaluaciones.
Todavía hay mucho trabajo. Yo creo que la recuperación se está viendo, pero jamás podemos dar por sentado que eso se va a convertir en algo automático. Creo que en esta última milla para llegar a ese 95% es donde todavía tenemos que emplearnos más, concentrarnos más y por eso es que este tipo de ejercicios de evaluación, de ver cómo está el desempeño del programa de inmunizaciones cobran una vital importancia, porque te permite justamente o les permite a los países saber dónde está esa parte que le está apretando el zapato y cómo justamente salir adelante. Entonces, por eso es que son tan importantes ese tipo de ejercicios.
Brasil ha identificado muchas oportunidades de mejora que ya está implementando a través de este proceso. Brasil está demostrando que sí puede, que su política de salud en el Sistema Único de Salud con el programa de inmunización es una realidad para todos los brasileños y las personas que llegan a Brasil, sus fronteras y sus 5.570 municipios comprometidos con la salud de los brasileños y las brasileñas.
Los espacios subregionales son una oportunidad única para la cooperación entre países como una modalidad para la reducción de desigualdades y mejorar las condiciones de salud de sus poblaciones. Así, de esta manera, desde hace varios años, la organización puso en práctica la Iniciativa de Cooperación Sur-Sur para el Desarrollo en Salud, mejor conocido como CCHD. Y por medio de esta iniciativa, en el año 2023 se pusieron fondos semillas para financiar el proyecto de cooperación Sur-Sur para la detección temprana del cáncer infantil en los países andinos. Esto en una estrecha colaboración con el convenio Hipólito Unanue, el Horas-CONU.
Dentro de los logros más importantes, tenemos la elaboración conjunta y aprobación por los ministros de salud andinos de la hoja de ruta para mejorar la atención del cáncer en niños, niñas y adolescentes en la subregión andina al 2030.
Este proyecto de cooperación Sur-Sur, que incluyó el intercambio de conocimientos y experiencias entre los países de toda la región andina, ha contribuido a la creación de una política subregional, de diferentes estrategias y planes nacionales que abordan de una manera muy objetiva, muy clara y muy directa lo que es la detección y el diagnóstico temprano de cáncer infantil en todos estos países de la subregión.
Lo más importante es que existe una agenda común interinstitucional que permite sumar conocimientos y experiencias en pro de la niñez y la adolescencia, generando un impacto positivo significativo en la atención del cáncer infantil.
El video que vemos ahora nos presenta de una manera muy clara, con testimonios muy sentidos, con una muestra muy definitiva del beneficio que tiene la cooperación Sur-Sur para el desarrollo en salud.
Los niños son de interés superior. Los niños, desde la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas de Derechos Humanos de Infancia y Adolescencia, son de interés prioritario y su salud también. Y por eso salvar una vida de un niño es fundamental para los gobiernos y para todos los actores.
En estos momentos en La Guajira, pues tenemos varias dificultades en el acceso a la salud en las comunidades indígenas, ya que muchas de estas comunidades son comunidades dispersas, que no se encuentran muy cerca al área urbana. Entonces, esa es la primera dificultad, el acceso y las barreras que se presentan para esas comunidades para obtener un servicio de salud. Y todos los determinantes que puedan disminuir la incidencia de esas enfermedades que están afectando a la población, principalmente indígena, como es el cáncer infantil.
Cuando yo llegué a la clínica me hicieron exámenes, me hicieron radiografía, todo eso, y después me salió que yo tenía una masa. Y después ya descubrieron que es lo que yo tenía. Tenía leucemia y florástica aguda. Es de esa maligna.
En ese momento cuando me dieron la noticia, eso fue duro, porque no me imaginé de que ella iba a tener eso, porque ella era una peladita sana, no tenía nada.
La OPS, desde la iniciativa de mejor atención para las enfermedades no transmisibles como el cáncer, busca fortalecer las competencias, el conocimiento de los equipos de atención primaria, y es en el marco de este enfoque de equidad, de lograr justamente afectación de los determinantes sociales, que se logra este proyecto de cooperación para fortalecer las competencias, el conocimiento de estas enfermedades del cáncer infantil en niños y adolescentes, tanto en profesionales de la salud, médicos, enfermeras y otros profesionales, asimismo también en gestores comunitarios y en toda la red de apoyo social y administrativo que se requiere para lograr un tratamiento de oportunidad, detección oportuna y también de calidad.
Para La Guajira tenemos una población bastante dispersa, una población
con unos determinantes sociales muy críticos, en donde definitivamente tenemos que entrar a capacitar al personal que está cerca de esas comunidades, a los mismos líderes comunitarios, para que aprendan a identificar de manera temprana el cáncer infantil y así poder hacer un tratamiento rápido. Tenemos que fortalecer las redes de atención específicas para el manejo de esos pacientes.
Todavía hay pacientes que mueren por causas que pueden ser evitables. Por eso estamos acá, porque hacer los cursos de detección temprana le damos herramientas a los médicos para que ellos puedan detectarlo tempranamente, hacer un tratamiento oportuno y evitar así la muerte temprana en nuestros pacientes.
Hace poquito me dijeron que la masita que ella tiene se está reduciendo al 75%. Ha reducido mucho.
Dejo que los cuiden mucho porque está dando mucho la leucemia y el cáncer. Y obsérvalos, no deje de observarlo. Y aunque sea un niño, yo soy un vencedor. Yo vivo feliz porque tengo a Dios. Y aunque sea un niño, yo soy un
vencedor. A ella le preguntan que qué quiere ser y ella dice, no, yo quiero ser doctora.
La semana de vacunación en las Américas se ha convertido en el movimiento más grande de la región en favor de la vacunación desde hace 22 años. Con más de 40 países y territorios participantes y la generosa contribución de socios y donantes, hemos logrado un hito extraordinario. Más de 1.15 billones de personas vacunadas y la eliminación de 6 enfermedades en nuestra región. Cada año, los profesionales de la salud llegan a los lugares más remotos para unirse a miles de personas que celebran la seguridad y la protección que traen las vacunas a sus vidas. Los esfuerzos de los países por recuperar las coberturas de vacunación durante la semana de vacunación en las Américas ponen de manifiesto su determinación para construir comunidades más fuertes y saludables. Este es el momento para asegurar un mañana más seguro para todos. La inversión y el fortalecimiento de los programas de inmunización debe continuar para proteger a las poblaciones de las amenazas latentes. La vacunación es un compromiso por el bienestar y la salud de las Américas. Actuemos ahora y protejamos el futuro de todos.
we introduced the Jerónimo Venegas Strategic Reserve for Health Emergencies and Disasters of the Pan American Health Organization, located at the United Nations Humanitarian Response Depot in the Regional Logistics Center in Panama. The reserve has been established as part of a regional operational mechanism that supports countries in emergency situations by sending supplies when needed, providing a rapid, coordinated, and effective response. This is achieved thanks to the coordination among different teams, needs assessment, integration of logistics systems, and the connection of special emergency administrative processes. The technical and operational management of the reserve is under the responsibility of the Department of Health Emergencies of the Pan American Health Organization, in close coordination with technical areas and support entities at the regional level. The benefits of this mechanism include reducing delivery times, decreasing the risks of delays, ensuring safe storage, compliance with quality standards, and an integral vision of health service delivery. The reserve has provided support in situations such as floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tropical storms, hurricanes, disease outbreaks, and prolonged emergencies in the region. In addition, there is an identified and updated inventory through technical analysis based on lessons learned and experience from previous events. With this, the Jerónimo Venegas Strategic Reserve for Health Emergencies and Disasters demonstrates that, in the face of emergency situations in our region, it is a fundamental mechanism of support for affected countries to protect the most vulnerable and save lives.
La Alianza por la Atención Primaria de Salud en las Américas, lanzada en diciembre de 2023 por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo y el Banco Mundial, tiene como objetivo fortalecer los sistemas de salud de la región basados en la atención primaria, para que sean resilientes y equitativos, y avanzar hacia la salud universal. Bajo el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Salud y la colaboración entre la OPS, el BID y el Banco Mundial, la Alianza promueve una acción coordinada que oriente y articule las inversiones en la salud, aproveche las innovaciones y acelere la transformación de los sistemas para mejorar el acceso y reducir las inequidades.
Desde el lanzamiento de la Alianza por la Atención Primaria de Salud, hemos visto un enorme interés por parte de los países de América Latina y Caribe. Estamos trabajando con 10 países para aumentar el compromiso y financiamiento en la atención primaria de salud, bajo el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Salud y con nuestros socios de la Alianza, mejorando la planificación estratégica y la asignación de recursos. Ya sea para mejorar la salud materna e infantil, prevenir y gestionar las enfermedades transmisibles ou mejorar a atenção e tratamento de enfermidades não transmissíveis, a Aliança está apoiando a los países para que inviertam, inovem e implementem melhor, basando-se na estratégia de atenção primária de saúde. Como hemos visto no diálogo sobre financiamento de la salud organizado para el Caribe, a Aliança pode unir a los setores de saúde e finanças em torno de uma agenda comum, mejorar a saúde para todos.
La Alianza está liderando intervenciones integradas y planes de acción en 10 países de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, y ha apoyado el diálogo entre salud y finanza en 8 países del Caribe. Los esfuerzos conjuntos también están enfocados en el desarrollo de 4 bienes públicos regionales.
Desde el Banco Mundial y trabajando en alianza con el BID y la OPS, estamos comprometidos en apoyar a los países a través de financiamiento, asistencia técnica y ampliando el conocimiento. Hemos formado, por ejemplo, la Comisión Lancet de las Américas, que nos ayudará a entender mejor cómo proveer una atención primaria más efectiva y que llegue a todos. Celebramos el compromiso político de varios países de la región en apostar por la atención primaria de salud como un vehículo transformador y fundamental para alcanzar la cobertura universal y cumplir nuestra meta para el 2030 de ofrecer servicios sanitarios asequibles y de alta calidad a más de 1.500 millones de personas en el mundo.
En el BID, nuestro compromiso con la salud de América Latina y el Caribe es constante. La atención primaria es una prioridad y la estamos llevando al siglo XXI. Una atención primaria moderna es fundamental para abordar los retos de salud de nuestra región, como las enfermedades crónicas y la salud mental. Además, es crucial para enfrentar desafíos globales como el cambio climático y futuras epidemias. Nuestra alianza con la OPS y el Banco Mundial fortalece aún más este compromiso. Juntos y bajo el liderazgo de los países, estamos creando un futuro donde cada persona en nuestra región tenga acceso a sistemas de salud digitales y resilientes.
Con un enfoque participativo y centrado en la acción en los países, se ha avanzado en alianzas estratégicas a nivel nacional, impulsadas por las autoridades, basándose en sus necesidades y prioridades de salud.
Con esta alianza haremos que la atención primaria sea más fuerte en cada rincón de la República Dominicana. Trabajaremos para que nadie se quede atrás. Además, promoveremos una mayor coherencia entre las iniciativas regionales de la APS para hacer que la atención médica sea más ágil, con menos fragmentación, mejor acceso y sobre todo más equidad. Invertir en la atención primaria es invertir en un futuro más justo y sostenible. La salud es un derecho de todos. Juntos estamos construyendo un sistema de salud más fuerte para un futuro donde todos estemos incluidos.
El enfoque absoluto de la Secretaría de Estado en la atención primaria en salud es absoluto. Hemos necesitado socios valiosísimos para poder hacer realidad ese enfoque que nos permita llegar a más personas y a mayor territorio. A pesar de las diferencias o de las dificultades que podamos tener en ese alineamiento, que hay que reconocer no es fácil, son más los puntos de encuentro que los de desencuentro. Y eso nos ha permitido como país grandes mejoras y mejores cosas que vendrán. Estamos optimistas, estamos esperanzados, estamos agradecidos, pero sobre todo comprometidos. La atención primaria es la clave para tener países saludables y productivos.
La alianza continuará trabajando para fortalecer los sistemas de salud en la región, basados en la atención primaria, para ampliar la cobertura y garantizar el acceso universal a la salud, para todas las personas, en todas partes.
La resistencia antimicrobiana es cuando no tomas tu medicina a su debido tiempo y a su debida hora, y eso hace que tengas una resistencia en tu cuerpo.
Los microorganismos para evolucionar necesitan determinados mecanismos que les permitan seguir viviendo. Los antibióticos, los antiparasitarios, que las hemos utilizado como medidas terapéuticas, hacen que ellos, para poder seguir sobreviviendo, desarrollen mecanismos de defensa y mecanismos que se llaman de resistencia.
La resistencia antimicrobiana es un proceso natural, pero que la actividad humana la ha acelerado a través del consumo excesivo de los antibióticos, tanto para tratar enfermedades como también para la alimentación en los animales.
Se vuelve un problema porque las enfermedades que antes se podían combatir más fácilmente, hoy nos encontramos con que no está pasando así, ¿no?
Es un problema médico porque muchos pacientes, uno les da un determinado tratamiento y ese tratamiento no funciona. Entonces tenemos que buscar líneas de antimicrobianos más elaboradas y a veces no funciona ninguna. Pero también tenemos que pensar que es un problema de la salud planetaria, porque los antibióticos no solamente llegan a nosotros por una prescripción médica, por una automedicación, sino que también vienen en alimentos.
Lo mismo que pasa en la agricultura, gran uso de plaguicidas, lo que vemos con los sistemas ganaderos
aún muchas veces los de pequeña escala, es que están altamente hacinados los animales en base a alimentos que no son propios y fundamentalmente con gran cantidad de antibióticos. Cada vez más antibióticos porque la resistencia recrea esto, más necesidad. Por un lado, punto de vista económico, más caro. Por otro lado, esos antibióticos terminan en el suelo, terminan en el agua y después terminan en nosotros los seres humanos.
Tiene que ver con que se ha perdido ese sentido de equilibrio. Ya no puedo protegerme. Y esa desprotección hace que sienta otra vez, entramos a ese círculo de violencia, de desprotección, de sentirme atacado, entonces tener que volverme en un depredador.
Tenemos que pensar un paradigma productivo diferente, cómo hacemos para que nuestros animales tengan salud. No pensar en la enfermedad y poner un antibiótico, sino qué hacemos para que no necesitemos antibióticos.
Por eso directamente, si queremos hablar también de la resistencia a los antimicrobianos y cómo vamos a paliar esto, cómo vamos a detener esto, pues hay que volver necesariamente al origen, que es volver a cuidar a nuestra madre tierra.
Es importante hablar de comunidades empoderadas. Siempre que nosotros mencionamos una sola salud, tenemos que comenzar de abajo hacia arriba, porque abajo están las sabidurías, están los conocimientos.
Porque es la gente de debajo, de las comunidades que han sido también formadas en ese sentido, ¿verdad? Para que tengan información suficiente para saber cómo es el problema y para proponer soluciones. Y es importante que se haga desde abajo, desde los liderazgos comunitarios, porque son quienes están sufriendo los efectos de toda esta condición.
Todo eso hace una sola salud. Los médicos solos, esto no es un problema de salud, esto es un problema que involucra médicos, veterinarios, agrónomos, comunidad.
Y dentro de la comunidad hay actores sociales que son fundamentales, ¿no? Y entre ellos, en el área educativa, los docentes, los promotores de salud, promotores comunitarios, tienen un rol fundamental en lo que tiene que ver con la formación, con la transmisión de conocimientos de maneras diversas, diferentes, creativas, artísticas.
Es un esfuerzo grande, hay que trabajar con productores, consumidores, con los tomadores de decisión, con los comunicadores, y nos queda un largo camino.
Desde las comunidades tendríamos que hacer un llamado bastante fuerte a los gobiernos, ir a la posibilidad de retomar cambios profundos.
Porque se necesita que los estados tomen acción a través de sus autoridades, y la gente tiene que presionar a sus gobernantes para que ese proceso se dé.
Muchas veces los tomadores de decisión piensan siempre en incrementar la producción, ¿no? Incrementar la producción parece, digamos, este monocultivo mental. Necesitamos producir más, necesitamos exportar más, necesitamos producir más alimentos, necesitamos ganar más plata.
Lo que yo le diría a los líderes de los países es que ellos son decisores y nosotros necesitamos que nos escuchen como comunidad, como profesionales, como ellos mismos también, ¿no? Porque ellos están involucrados en este problema.
Me parece que los adultos y sobre todo los líderes tenemos siempre una deuda hacia las infancias, y que tiene que ver con respetar lo que está en la Declaración de los Derechos del Niño, el derecho a la participación, a la libre expresión en todas aquellas temáticas que a ellos los afectan.
Si cuidamos a la madre tierra, cuidamos el aire, los alimentos, los ríos y también a las bacterias.
Quiero mirarlo a los ojos, a los tomadores de decisión, para que podamos comprender las problemáticas que estamos transitando.
Habría que impulsar políticas públicas a favor de la gente, políticas públicas a favor de las comunidades.
Tomemos en cuenta esta problemática, esta gran problemática del abuso en el uso justamente de los antibióticos, que está generando resistencia.
Me gustaría que las autoridades hagan campañas de salud para el buen uso de los antibióticos.
Este es un llamado por el derecho humano a la salud y la vida.
Los enfoques para abordar la RAM,
basados en la participación social y la colaboración global,
son la clave para encontrar soluciones efectivas.
Unidos en la diversidad,
mantenemos nuestro compromiso en esta causa global.
En la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas 2024.
Por ver aquí. Se ha trabajado mucho por generar un impulso en el incremento de la calidad de vida de las personas.
En un mundo
Con menos enfermedades transmisibles, más personas tienen la oportunidad de construir vidas mejores, más saludables y seguras. Pero el impulso no puede detenerse aquí.
La pandemia de COVID-19 nos ha demostrado que mientras las enfermedades transmisibles sigan propagándose, nuestra calidad de vida está en peligro. Todos estamos en riesgo hasta que estemos seguros.
Por eso, la iniciativa de eliminación de la OPS se ha propuesto eliminar más de 30 enfermedades transmisibles y afecciones relacionadas para el 2030.
Para lograrlo, debemos asegurarnos de que todos en las Américas tengan acceso a vacunas y atención médica de calidad, que incluya diagnóstico y tratamiento oportunos, instalaciones de higiene, agua y saneamiento.
Esto no es un sueño, es un derecho y una responsabilidad de todos. Todos deberíamos tener igualdad de oportunidades para disfrutar de una vida saludable y plena. Hay mucho por ver aquí. Trabajemos juntos por un futuro libre de enfermedades para todos.
La semana de vacunación en las Américas se ha convertido en el movimiento más grande de la región en favor de la vacunación desde hace 22 años. Con más de 40 países y territorios participantes y la generosa contribución de socios y donantes, hemos logrado un hito extraordinario. Más de 1.15 billones de personas vacunadas y la eliminación de 6 enfermedades en nuestra región. Cada año, los profesionales de la salud llegan a los lugares más remotos para unirse a miles de personas que celebran la seguridad y la protección que traen las vacunas a sus vidas. Los esfuerzos de los países por recuperar las coberturas de vacunación durante la semana de vacunación en las Américas ponen de manifiesto su determinación para construir comunidades más fuertes y saludables. Este es el momento para asegurar un mañana más seguro para todos. La inversión y el fortalecimiento de los programas de inmunización debe continuar para proteger a las poblaciones de las amenazas latentes. La vacunación es un compromiso por el bienestar y la salud de las Américas. Actuemos ahora y protejamos el futuro de todos.
Más de 50 profesionales de la salud de 29 países de América Latina y el Caribe se reunieron en la ciudad de Panamá para un taller de 3 días, organizado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, en colaboración con el Centro Nacional de Capacitación y Educación en Patógenos Emergentes Especiales, NETEC.
Creo que es una excelente oportunidad por reunir como equipo bastante multidisciplinario para abordar una parte quizá que lo que la preparación en general a emergencia, más sobre todo también a lo que puede ser epidemia, pandemia, que muchas veces creo en los últimos años no hemos considerado suficiente. Hablamos mucho de lo que puede ser los planes de preparación, hablamos mucho de la vigilancia, hablamos mucho de los servicios de laboratorio, y son seguramente muy importantes en el ámbito de lo que la seguridad sanitaria. Sin embargo, muchas veces nos olvidamos que al inicio de la pandemia siempre, de una epidemia, siempre hay un brote, ¿no? Hay siempre la emergencia o la importación de un patógeno y tenemos oportunidades en ese momento también, en esta primera 100 millas, en estas primeras 4 semanas, ¿no? De realmente poder interrumpir la transmisión justamente al inicio de cuando se está generando.
Los participantes aprendieron las directrices revisadas para el transporte seguro de pacientes con enfermedades infecciosas, garantizando una mejor preparación para futuros brotes.
The partnership between NETEC and CAPO is critically important. When we talk about communication, coordination, and collaboration, we have to be able to work together. We have to have succinct and synergistic plans. So this workshop has really given us the opportunity to partner together and continue that collaboration and be able to foster future collaborations as well.
La importancia de estos talleres donde reunimos personal asistencial, expertos en temas de manejo clínico, control de infecciones y evacuación médica, y además el personal logístico, es importante porque nos permite darle una visión integral a las operaciones de emergencia. Las operaciones de emergencia van desde lo técnico hasta lo logístico y operativo. Y la manera de garantizar que podamos brindar el mejor servicio a las comunidades es tener personal entrenado, no solo en su campo, sino que pueda ser interoperable con los demás, para poder tener un sistema congruente que se permita monitorear, que pueda llenar las brechas en cuanto a conocimiento o necesidades de otro tipo, y pueda garantizar esa última milla que permite que la gente que sabe qué tiene que hacer tenga los elementos necesarios para operar y garantizar la intervención ante un brote o un brote de alguna enfermedad o algún evento de origen natural o de cualquier otro origen.
Enriquecedor. Maravillosa.
It is very informative and I think very practical. Very often we get information, but when you put both of those together, it just makes the entire concepts very much more meaningful. So I think it's beautiful the way it has been designed and for learning purposes as well.
Sensacional. La verdad es como lo definiría. Mucho aprendizaje, mucho enriquecimiento cultural por parte de todos los compañeros. Nos da como una perspectiva más amplia para llevar a nuestros países de cómo se hace en el resto de las Américas, y básicamente el curso con todos los temas que se tocaron yo lo pudiera catalogar como sensacional.
Excelente, muy integrador, con muy buena combinación de la teoría y la práctica, muy bueno.
Interesante, y lo más novedoso es la integración de toda Latinoamérica y el Caribe.
Interesante, innovador y con muy buenos puntos y temas a tocar.
Académico y pedagógico.
Me parece muy enriquecedor esos espacios, sobre todo el saber cómo se maneja en otros países, el escuchar cómo se da el manejo de la vigilancia de los pacientes, de la parte clínica, y pues todo lo que la Organización Panamericana de Salud nos ofreció. Me pareció muy atractivo las herramientas que utilizaron.
Los participantes mejoraron el uso de equipos de protección personal y protocolos de descontaminación, y recibieron las últimas guías para tratar la influenza grave, incluidas demostraciones de expertos de la red Sarinet de Brasil, Chile y Colombia. Este taller proporcionó actualizaciones clave, formación práctica y oportunidades de crear redes de contacto, fortaleciendo la capacidad de los profesionales de salud de la región para responder mejor a los brotes de enfermedades infecciosas.
EMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab. We also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child, it's a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab. It was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So.
Personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving,
Yes.
Collaboration. Yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby, and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal, and I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams, and I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's right to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Since 2021, the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, has been implementing the Improved Health of Women and Adolescent Girls in Situations of Vulnerability project in Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Honduras, and Peru. With financial support from the Government of Canada, this project addresses some of the most pressing challenges related to the health of women and adolescents.
In a post-pandemic context, where we have seen setbacks in sexual and reproductive health indicators, including the maternal health, the interventions of this project are more critical than ever to recuperate lost public health gains, reduce health disparities, and promote informed health decisions among women and adolescents.
By strengthening the capacities of more than 45,600 people, including healthcare providers, public servants, and community health workers, such as traditional midwives, the project has contributed to strengthening health systems from primary care and expanding access to sexual and reproductive health services in the 6 countries. The project has also supported the creation of about 100 technical guidelines to improve the quality of care and has developed innovative telehealth initiatives to optimize maternal and neonatal health outcomes. Taking a comprehensive approach and promoting gender equality, the project has fostered the empowerment of women and adolescents so they can make informed decisions about their well-being and actively participate in matters related to their sexual and reproductive health rights.
Evidence shows that investing in the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls improves the quality and accessibility of comprehensive health care for everyone.
Additionally, considering cultural diversity, the Knowledge Dialogues methodology has been implemented by exchanging perspectives on issues such as teenage pregnancy and gender-based violence, encouraging communities to increasingly attend health centers. The project is carried out in coordination with ministries of health, civil society, and community leaders in the 6 countries, creating spaces for exchange, capacity building, and knowledge transfer. The alliance between the Government of Canada and PAHO is essential to continue efforts to improve the health of women and adolescents in situations of vulnerability. This collaboration aims not only to advance towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also to continue to positively impact the lives of women so that in the near future, all can exercise the sexual and reproductive health rights, leaving no one behind.
Global Affairs Canada is a key and long-standing partner. We share common priorities in promoting health equity, gender equality, and women's sexual and reproductive health and rights. Thanks to our alliance, we have been able to strengthen health systems to make them more accessible, sustainable, and resilient.
En nuestra región, donde las distancias y la dificultad para el acceso a los servicios de salud se han transformado en una problemática frecuente, la telesalud se presenta como una solución innovadora y accesible. La telesalud combina la tecnología con los servicios de salud para llevar la atención a quien más lo necesita, sin importar su ubicación. Desde consultas virtuales hasta seguimiento de patologías de manera remota, estas herramientas están transformando el acceso a la salud. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, está apoyando este cambio a través de su propuesta de telesalud. La OPS ofrece una plataforma todo en uno para el registro clínico electrónico y la realización de videoconsultas, que está disponible como bien público digital. Además, la OPS proporciona recursos educativos mediante estrategias de simulación que capacitan a los profesionales, permitiéndoles brindar atención de calidad. Esto incluye un telekit, que consiste en dispositivos médicos seleccionados para el seguimiento de patologías crónicas a distancia y una caja de herramientas con recursos para implementar programas de telesalud.
Súper buena, porque no se demoran en llamarla. Entonces la hora se la dan por el mismo teléfono. Entonces no es un tema que uno tenga que venir para acá como lo hacía uno antes, que levantarse temprano. Lo encuentro súper bueno. Pues me manejo mucho en esto internet, así que le dije a mi hija que me enseñara cómo era el tema y es súper fácil.
Más cómodo para uno, no estar saliendo de la casa, lo puede hacer a cualquier hora, yo que trabajo todo el día.
La telemedicina acerca a los profesionales con sus pacientes, cuidándolos en tiempo real, mejorando el manejo de su salud y acercándoles cuidados de calidad.
Minha formação acadêmica está na área da telesaúde. Minha profissão é na área de telesaúde. Isso aí, para mim, é como fosse realizar um sonho que está acontecendo.
En conclusión, La telesalud está dando acceso a muchos pacientes. Con la OPS apoyando estas implementaciones, se están reduciendo brechas, mejorando la calidad de vida y proporcionando a cada persona la atención que merece. Es hora de sumarse.
Oi, eu sou a Rafaela e eu vim dizer que o escritório da OPAS no Brasil está fazendo um monte de coisas legais para cuidar do meio ambiente e eu vim aqui ver de perto.
Oi, eu sou Matias. Será que a OPAS é verde mesmo? Oi, eu sou Liz, quero trabalhar aqui no futuro.
Oi, bem-vindos à OPAS, crianças!
Nós ainda temos containers maiores que também podem ser usados para papel, para papelão, ou seja, tudo aqui pode ser reciclado.
Tá vendo essas bicicletas aqui? Ó, isso aqui a gente fez para os colegas nossos aqui da OPAS que quiser pedalar, elas ficam aqui disponíveis para todo mundo.
Aqui na OPAS a gente não usa nada descartável, só copos e garrafas reutilizáveis. E olha só que legal, nosso mexedor é de bambu.
Nós também acabamos de instalar uns painéis para captar energia solar.
A OPAS também tem um sistema de irrigação e só uso o necessário.
Oi, Rafa, para finalizar, vou mostrar para vocês os 120 ipês amarelos que nós plantamos e que hoje estão pequenininhas, mas no futuro vão ficar grandes igual aquela lá atrás.
Nós estamos cuidando do planeta também aqui. Estamos cuidando para vocês.
Nosotros como Oficina de País en Nicaragua nos encaminamos a una oficina verde tomando en consideración el consumo de papel para nuestras impresoras. Tenemos una estadística que desde el 2019 fue la última vez que se compraron resmas de papel en una cantidad de 180 resmas. En el 2024 tenemos un saldo de 136 resmas. Eso indica de que solamente se han utilizado 44 resmas en 5 años, a razón de un promedio de 8.8 resmas por año en consumo. Esto también implica, si hay una reducción del consumo de papel, hay una reducción también de tóner para nuestras impresoras. La representación en Nicaragua se unió a la modalidad de trabajo en casa, lo que permitió una reducción de consumo de papelería y tóner en esta oficina. Como organización debemos de ser parte activa de la ecologización de nuestras instalaciones, adoptando políticas ambientalmente sostenibles con prácticas modernas de ahorro de energía, reducción de residuos y reciclaje.
Desde el equipo de OPS en Colombia estamos comprometidos con la sostenibilidad. La sostenibilidad para proteger el medio ambiente y sobre todo para cuidar de la salud de cada uno y cada una de nosotros, los habitantes en este hermoso planeta.
Desde el 2023, la representación en Colombia aplica dentro de la evaluación de eventos competitivos criterios de sostenibilidad.
Solicitamos a nuestros proveedores el uso de empaques biodegradables o de más de un uso, la alimentación saludable y el manejo de residuos al final de los eventos.
Promovemos desde la planificación del evento el uso de la tecnología en vez de la impresión de material. Esto con el fin de ayudar al medio ambiente y a la optimización de los recursos de la organización.
Hemos tenido muy presente la sostenibilidad, no solamente en términos de lo que ha sido toda la construcción para nuestras nuevas oficinas, sino también en cada una de nuestras actividades, pensando en cuáles son los mejores materiales, el poder reducir el uso del papel y, por supuesto, velando por esa salud de cada una y cada uno de los miembros del equipo del OPS en Colombia.
Los interruptores inteligentes nos ayudan a un ahorro más eficiente de la energía. Asimismo, contamos con UPS. Esto nos ayuda a hacer un ahorro entre el 20 y el 30% de nuestro consumo de todos los equipos que tenemos en la oficina.
El compromiso con la sostenibilidad es una tarea de todos. Es por eso que desde OPS Colombia queremos dar ese ejemplo y poder continuar en este trabajo.
Hoy visitamos esta sala de vacunas Padre Monchi, aquí en Foz de Iguazú, el equipo de evaluación externa, y hemos evaluado y analizado y conversado con los colegas y trabajadores de la salud del sistema del SUS.
La evaluación consiste de varias fases, la primera de las cuales es parte del país, en el cual utiliza un instrumento de autoevaluación, y posteriormente un equipo de expertos viaja al país, visita, conoce la realidad en territorio y de esa forma les permite identificar potenciales oportunidades de mejora, recomendaciones y también fortalezas que deben ser sostenidas a lo largo del tiempo y eventualmente compartidas con otros países de la región para fortalecer las capacidades no solo a nivel nacional, sino a nivel regional.
A avaliação externa voluntária ela vem num momento muito importante para o Brasil. É um momento que o Programa Nacional de Imunizações ele passa por mudanças e reajuste, ele está tendo uma reorganização, uma reestruturação.
Lo importante de las evaluaciones que son un mecanismo que permite al país que la solicita poder tener una idea clara de cuál es su situación actual, no solo desde su propia autoevaluación que el país la hace, sino desde la visión de un evaluador externo, lo cual no solo les permite corregir aquellas situaciones en las cuales se pueden mejorar o confirmar que el camino es el correcto, que la situación está bien llevada adelante, de manera que es un ejercicio en el cual el país tiene todo para ganar.
We saw here a lot of aha moments. People, they have not seen like that with their own eyes. And so bringing these external perspectives and these opportunities for peer learning, it's great because they can actually see things with other eyes, bring fresh perspectives, and see what are the gaps that they have not thought through, and finally address those because that will put the programs in a much better position in the future.
O programa de imunizações ele tem um grande desafio que é o sistema de informação. Tem um sistema de informação nominal com informações importantes do indivíduo, como também garantir os estoques e garantir que a vacina que está prevista no calendário nacional de vacinação, ele chegue até a população, seja a população mais distante, como também reorganizar a estrutura interna do programa, fazer com que toda a equipe técnica consiga trabalhar de uma forma efetiva, que essa equipe consiga produzir adequadamente e propor estratégias de vacinação para o país de uma maneira efetiva.
I'm very impressed with how the Ministry of Health has adapted to low coverage after COVID-19 and the initiatives to improve routine immunization coverage as well as to restore vaccine confidence in the population.
Brazil is a very large and diverse country and they've made tremendous progress. And one of the main recommendations is really strengthening laboratory and epidemiologic surveillance in support of the disease elimination goals. I think there's a lot of information systems that are really fantastic, but improving the linkages between those, as well as some improvements related to cold chain vaccine stock management and infrastructure as well.
Lo que un país que acepta una evaluación está mostrando es que tiene capacidad autocrítica, que acepta ayuda externa, que no se queda con la única verdad que es la de ellos y que está dispuesta a seguir creciendo consiguiendo más información. Creo que los programas de inmunización tienen que convencer a sus autoridades de la importancia de mantener el intercambio con otros países y las evaluaciones.
Todavía hay mucho trabajo. Yo creo que la recuperación se está viendo, pero jamás podemos dar por sentado que eso se va a convertir en algo automático. Creo que en esta última milla para llegar a ese 95% donde todavía tenemos que emplearnos más, concentrarnos más y por eso es que este tipo de ejercicios de evaluación, de ver cómo está el desempeño del programa de inmunizaciones cobran una vital importancia porque te permite justamente o les permite a los países saber dónde está esa parte que le está apretando el zapato y cómo justamente salir adelante. Entonces, por eso es que son tan importantes ese tipo de ejercicios.
Brasil ha identificado muchas oportunidades de mejora que ya está implementando a través de este proceso. Brasil está demostrando que sí puede, que su política de salud en el Sistema Único de Salud con el programa de inmunización es una realidad para todos los brasileños y las personas que llegan a Brasil, sus fronteras y sus 5.570 municipios comprometidos con la salud de los brasileños y las brasileñas.
Los espacios subregionales son una oportunidad
Si los delegados y delegadas pueden tomar.
We would kindly urge you to take your seats so that we can reconvene our afternoon session.
Vamos a empezar la sesión.
So let us call this afternoon session to order, and let me give the floor to Madam Chairperson.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, good afternoon. The time is a kind of circle. Exactly, it is, it absolutely is. That's exactly what it is.
Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Let us continue with agenda item 4.3. 4.3, which is policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. We will continue following the list of speakers, and now we call on Bahamas.
Thank you, Madam President. The Bahamas welcomes and endorses this policy with its 5 strategic lines of action and makes a commitment to the continued implementation of existing actions and the implementation of new activities aligned with this policy directive. Having completed both the Vulnerabilities and Adaptations Assessment Report and the Health National Adaptation Plan through funding and assistance from the Green Climate Fund, the EU CARIFORM Project, the PAHO Caribbean Regional Office, and the PAHO Country Office, the Bahamas is well poised to move to the next steps. The HNAP has been endorsed by Cabinet, and in conjunction with the validation of the health concept paper, the HNAP will be formally launched on October 2024. Following a decade where every public health facility in our archipelago has been adversely impacted by a tropical cyclone, the Bahamas has included in its strategies to reconstruct and renovate the health, physical, and technological infrastructure a number of climate resilient considerations, as well as has included in the revised Programming for Health Services, Administration and Delivery, carbon reducing and energy efficient strategies in a bid to ensure that as we build better, we build smarter. Madam President, with the adoption of the HNAP, there will now be a National Climate Change and Health Working Group tasked with ensuring that activities highlighted in the HNAP are implemented, as well as ensuring that the health concept paper activities have the appropriate level of oversight and coordination once funding has been approved. The HNAP also provides a tool through which funding can be directly pursued, and it is the intent of the Bahamas to pursue this avenue during COP29 in Baku. Madam President, it is important to note that the work to developing V&As and HNAPs are intentional and do not end with the plans. There are the next steps of seeking funding and of executing components of the plan in a way that demonstrates that the work is necessary and can be done. Madam President, once again, the Bahamas endorses the policy and strategic plan and look forward to the ongoing, unwavering support of PAHO in identifying expertise to assist with moving these foundation documents toward completion and for its role as program and fund managers accredited by global donor agencies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Bahamas. And now I give the floor to Belize.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates and esteemed colleagues, on behalf of Belize, I am honored to address agenda item 4.3 concerning the critical policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. This policy is of profound significance to Belize, given our vulnerability to the impacts of climate change, which threaten the health and well-being of our population, particularly those in situations of vulnerability. In Belize, we are acutely aware of the pressing need for immediate and decisive action. Ranked third among small island developing states for natural disaster risk and fifth for climate change risk, our nation faces significant challenges, including hurricanes and other natural disasters. Recent events such as wildfires in the Cayo and Toledo districts highlight the urgency of addressing these threats. This policy's strategic areas align closely with our national priorities, Strengthening our health sector's capacity for adaptation and mitigation is not only vital for reducing health inequities, but also essential for building resilient health systems. In Belize, we are advancing initiatives such as the application of the Green Checklist and the Hospital Safety Index, which have led to the designation of 6 facilities as smart facilities through support from the UK Development Corporation and the EU Health Sector Support Programme. Furthermore, the One Health approach is enhancing disease surveillance and early warning systems across human, animal, and environmental sectors. Yet, we recognize the need for increased awareness and capacity building for healthcare workers to effectively implement the policy. The integration of equity and human rights in climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts is crucial, especially for populations most affected, including women and girls in all their diversity. Belize is committed to operationalizing this policy by greening our health facilities, reducing the health sector's carbon footprint, and ensuring adequate funding for adaptation and mitigation. We will utilize the recently developed Health National Adaptation Plan as a foundation for these efforts. We stand ready to collaborate with regional and international partners to foster a sustainable and equitable health sector response to climate change challenges. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Belize. Thank you very much, Belize. And now I give the floor to the Dominican Republic. Madam Chair, distinguished members sitting at the head table, the Dominican Republic firmly supports the policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health, everything regarding climate change and health. As an island country, as a highly vulnerable island to climate change, we acknowledge the disproportionate impact of this situation over our communities, our most vulnerable communities. Hurricanes, floods, droughts are most frequent phenomena that not only endanger the infrastructure and the sustainability, but also public health. In response to these challenges, we work hard by adopting the One Health approach in all policies, acknowledging the interrelation between human health, animal health, and environmental health. There's no collective health without an adequate surrounding. This integrated approach is crucial in order to face the impact of climate change, in particular during this context of an increase in vector-borne diseases and the degradation of ecosystems. We've also made headway in intersectoral actions between health, the environment, and emergencies in order to place health and climate change at the very core of the political agenda of all sectors, with the main purpose of ensuring that mitigation and adaptation actions be coordinated and geared towards equity, in particular by protecting the most vulnerable populations. We believe that the policy presented by PAHO offers an essential framework in order to guide our actions in public health, climate resilience, and equity, and we are committed to working together with all member states in the implementation of these policies. I would like to conclude by saying that just like we see our citizens every single day pick up a cell phone and see all the different media to check the weather and be ready for the day, I urge you also that we can work together to involve the communities in actions to combat climate change. Only this way we will be able to face this problem, and we will be able to combat something that threatens not only our health and our social and economic well-being, but also our future subsistence. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, República.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic, and now I yield the floor to El Salvador.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the head table. I'm very grateful, and we respect the policy that has been therein proposed and the documents assessed by the Ministry of Health regarding equity and climate change. We believe that this is a problem that affects us all and that we must all take action. We must influence from the basis of the community so that we can all undertake a direct action, at the same time to innovate and to articulate with all the other institutions in the states we belong to, so that this can be integrated work and thus to be able to come up with the real outcomes and in the short term in order to take care of a real and imminent situation that is coming upon us. At the same time, under the leadership of President Bukele in El Salvador, we've had several initiatives in which, through the main initiatives such as One Health, we've had the strengthening of epidemiological surveillance to detect all these phenomena that are causing variants in diseases directly in persons and the environment that surrounds us. At the same time, it has enabled us to move forward on antimicrobial resistance, which could also be directly affected by climate change, and thus to be able to take this as a public health problem. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, El Salvador. And now I give the floor to Chile. Thank you, Madam Chair. Climate change poses global challenges as well as local challenges that impact and will continue to impact the development of countries and communities because of extreme meteorological events, increasingly more frequent and severe, as well as phenomena of slow evolution. Like any other matter on health, this impact is not distributed homogeneously and will bring with it an increase of social inequities and inequities in health unless we adopt policies that explicitly will take on the health sector, making it more robust, guided by equity. The Ministry of Health of Chile, together with other state agencies, has been working on its plan for mitigation, which responds to our climate change framework law. It reduces emissions in places of final disposition of waste and segregation and processing of organic waste in order to avoid its final disposition. Besides, it attempts to determine the carbon footprint in health establishments and use the sustainability approach in the construction of health infrastructure, including energy efficiency. All of this is in line with what is proposed in the policy brought to the attention of this Directing Council, and therefore, as a country, we express our full support for the approval of this resolution. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Chile. And now I give the floor to Ecuador. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ecuador wishes to congratulate and support all efforts deployed on issues related to the health sector and climate change, as it is part of the policy that we're discussing, since this is a key tool in order to address current challenges. The recent experience that we've had in Ecuador, as well as in other countries in the region, since we've faced a drought and as a result of that energy deficiency because of a lack of rainfall, as well as areas affected by major forest fires, including urban areas, ratifies the importance of undertaking concrete and conscious actions and look for immediate solutions to this. The Ministry of Public Health of Ecuador, in order to strengthen the adaptation capacity of the health sector to prevent climate change, considers of great relevance to work on the preparedness, response, and recovery of the events that break out because of the impact that this has on health, be it through the influence of ultraviolet rays, a change in the quality of the air, shortage of water, transmission of diseases, amongst others. On the other hand, in order to build a health system with the possibility to have mitigation when dealing with carbon, Ecuador is living the carbon footprint in 31 hospitals, a goal that was set for 2024. In this initiative, our intention is to identify the main sources of carbon emission in our health establishments with the main purpose of implementing corrective actions and to move forward towards the transformation of hospitals into sustainable and establishments respectful to the environment. In the future, we want to expand the environmental footprint and expand this to more hospitals throughout the national health system. Training of health professionals is essential in order to respond to these challenges and do so adequately. In this regard, the ministry works with 140 professionals of 9 coordination units in the country who acquired knowledge in order to respond on a more timely basis to the challenges posed in the living conditions to climate change. With the support of international cooperation of PAHO, we have worked on projects in vulnerability studies and the impact on the population when dealing with climate change, the impact of it on health, surveillance of climate-sensitive diseases, strengthening the infrastructure, and beefing up the infrastructure, amongst others, in order to obtain technical and financial assistance in order to carry these out. Last but not least, I wish to reiterate the importance of this draft resolution because this proposed resolution will enable us to move forward towards our common goals. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. And now I give the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Madam Chair, Director, Honourable Ministers, distinguished delegates. In a previous intervention, I referenced the passage of Hurricane Beryl and the devastating effect it had on our multi-island state, as well as the islands of Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and Jamaica. Indeed, this is a near-perfect example of how extreme climatic events affect health and development in small island developing states like St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The damage to public health infrastructure is unprecedented. The disruption of health services, particularly in the Grenadines, exposed the most vulnerable of our population, the elderly, the children, and persons with disabilities, to further difficulties in healthcare access. The agricultural and tourism sectors, the backbone of our economy, suffered tremendous losses. This comes on the heels of the COVID-19 pandemic, which dented the economic progress of our country. The ongoing effects of sea level rise were further compounded by the irreparable damage to our shoreline and marine ecosystems. It is undeniable that both the frequency and severity of these events will increase. It bears mentioning, Madam Chair, that we are also being increasingly affected by vector-borne diseases such as dengue. This increase is clearly attributable to climate change. Madam Chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has recognized the importance and urgency of a health sector response to the issue of climate and health, and is pleased to inform the Council that our country has developed its Health National Adaptation Plan. The plan was developed with multi-sectoral participation and consultation with social partners. The priority actions included in the plan were developed based on the availability of human and financial resources for implementation, including collaboration with partners, the urgency of the need for risk reduction, and technical feasibility. The plan, closely aligned with the National Adaptation Plan, sets out strategic coordinated framework for building climate resilience in the health sector and provides the basis for a more detailed development of specific interventions and proposals, and will be used to engage partners and donors. St. Vincent and the Grenadines looks forward to engaging the Bureau as we forge ahead with building resilience in health to the climate crisis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And now I give the floor to Peru. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My delegation would like to express its gratitude for the information provided, as well as a document, Policy for Strengthening Equity-Oriented Health Sector Action on Climate Change and Health, document CD 616. In this regard, we would like to stress the fact that this proposed policy will contribute to establishing the 5 lines of action what will guide world efforts for the benefit of public health when faced with the threat of climate change, to promote climate action on health of all member states geared to equity is of great importance for Peru, due to the fact that our country is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change, when possessing 7 of the 9 characteristics acknowledged by the framework United Nations Convention on Climate Change, in order to rate countries that are particularly vulnerable to climate change. From the Ministry of Health of Peru, we have been promoting the implementation of integrated management of climate change with a territorial approach and in articulation with public and private partners, but it is necessary to accelerate actions in a cross-cutting fashion. We're moving forward with the implementation of concrete actions within the framework of the plan of adaptation and mitigation measures, with a multi-sectoral approach and obvious emphasis in the articulation with the subnational government levels. Within this framework, the Ministry of Health of Peru has begun a roadmap in order to set in motion the interventions that have to be carried out in this sector within the framework of the National Adaptation Plan, with a view to having resilient health services resilient to climate change. Likewise, we've begun the pilot for the quantification of the carbon footprint of health services in order to reduce them in the medium and long term. The document as presented will contribute to the attainment of national objectives and those of the region of the Americas, because it stresses adaptation when faced with climate change, but also mitigation. Likewise, it empowers the work done with the community and climate funding, without which we cannot ensure sustainability of actions. In this regard, we support the proposed resolution that is brought to our attention during this directing council. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peru. And now I give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, Madam Chair. We greet this policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector actions on climate change and health, and we fully agree with the components contained therein. However, we urge PAHO and the entire region to take on climate change beyond an issue or a problem, but to look at it as a new matrix for action and to realize that we're living a real climate emergency that waits no more. It is not sufficient to advance actions in our sector, but it is imperative to become an actor that mobilizes all the societies and states in order to transform energy, social, transportation sectors in an urgent manner so that adaptation and mitigation will stop global warming and the permanent and systematic destruction of nature, life, and health. In line with the leadership shown by our President Gustavo Petro at a global level, we call on an urgent mobilization to declare peace with nature, to consider the exchange of debt for climate action. We reiterate the convening of all nations to the COP16 in Cali this October 20th, where the whole planet will meet for the protection of biodiversity as a strategic action in order to protect nature. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Colombia.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I now call on Honduras. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Pan American Health Organization and the member states for this opportunity to discuss such a crucial topic at the Directing Council. We acknowledge that climate change is a direct and deep threat to public health and equity in our communities, particularly in those countries such as Honduras, who are highly vulnerable to this impact. Honduras agrees and requests to adopt the draft resolution on the policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. We would like to reiterate our commitment to strengthen the health regulations so as to respond to climate change. Our country is highly vulnerable because of our geographical location. We deal with threats from weather phenomena such as hurricanes, tropical storms, flooding, mudslides, and forest fires. In the last few years, these have led to emergencies, disasters, humanitarian crises, environmental as well as fauna crisis, which has increased morbid mortality and affected our health structure. Honduras has requested that WHO give continuous follow-up to this, and active follow-up to this problem, particularly within the framework of the COP on climate change, so as to ensure the fulfillment and progress in the actions envisaged. Our country intends to move forward in implementing a national strategy for adaptation to climate change in our health sector. We realize that it's very important to establish preventive and response measures to deal with the adverse health this has on the population. We'd like to underscore the importance of targeting a health perspective from a human and environmental perspective. We also realize the need to have a much more ambitious and comprehensive focus on climate change and the loss of biodiversity, which has a significant impact on public health. We therefore need to strengthen our own response capacity and contribute to resilience vis-à-vis the climate and health challenges facing the region through the technical and financial support we receive from WHO, which allows us to mitigate the impact of health emergencies and of impact on the flora and fauna of our country. Thank you very much, Honduras. I now call on Brazil. The challenges presented by climate change are the very heart of the public and collective public health agenda. And that is what Brazil believes and what President Lula has said in terms of this very important agenda and in defining the adaptation and mitigation plans. The effect foreseen for 2050, for instance, the increase of the temperature by 1.5 degrees, are already happening, and the most challenging aspects of the future are already here with us today. We are very concerned by the impact that climate change has because of the very abrupt change impact this has on human health, increasing the exponential growth in vector-borne diseases, such as the dengue, for instance. Also the risk of accidents, the very unhealthy conditions, the lack of care and emergency care. This, therefore, reinforces the need to adapt and the need to strengthen the health systems in such a way as to allow us to achieve greater resilience towards these very negative impacts on health. In view of this, Brazil strongly supports the adoption of a policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector actions on climate change and health, which quite correctly highlights the many aspects of the topic, including equity, human rights, and social participation. This year, the extreme climate events that have occurred have had significant impact in Brazil, specifically the southern part of Brazil. There we saw the worst flooding in all of our history, with mudslides and a significant socioeconomic and health impact. Also, in the Amazon area and in other geographic regions within Brazil, we've seen major forest fires. And the most serious problem for Brazil is this right now. These phenomena had a significant impact on the health of the population and on our health system. It's also affected our national health structure. Climate change, we must acknowledge, affects all countries, but sometimes has the harshest effects in those areas that are most vulnerable, as my colleagues have said. It can lead to increasing inequality within and between countries in a very disproportionate way. Unfortunately, public health emergencies often lead us to say that the most vulnerable populations are most affected by climate change. It affects those who live in the urban suburbs, the indigenous people, those who live in traditional communities, and people who suffer from ethnic and racial discrimination, amongst the many other forms of inequality. So it's important, therefore, to increase measures that allow us to provide more equitable care and attention to these populations. Climate justice is a very important concept, a key concept to the success of this policy. We also would like to highlight the importance of this policy in developing regional and sub-regional as well as national initiatives. This needs to be a continuous ongoing agenda, and Brazil will be hosting COP30 next year, is fully committed to this agenda in cooperation with the Pan American Health Organization and all other member states. It's very important to train and create awareness amongst health professionals so that they know how to deal with the effects of climate change in our sector. And also we need to mobilize funds for national projects in states. And to address the climate impact on human health, we must adopt intersectoral methods for adapting to health. I'd like to also highlight the role of social participation in moving towards a more just transition. We have to share technology, encourage participation at the strategic levels so as to come up with a response that ensures greater justice, greater and fairer, equitable health during this very challenging times of today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brazil. I'd like to remind you that each intervention is limited to 3 minutes.
Madame la Présidente, le changement climatique.
Madam climate change is a major challenge to world health. It directly affects the health, the well-being, and the equity of individuals in the Americas, particularly the Caribbean. This is one of the most vulnerable regions because of our exposure to extreme weather phenomena. And there are sectors sensitive to climate change, agriculture and tourism as well, which leads to higher inequality. Haiti is one of the most vulnerable countries in the area of climate change. It has had significant impact on our health, public health. We have to deal with natural catastrophes such as hurricanes, flooding, and all of which exacerbate diseases transmitted by water, vectors, and others. So we need to build structures, but not following each catastrophe. We need to strengthen our resilience in this health structure of the region, and Haiti particularly dealing with climate change. We need measures to address this. That's why I would like to appeal to the solidarity of other countries in the region so that we may invest in the health infrastructure, in developing and training staff, and making the community aware of this, which is important in mitigating the impact of climate change in Haiti. The accent on equity is crucial for Haiti. The most vulnerable populations, the women, children, elderly, and outdoor workers are exposed to negative impacts of climate change. And the implementation of such a policy could resolve the inequality of access to health care and improve the health of the most risky populations. Haiti supports this proposal to strengthen equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. And we support this draft resolution. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Haití.
Thank you, Haiti. I now call on Bolivia. Thank you, Madam Chair. The plurinational state of Bolivia, more than ever, is aware of the impact of the climate change crisis, which demands joint attention to come up with a global response to have a better tomorrow for our national, local, and global populations so that the next generation may be able to exist in balance with the environment, with the Mother Earth, and ensuring universal well-being. We know that the impact of the climate change crisis on public health somehow leads to an increase in vector-transmitted diseases, pathologies that are quite prevalent amongst us, which leads to great concern, increased concern for everyone, and it's a challenge that needs to be addressed sooner. The adaptation to the impact of climate change by setting up health centers resilient to climate change so that our health facilities can expand and strengthen the primary care for the most vulnerable populations, such as the original indigenous populations, is important. The application of a One Health focus, which means we need to have intersectoral, interministerial work when planning, and in this way work to mitigate and adapt climate change. We need to coordinate also at the subnational levels with municipalities, basing ourselves on the social organizations to change goals such as adapting and mitigating to the effects of climate change, ensuring that there is shared responsibility at that level of management. It's our state's policy. Bolivia, that is the policy we wish to adopt. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bolivia. I now call on Barbados.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Barbados has been a strong advocate for climate change and health, particularly as it relates to its impact on small island developing states. We compliment the Secretariat for its attention to this critical area and commend it for the document CD61/6 and the accompanying draft resolution, which fosters cooperation on mitigation and adaptation for health and climate change among member states. Our vulnerability to climate change is related to our proneness to natural disasters such as hurricanes, coastal erosion of our beaches, droughts and water scarcity, high incidence of non-communicable and vector-borne diseases, and more recently, the influx of sargassum seaweed on our beaches. Barbados is the 15th most water-scarce country in the world and has recently developed and approved our Water Reuse Act to ensure that our scarce water resources are adequately managed. Provision of safe water and sanitation systems in the context of natural disasters, climate variability, and an aging physical infrastructure requires collective efforts from within the health sector and other stakeholders. Barbados expresses appreciation to PAHO for the technical assistance received in developing our Health National Adaptation Plan that will guide the necessary investments required to ensure that our population remains prepared and safe from the impact of climate change. This plan, inter alia, will examine the relationship of climate with mosquito-borne diseases, non-communicable diseases, mental health, and air pollution, among other areas. Barbados endorses the Smart Hospital Initiative that seeks to make healthcare facilities greener and more resilient to natural disasters, and we are in the initial stages of refurbishing and retrofitting our 9 primary healthcare clinics to become more resilient. Unfortunately, Barbados, like many other SID states, is negatively affected by inadequate access to internationally available financial support mechanisms for climate change, while we remain on the front line of the deleterious effects of climate change. Madam President, we thank the Secretariat and endorse the resolution. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Barbados.
Thank you, Barbados. I now call on Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada thanks PAHO for this policy and the consultations leading up to its finalization. We adhere to the collective chorus already heard during this agenda item on how important this policy and proposed resolution, which we support, are, given the serious impacts climate change is having on health. This policy is particularly timely in this regard, as we seek to build momentum from the recently adopted WH8 resolution on climate change from this past May and prepare for the upcoming UN Climate Change Conference, COP29. As part of all efforts, Health equity should be prioritized as a cornerstone, and we are pleased to see its emphasis in the policy. To better understand and respond to disproportionate impacts of climate change on the health and well-being of those living in vulnerable and marginalized situations. In an unstable and changing climate, climate resilience through adaptation and mitigation strategies is necessary for health systems to increase their capacity to protect and promote health, which includes strengthening the resiliency of our health facilities. Important elements of transformation towards low-carbon, climate-resilient health systems must include multi-sectoral action and collaboration that is inclusive and community-based. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Canada. On this item, there's a specialist agency of the UN and not state actors that would like to make a statement. I'd like to remind you that you have 2 minutes. Next, I would like to call on the UN Environmental Program, UNEP.
Estimada Presidenta.
Distinguished Chairman and delegates, the UN Program for the Environment welcomes the policy to strengthen the health sector guided by equity and climate change and health, where we realize the importance of the perspective of equity to address the threats of climate change by focusing on strategies of health resiliency and adapted to climate change. The Americas region is particularly vulnerable to the effects and causes of climate change, which affect the health of populations through different phenomena, including hurricanes, heat waves, drought, and floods, as well as the bad air quality, degradation of the soils, water and energy insecurity. Also, the breakdown of the ecological landscape has an impact on biodiversity, increases zoonotic diseases, particularly vector-borne diseases, and reduces the ability of communities to adapt, those who live in degraded zones. That's why it's very important to have a One Health focus, which realizes the interconnection of human, animal, and environmental health in developing strategies to deal with the health challenges through a vision of prevention using social environmental determinants. Specifically, the inclusion of this focus in NDCs and the National Biodiversity Strategies, the NVSEPs. We believe that this policy can serve as a basis for strengthening regional and national links between health and environmental sectors, and we'd like to thank the Pan American Health Organization and member states for addressing this very important topic at this meeting. Thank you. Thank you, UNEP, for UN Program for the Environment. I now call on the World Cardiology Association.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair, Senhor Diretor, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, distinguished delegates. The World Heart Federation applauds the World Health Organization and its member states for the policy. Climate change and air pollution are closely intertwined, with major sources of air pollution, such as fossil fuel combustion, also contributing significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. Air pollution is widely recognized as a leading cause of non-communicable disease, especially cardiovascular disease, with nearly 7 million deaths worldwide attributable to outdoor and indoor air pollution in 2019. Alarmingly, the burden of air pollution disproportionately impacts low and middle-income countries, where over 90% of air pollution-related deaths occur. The implementation of mitigation measures through effective cross-sector coordination can reduce greenhouse gas emissions while delivering health benefits and promoting health equity. As such, World Heart Federation urges member states to 4 actions: translate international agreements and initiatives on climate change and health, such as the Agenda for the Americas and Health, Environment and Climate Change 2021-2030, the COP28 Declaration, and WHO Resolution WHA 77.14, into national and regional policies, strategies, and actions. Implement the recommendations outlined in the World Heart Federation Policy Brief and Air Pollution and World Heart Report 2024. Phase out fossil fuel use and subsidies, as well as negotiate a fossil fuel non-proliferation threat, and create environments that deliver co-benefits and promote health equity through intersectoral policies, interventions, and reduce air pollution, promote healthy lifestyle, support active transportation, and build climate-resilient health systems with a strong focus on addressing social, commercial, and environmental determinants on health. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a las...
Thank you very much to the World Cardiology Association, World Heart Association, and I now call on the Healthy Caribbean Coalition.
CDC welcomes this policy given advancing climate change. The vulnerability of Caribbean small island and low-lying developing states is well documented in the UN SIDS-4 conference. During the 2000-2019, 9 of the top 10 countries or territories with losses from disasters were in the Caribbean. We note the vulnerability of people with non-communicable diseases to climate change, with excess mortality after disasters greatly exceeding the event's death toll. We agree with the lines of action and have the following recommendations. Policy. Given the multi-sectoral nature of health, we recommend that Yolanda's Law of Argentina be adapted and promulgated throughout the Americas, requiring mandatory environmental training for members of the executive, legislative, and judiciary branches of government. Human resources. A climate-literate health workforce is essential for action at scale and speed. PAHO should lead a sustained, well-planned climate and health sensitization training program for all health workers with partners such as the Global Consortium on Climate and Health Education. Public engagement. If climate change is of the top threat to public health in the 21st century, we recommend a sustained, well-planned public education campaign on climate and health using culturally appropriate methods. Vulnerable populations. Health systems should pre-identify persons with NCDs and disabilities so these persons can receive timely help after disasters. Infrastructure. Given the changing behavior of hurricanes, the PAHO Climate Smart Health Facilities program should be scaled up to cover 80% of health facilities by 2035. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la asociación,
Thank you to the Healthy Caribbean Coalition, and now call on the International Federation and Association of Medical Students.
And distinguished delegates, the International Federation of Medical Students Associations recognizes the progress that has been made regarding climate change and the reduction of health inequities. We are aware that climate change affects the most vulnerable groups, especially those communities whose environment is more sensitive to global warming and have limited access to healthcare. We emphasize that all countries in the region must incorporate health equity in climate action within their national strategies, ensuring that adaptation and mitigation efforts address the social determinants of health. We advocate for a multi-sectoral approach that meets the unique needs of all communities. However, to carry out these strategies, it is necessary to have the active participation of young professionals and medical students who will bring new and just solutions. We urge governments, health, and educational institutions to support and involve young people in projects related to health equity and climate change, as deteriorating climate conditions are known to increase health needs through the rising incidence of communicable and non-communicable diseases. And this burden will always feel heavier on those who are already vulnerable: young and elderly people, diverse minorities of our region, people living in poverty, among others. We call for investment in educational initiatives and programs on how climate change widens gaps in health inequities. In doing so, we are empowering a new generation of leaders who will fight for fairer health systems that are better prepared for climate change. We also call for a fossil fuel phase-out to ensure a sustainable future, free from air pollution and toxic landfills, but abundant in biodiversity and clean water. It is necessary to maintain healthy societies. Please remember that by giving young people tools and knowledge to take lead in climate action today, you encourage more inclusive and collaborative actions that can achieve health for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la Federación.
Thank you to the International Federation Association of Medical Students. I now call on the International Nurses Council.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity to represent the International Council of Nurses and the over 28 million nurses worldwide. Climate change poses the greatest threat to global health and development, with the potential to reverse the health gains achieved over the past 5 decades. As frontline healthcare providers, nurses are pivotal in leading mitigation and adaptation efforts within health sectors, ensuring interventions that are equitable and prevent health inequities. Nurses witness firsthand the adverse health impacts of climate change, including the spread of infectious diseases, respiratory and cardiovascular conditions, and rising mental health challenges. The nursing profession plays a vital role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions through sustainable healthcare practices, such as creating care modules that reduce unnecessary travel, engaging in climate-informed health initiatives, and strengthening disaster preparedness. To empower nurses in addressing climate-related health challenges, we must invest in the nursing workforce. This includes targeted education in emerging health issues linked to climate change, such as heat-related illnesses, respiratory diseases, and tropical diseases, as well as education in disaster management and strategic placement in vulnerable areas. Such investments are critical to equipping nurses with the skills and resources needed to deliver high-quality care in communities most affected by climate change. ICN urges governments to increase funding for a climate-resilient nursing workforce and actively involve nurses in the development of policies and research that address the intersection of health and climate. By prioritizing the nursing profession, we can advance towards a more just and sustainable future, ensuring no one is left behind.
Muchas gracias. Ahora.
Thank you. I now call on Dr. Eshkemas to respond to the comments.
Very much, Madam President. Thank you very much to the, and obrigada, gracias, merci beaucoup, for all the incredible supportive interventions. 25 member states, our sister organization, UNEP, for organizations in official relations with the organization, very much appreciated. Thank you very much for highlighting the impact that's already happening. As we were heard, the future is already here. It is not something that is going to happen. We are already affected, and all countries mentioned that. Also, thank you so much for highlighting the urgency to act. I think that is also came out of all the intervention. I want to thank you for showing the leadership, not only from the health sector, but at the highest level in your countries. Many countries mentioned the leadership of the president, of the head of state in this area. But I want to particularly congratulate all the ministers of health and all the health sector partners here who are taking a lead role, because without the health sector, we cannot advance sufficiently. So we hear great advances in this. I'm hearing the health national adaptation plans in many of our countries. Many, but still not all, and still not sufficient. I'm hearing also a very strong emphasis on mitigation, on making our health sector and our health facilities not only greener, but also more resilient. Now we're hearing the call for smart hospitals when we rebuild and when we build. And we're also hearing not only the work of the health sector, but the intersectoral action that is needed. A very strong call for the One Health approach, but also going beyond that and working with other sectors that are involved in this. We're also hearing the environmental health focus, the issues that are already happening with water, with waste, the things that are already being, the effects on health already happening from air pollution, etc. We're hearing a strong call for biodiversity preservation, and thank you very much for the invitation that we got from Guyana on that. Social participation is obviously essential if we really want to talk about health sector action with an equity approach. We have to work with the local level, we have to work with our communities, and particularly those that are most affected and most in situation of vulnerability. And of course, we also hear that we cannot do this only at regional or sub-regional or national, but also at our local levels, with our mayors, with our local policymakers. We hear also the importance of data, but also that we already have enough data to act. I think data can no longer be an excuse for inaction in this field. And I'm very happy to hear that there's a lot of progress in many countries when it comes to fundraising, to ascertaining the sufficient budget that's necessary for adaptation, for mitigation, for creating resilient health systems. But of course, it's not enough. It's not enough. I also want to thank for the emphasis that's being put on the importance of health equity. This is absolutely critical in this. And then we talk about equity really in all those dimensions that you have been mentioning. The gender focus, ethnicity, the socioeconomic position, the migrant status, the workers that work on the street, the employment status. All those things are really important and intersect. And I'm very pleased to hear that this is also a very important element in your action plans at national level. And particularly looking at health equity as those that are really the populations in situation of vulnerability that are already being left behind and that are at the risk of being much more left behind due to the climate crisis and sometimes even to the responses that we give to the crisis. We have very important opportunities. The COP28, it took 27 COPs before we had a health day. Finally, we had a health day in the COP28 last year in Dubai. There's going to be again a health day in Baku, but like the Minister of Brazil mentioned, COP30 is really where we're going to really hope to galvanize our region behind the health sector and the importance of the health sector in this climate change agenda with equity. I also heard a call for solidarity, particularly from Haiti, but also from others. This is an agenda that calls for solidarity. And I already said urgent action. We heard a call also from our future leaders, from our students, about how important this is and how things need to be different in the future, and particularly this very ambitious agenda that we together need to support. Again, much has been done, but much more needs to be done. Changes are happening every day, and it's going really fast. So please count on us, count on your secretariat, count on our experts for our continued support in this urgent matter that affects all of us and all the aspects of health, of well-being, and of health equity. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eichmanns, for responding to the comment. Director, do you have any comments? Yes, Madam Chair.
I want to thank all our member states. I think that for sharing with us your experience, what are already been implemented in the country. I think that's very important to see that this is a resolution based not only on a very rich and productive discussion and conversation and regional consultations, but also based on the national experience that you already have, not only because all our countries are vulnerable to climate change events, but also because you have already started with the health sector participating in this multi-sector approach that we need to be more resilient, to respond better to this very important public health topic. You mentioned many effects on vector-borne diseases, on non-communicable diseases, mental health, but also the food security, but also the direct impact of heat waves and many others that we are seeing in our region. Unfortunately, this year particularly, many concrete examples that how vulnerable we are to respond to these events. Second, I think that it's very important that this resolution was discussed during the executive committee, and there was a working group that improved the resolution, that built consensus on some concepts that are there. So I think that this allowed us to have a very productive regional consultation, so when the resolution comes to the Directive Council, it's already a product of our member state discussion and facilitates a lot. Let me finalize only to mention two things. One is about smart hospitals. Mostly the Caribbean, some Caribbean ministers of health mentioned, and I don't know if all of us are aware about what is a smart hospital, so let's make some two advisements here. One is that smart hospitals is a project that was funded by the UK, mostly, but also by the European Union. And it was very important because it allowed us to work with the national government and to build, retrofit or renovate more than 50 health facilities in the Caribbean country, hospitals, but also health centers. The project started with the idea to make the health service more resilient, so they could remain open and offering care when there is a hurricane in one small island development state. But the project evolved to include also a green element and also accessibility element. So now the Smart Hospital project, as it was at the beginning, the UK unfortunately has finished the project, but the expertise and the technology is there. So regardless of what is the source that you are utilizing to build a hospital, to reform it, to renovate it, to retrofit a hospital using the national budget or loans from a development bank, you can ask and we can provide the technical cooperation, the engineers, architects, the technology that we develop to support your efforts. So I think that this is a very important contribution, not only because the health services will be more resilient, but also because we will make our contribution to reduce the greenhouse emissions. The health sector is estimated to produce 4%. So we need to lead by example. So I think that if you are asking the other sectors, the health sector, needs to provide this example. And finally, let me switch to Spanish. But nosotros, como parte...
We, as a part of PAHO's initiative forward, we have the commitment of PAHO, Green PAHO, which among other things, for example, the funds or the revolving fund and the strategic fund, we're introducing changes to the logistics that previously used only air transport. And now what we're doing is moving on to a combination of logistics, taking advantage of multimodal transportation by ocean and by air transport, helping countries to make savings and reducing emissions. Concrete examples to show that it is not only a slogan, but it is a concrete action. We've already moved more than 1.7 million doses of vaccines to 13 countries with a combination of ocean and air, saving 65% in costs and 40% in emissions. So we invite you all, each and every one of you, you are invited so that during the breaks, you can check the bus that you can see to the right as you leave the room, where you can see concrete examples. And we'd like to make more headway in dealing with this. So thank you very much for that wonderful opportunity to share and to strengthen our technical cooperation on such an important issue, such as the impact of climate change on the health sector. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa, for your comments. And now I'd ask the rapporteur to please introduce the proposed resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposed resolution. Policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. The 61st Directing Council, PP1, having considered the policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health, document CD 61/6, PP2, bearing in mind member states' commitment to the implementation of adaptation and mitigation actions to protect the health of populations from the impacts of climate change. PP3, recognizing that climate risks threaten societal foundations in the region of the Americas and considering the urgent need to implement adaptation and mitigation measures that can anticipate, respond to, cope with, recover from, and adapt to climate-related shocks and improve the health of the population. PP4, understanding that health sector emissions also contribute to climate change and acknowledging the need to curb emissions and reduce waste in the health sector with the decarbonization targets and procurement standards for national health systems, including supply chains. PP5, considering that policies and interventions on adaptation and mitigation must be designed with social participation and should aim to reduce health inequities and protect those in situations of vulnerability, including women and girls in all their diversity. PP6, recognizing the cross-cutting nature of this policy, which serves as a bridge between the agendas of climate change and health, sustainable development, biodiversity protection, conservation, social determinants of health, and health equity, building upon global and regional agreements, strategies, and initiatives, resolves. OP1, to approve the policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health.
CD 61.
Document CD 61/6. OP2, to urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A, promote the implementation of the lines of action contained in the policy for strengthening equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health. B, strengthen the health sector's capacity for adaptation to anticipate, prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from the impacts of climate change while reducing health inequities. C, strengthen the capacities of the health sector for mitigation to build low-carbon health systems and societies aimed at achieving health co-benefits and reducing health inequities. D, create awareness and strengthen community and civil society participation on climate change and health using an equity and human rights-oriented approach. E, improve the surveillance of climate change and health and the generation and use of evidence to inform the design and implementation of adaptation and mitigation strategies that protect health and reduce health inequities. F, increase health sector financing for climate change adaptation and mitigation with emphasis on populations in situations of vulnerabilities. OP3, to request the Director to A, provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen capacities that contribute to the implementation of the policy. B, report to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of this regional policy and its adaptation to specific contexts and needs through a progress report in 2029 and a final report in 2034. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I open the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions on the proposed resolution.
De no haber objeciones.
If there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted.
Ahora continuamos.
Now, let us move on to agenda item 2.1, second report of the Committee on Credentials. And for that, I give the floor to the Canadian delegation. Chairing of the Credentials Committee to please introduce the second report of the Committee on Credentials. Canada is recognized.
Second report of the Committee on Credentials. In accordance with Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, the Committee on Credentials appointed at the first meeting held its second session on 1 October 2024 at 10:30 a.m. The committee examined the credentials delivered to the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau in accordance with Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council. The credentials of the delegates of the member and participating states and associate members listed below were found to be in good order, and the committee therefore proposes that the Directing Council recognize their validity. Member and participating states: Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom, United States of America, Uruguay, associate members, Puerto Rico. Countries whose names were not read should expedite issuance of their credentials and deliver them urgently to the registration desk. The committee will meet again to examine other credentials that are received. Delegates are reminded that those from member and participating states who do not submit their credentials as required will not be entitled to vote.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Are we all in agreement? Should there be no objection, we take this report as adopted. And now we will have a coffee break, and I hope that by 4:10, 10 minutes after 4, we can reconvene and move on to Pajo's award, and then we will continue with 7.1, then 4.2, and 4.4 should the time allow for that. Thank you, and we hope to see you at 4:10.
La Iniciativa de Cooperación Sur-Sur para el Desarrollo en Salud, mejor conocido como CCHD, Y por medio de esta iniciativa, en el año 2023 se pusieron fondos semillas para financiar el proyecto de cooperación sur-sur para la detección temprana del cáncer infantil en los países andinos. Esto en una estrecha colaboración con el convenio Hipólito Unanue, el Horas-Cono.
Dentro de los logros más importantes, tenemos la elaboración conjunta y aprobación por los ministros de salud andinos de la hoja de ruta para mejorar la atención del cáncer en niños, niñas y adolescentes en la subregión andina al 2030.
Este proyecto de cooperación sur-sur, que incluyó el intercambio de conocimientos y experiencias entre los países de toda la región andina, ha contribuido a la creación de una política subregional, de diferentes estrategias y planes nacionales que abordan de una manera muy objetiva, muy clara y muy directa lo que es la detección y el diagnóstico temprano de cáncer infantil en todos estos países de la subregión.
Lo más importante es que existe una agenda común interinstitucional que permite sumar conocimientos y experiencias en pro de la niñez y la adolescencia, generando un impacto positivo significativo en la atención del cáncer infantil.
El video que vemos ahora nos presenta de una manera muy clara, con testimonios muy sentidos, con una muestra muy definitiva del beneficio que tiene la cooperación sur-sur para el desarrollo en salud.
Los niños son de interés superior. Los niños, desde la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas de Derechos Humanos de Infancia y Adolescencia, son de interés prioritario y su salud también. Y por eso salvar una vida de un niño es fundamental para los gobiernos y para todos los actores.
En estos momentos en La Guajira, pues tenemos varias dificultades en el acceso a la salud en las comunidades indígenas, ya que muchas de estas comunidades son comunidades dispersas, que no se encuentran muy cerca al área urbana. Entonces, esa es la primera dificultad, el acceso y las barreras que se presentan para esas comunidades para obtener un servicio de salud. Y todos los determinantes que puedan disminuir la incidencia de esas enfermedades que están afectando a la población, principalmente indígena, como es el cáncer infantil.
Cuando yo llegué a la clínica me hicieron exámenes, me hicieron radiografía, todo eso, y después me salió que yo tenía una masa. Y después ya descubrieron que es lo que yo tenía. Tenía leucemia y fibroblastica aguda. Es de esa maligna.
En ese momento cuando me dieron la noticia, eso fue duro, porque no me imaginé de que ella iba a tener eso, porque ella era una peladita sana, no tenía nada.
La OPS, desde la iniciativa de mejor atención para las enfermedades no transmisibles como el cáncer, busca fortalecer las competencias, el conocimiento de los equipos de atención primaria, y es en el marco de este enfoque de equidad, de lograr justamente afectación de los determinantes sociales, que se logra este proyecto de cooperación para fortalecer las competencias, el conocimiento de estas enfermedades del cáncer infantil en niños y adolescentes, tanto en profesionales de la salud, médicos, enfermeras y otros profesionales, asimismo también en gestores comunitarios y en toda la red de apoyo social y administrativo que se requiere para lograr un tratamiento de oportunidad, detección oportuna y también de calidad.
Para La Guajira tenemos una población bastante dispersa, una población con unos determinantes sociales muy críticos, en donde definitivamente tenemos que entrar a capacitar al personal que está cerca de esas comunidades, a los mismos líderes comunitarios, para que aprendan a identificar de manera temprana el cáncer infantil y así poder hacer un tratamiento rápido. Tenemos que fortalecer las redes de atención específicas para el manejo de esos pacientes.
Todavía hay pacientes que mueren
por causas que pueden ser evitables. Por eso estamos acá, porque hacer los cursos de detección temprana le damos herramientas a los médicos para que ellos puedan detectarlo tempranamente, hacer un tratamiento oportuno y evitar así la muerte temprana en nuestros pacientes.
Hace poquito me dijeron que la masita que ella tiene se está reduciendo al 75%. Ha reducido mucho.
Dejo que lo cuiden mucho porque está dando mucho la leucemia y el cáncer. Y obsérvalos, no deje de observarlo.
Y aunque sea un niño, yo soy un vencedor. Yo vivo feliz porque tengo a Dios. Y aunque sea un niño, yo soy.
Ella le preguntan qué se quiere ser y ella dice, no, yo quiero ser doctora.
La semana de vacunación en las Américas se ha convertido en el movimiento más grande de la región en favor de la vacunación desde hace 22 años. Con más de 40 países y territorios participantes y la generosa contribución de socios y donantes, hemos logrado un hito extraordinario. Más de 1.15 billones de personas vacunadas y la eliminación de 6 enfermedades en nuestra región. Cada año, los profesionales de la salud llegan a los lugares más remotos para unirse a miles de personas que celebran la seguridad y la protección que traen las vacunas a sus vidas. Los esfuerzos de los países por recuperar las coberturas de vacunación durante la semana de vacunación en las Américas ponen de manifiesto su determinación para construir comunidades más fuertes y saludables. Este es el momento para asegurar un mañana más seguro para todos. La inversión y el fortalecimiento de los programas de inmunización debe continuar para proteger a las poblaciones de las amenazas latentes. La vacunación es un compromiso por el bienestar y la salud de las Américas. Actuemos ahora y protejamos el futuro de todos.
We introduced the Jerónimo Venegas Strategic Reserve for Health Emergencies and Disasters of the Pan American Health Organization. located at the United Nations Humanitarian Response Depot in the Regional Logistics Center in Panama. The reserve has been established as part of a regional operational mechanism that supports countries in emergency situations by sending supplies when needed, providing a rapid, coordinated, and effective response. This is achieved thanks to the coordination among different teams, needs assessment, integration of logistics systems, and the connection of special emergency administrative processes. The technical and operational management of the reserve is under the responsibility of the Department of Health Emergencies of the Pan American Health Organization, in close coordination with technical areas and support entities at the regional level. The benefits of this mechanism include reducing delivery times, decreasing the risks of delays, ensuring safe storage, compliance with quality standards, and an integral vision of health service delivery. The reserve has provided support in situations such as floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tropical storms, hurricanes, disease outbreaks, and prolonged emergencies in the region. In addition, there is an identified and updated inventory through technical analysis based on lessons learned and experience from previous events. With this, the Jerónimo Venegas Strategic Reserve for Health Emergencies and Disasters demonstrates that, in the face of emergency situations in our region, it is a fundamental mechanism of support for affected countries to protect the most vulnerable and save lives.
La Alianza por la Atención Primaria de Salud en las Américas, lanzada en diciembre de 2023 por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo y el Banco Mundial, tiene como objetivo fortalecer los sistemas de salud de la región basados en la atención primaria, para que sean resilientes y equitativos, y avanzar hacia la salud universal. Bajo el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Salud y la colaboración entre la OPS, el BID y el Banco Mundial, la Alianza promueve una acción coordinada que oriente y articule las inversiones en la salud, aproveche las innovaciones y acelere la transformación de los sistemas para mejorar el acceso y reducir las inequidades.
Desde el lanzamiento de la Alianza por la Atención Primaria de Salud, hemos visto un enorme interés por parte de los países de América Latina y Caribe. Estamos trabajando con 10 países para aumentar el compromiso y financiamiento en la atención primaria de salud, bajo el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Salud y con nuestros socios de la Alianza, mejorando la planificación estratégica y la asignación de recursos. Ya sea para mejorar la salud materna e infantil, prevenir y gestionar las enfermedades transmisibles ou mejorar a atenção e tratamento de enfermidades não transmissíveis, a Aliança está apoiando a los países para que inviertam, inovem e implementem melhor, basando-se na estratégia de atenção primária de saúde. Como hemos visto en el diálogo sobre financiamento de la salud organizado para el Caribe, a Aliança pode unir a los setores de salud e finanças em torno de uma agenda comum, mejorar a salud para todos.
La Alianza está liderando intervenciones integradas y planes de acción en 10 países de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, y ha apoyado el diálogo entre salud y finanza en 8 países del Caribe. Los esfuerzos conjuntos también están enfocados en el desarrollo de 4 bienes públicos regionales.
Desde el Banco Mundial y trabajando en alianza con el BID y la OPS, estamos comprometidos en apoyar a los países a través de financiamiento, asistencia técnica y ampliando el conocimiento. Hemos formado, por ejemplo, la Comisión Lancet de las Américas, que nos ayudará a entender mejor cómo proveer una atención primaria más efectiva y que llegue a todos. Celebramos el compromiso político de varios países de la región en apostar por la atención primaria de salud como un vehículo transformador y fundamental para alcanzar la cobertura universal y cumplir nuestra meta para el 2030 de ofrecer servicios sanitarios asequibles y de alta calidad a más de 1.500 millones de personas en el mundo.
En el BID, nuestro compromiso con la salud de América Latina y el Caribe es constante. La atención primaria es una prioridad y la estamos llevando al siglo XXI. Una atención primaria moderna es fundamental para abordar los retos de salud de nuestra región, como las enfermedades crónicas y la salud mental. Además, es crucial para enfrentar desafíos globales como el cambio climático y futuras epidemias. Nuestra alianza con la OPS y el Banco Mundial fortalece aún más este compromiso. Juntos y bajo el liderazgo de los países, estamos creando un futuro donde cada persona en nuestra región tenga acceso a sistemas de salud digitales y resilientes.
Con un enfoque participativo y centrado en la acción en los países, se ha avanzado en alianzas estratégicas a nivel nacional, impulsadas por las autoridades, basándose en sus necesidades y prioridades de salud.
Con esta alianza haremos que la atención primaria sea más fuerte en cada rincón de la República Dominicana. Trabajaremos para que nadie se quede atrás. Además, promoveremos una mayor coherencia entre las iniciativas regionales de la APS para hacer que la atención médica sea más ágil, con menos fragmentación, mejor acceso y sobre todo más equidad. Invertir en la atención primaria es invertir en un futuro más justo y sostenible. La salud es un derecho de todos. Juntos estamos construyendo un sistema de salud más fuerte para un futuro donde todos estemos incluidos.
El enfoque absoluto de la Secretaría de Estado en la atención primaria en salud es absoluto. Hemos necesitado socios valiosísimos para poder hacer realidad ese enfoque que nos permita llegar a más personas y a mayor territorio. A pesar de las diferencias o de las dificultades que podamos tener en ese alineamiento, que hay que reconocer no es fácil, son más los puntos de encuentro que los de desencuentro. Y eso nos ha permitido como país grandes mejoras y mejores cosas que vendrán. Estamos optimistas, estamos esperanzados, estamos agradecidos, pero sobre todo comprometidos. La atención primaria es la clave para tener países saludables y productivos.
La alianza continuará trabajando para fortalecer los sistemas de salud en la región, basados en la atención primaria, para ampliar la cobertura y garantizar el acceso universal a la salud, para todas las personas, en todas partes.
La resistencia antimicrobiana es cuando no tomas tu medicina a su debido tiempo y a su debida hora, y eso hace que tengas una resistencia en tu cuerpo.
Los microorganismos para evolucionar necesitan determinados mecanismos que les permitan seguir viviendo. Los antibióticos, los antiparasitarios, que las hemos utilizado como medidas terapéuticas, hacen que ellos, para poder seguir sobreviviendo, desarrollen mecanismos de defensa y mecanismos que se llaman de resistencia.
La resistencia antimicrobiana es un proceso natural, pero que la actividad humana la ha acelerado a través del consumo excesivo de los antibióticos, tanto para tratar enfermedades como también para la alimentación en los animales.
Se vuelve un problema porque las enfermedades que antes se podían combatir más fácilmente, hoy nos encontramos con que no está pasando así, ¿no?
Es un problema médico porque muchos pacientes, uno les da un determinado tratamiento y ese tratamiento no funciona. Entonces tenemos que buscar líneas de antimicrobianos más elaboradas y a veces no funciona ninguna. Pero también tenemos que pensar que es un problema de la salud planetaria, porque los antibióticos no solamente llegan a nosotros por una prescripción médica, por una automedicación, sino que también vienen en alimentos.
Lo mismo que pasa en la agricultura, gran uso de plaguicidas, lo que vemos con los sistemas ganaderos
aún muchas veces los de pequeña escala, es que están altamente hacinados los animales en base a alimentos que no son propios y fundamentalmente con gran cantidad de antibióticos. Cada vez más antibióticos porque la resistencia recrea esto, más necesidad. Por un lado, punto de vista económico, más caro. Por otro lado, esos antibióticos terminan en el suelo, terminan en el agua y después terminan en nosotros los seres humanos.
Tiene que ver con que se ha perdido ese sentido de equilibrio. Ya no puedo protegerme. Y esa desprotección hace que sienta otra vez, entramos en ese círculo de violencia, de desprotección, de sentirme atacado, entonces tener que volverme en un depredador.
Tenemos que pensar un paradigma productivo diferente, cómo hacemos para que nuestros animales tengan salud. No pensar en la enfermedad y poner un antibiótico, sino qué hacemos para que no necesitemos antibióticos.
Por eso directamente, si queremos hablar también de la resistencia a los antimicrobianos y cómo vamos a paliar esto, cómo vamos a detener esto, pues hay que volver necesariamente al origen, que es volver a cuidar a nuestra madre tierra.
Es importante hablar de comunidades empoderadas. Siempre que nosotros mencionamos una sola salud, tenemos que comenzar de abajo hacia arriba, porque abajo están las sabidurías, están los conocimientos.
Porque es la gente desde abajo, desde las comunidades que han sido también formadas en ese sentido, ¿verdad? Para que tengan información suficiente para saber cómo es el problema y para proponer soluciones. Y es importante que se haga desde abajo, desde los liderazgos comunitarios, porque son quienes están sufriendo los efectos de toda esta condición.
Todo eso hace una sola salud. Los médicos solos, esto no es un problema de salud, esto es un problema que involucra médicos, veterinarios, agrónomos, comunidad.
Y dentro de la comunidad hay actores sociales que son fundamentales, ¿no? Y entre ellos, en el área educativa, los docentes, los promotores de salud, promotores comunitarios, tienen un rol fundamental en lo que tiene que ver con la formación, con la transmisión de conocimientos de maneras diversas, diferentes, creativas, artísticas.
Es un esfuerzo grande, hay que trabajar con productores, consumidores, con los tomadores de decisión, con los comunicadores, y nos queda un largo camino.
Desde las comunidades tendríamos que hacer un llamado bastante fuerte a los gobiernos, ir a la posibilidad de retomar cambios profundos.
Porque se necesita que los estados tomen acción a través de sus autoridades, y la gente tiene que presionar a sus gobernantes para que ese proceso se dé.
Muchas veces los tomadores de decisión piensan siempre en incrementar la producción, ¿no? Incrementar la producción parece, digamos, este monocultivo mental. Necesitamos producir más, necesitamos exportar más, necesitamos producir más alimentos, necesitamos ganar más plata.
Lo que yo le diría a los líderes de los países es que ellos son decisores y nosotros necesitamos que nos escuchen como comunidad, como profesionales, como ellos mismos también, ¿no? Porque ellos están involucrados en este problema.
Me parece que los adultos y sobre todo los líderes tenemos siempre una deuda hacia las infancias, y que tiene que ver con respetar lo que está en la Declaración de los Derechos del Niño, el derecho a la participación, a la libre expresión en todas aquellas temáticas que a ellos los afectan.
Si cuidamos a la madre tierra, cuidamos el aire, los alimentos, los ríos y también a las bacterias.
Quiero mirarle a los ojos a los tomadores de decisión para que podamos comprender las problemáticas que estamos transitando.
Habría que impulsar políticas públicas a favor de la gente, políticas públicas a favor de las comunidades.
Tomemos en cuenta esta problemática, esta gran problemática del abuso en el uso justamente de los antibióticos, que está generando resistencia.
Me gustaría que las autoridades hagan campañas de salud para el buen uso de los antibióticos.
Este es un llamado por el derecho humano a la salud y la vida.
Los enfoques para abordar la RAM,
basados en la participación social y la colaboración global,
son la clave para encontrar soluciones efectivas.
Unidos en la diversidad,
mantenemos nuestro compromiso en esta causa global.
En la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas 2024.
Mucho por ver aquí. Se ha trabajado mucho por generar un impulso en el incremento de la calidad de vida de las personas.
En un mundo
con menos enfermedades transmisibles, más personas tienen la oportunidad de construir vidas mejores, más saludables y seguras. Pero el impulso no puede detenerse aquí.
La pandemia de COVID-19 nos ha demostrado que mientras las enfermedades transmisibles sigan propagándose, nuestra calidad de vida está en peligro. Todos estamos en riesgo hasta que estemos seguros.
Por eso, la iniciativa de eliminación de la OPS se ha propuesto eliminar más de 30 enfermedades transmisibles y afecciones relacionadas para el 2030.
Para lograrlo, debemos asegurarnos de que todos en las Américas tengan acceso a vacunas y atención médica de calidad, que incluya diagnóstico y tratamiento oportunos, instalaciones de higiene, agua y saneamiento.
Esto no es un sueño, es un derecho y una responsabilidad. Hay mucho por ver aquí. Trabajemos juntos por un futuro libre de enfermedades para todos.
La semana de vacunación en las Américas se ha convertido en el movimiento más grande de la región en favor de la vacunación desde hace 22 años. Con más de 40 países y territorios participantes y la generosa contribución de socios y donantes, hemos logrado un hito extraordinario. Más de 1.15 billones de personas vacunadas y la eliminación de 6 enfermedades en nuestra región. Cada año, los profesionales de la salud llegan a los lugares más remotos para unirse a miles de personas que celebran la seguridad y la protección que traen las vacunas a sus vidas. Los esfuerzos de los países por recuperar las coberturas de vacunación durante la semana de vacunación en las Américas ponen de manifiesto su determinación para construir comunidades más fuertes y saludables. Este es el momento para asegurar un mañana más seguro para todos. La inversión y el fortalecimiento de los programas de inmunización debe continuar para proteger a las poblaciones de las amenazas latentes. La vacunación es un compromiso por el bienestar y la salud de las Américas. Actuemos ahora y protejamos el futuro de todos.
Más de 50 profesionales de la salud de 29 países de América Latina y el Caribe se reunieron en la ciudad de Panamá para un taller de 3 días, organizado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, en colaboración con el Centro Nacional de Capacitación y Educación en Patógenos Emergentes Especiales, NETEC.
Creo que es una excelente oportunidad por reunir como equipo bastante multidisciplinario para abordar una parte quizá que lo que la preparación en general a la emergencia, más sobre todo también a lo que puede ser epidemia, pandemia, que muchas veces creo en los últimos años no hemos considerado suficiente. Hablamos mucho de lo que puede ser los planes de preparación, hablamos mucho de la vigilancia, hablamos mucho de los servicios de laboratorio, y son seguramente muy importantes en el ámbito de lo que la seguridad sanitaria. Sin embargo, muchas veces nos olvidamos que al inicio de la pandemia siempre, de una epidemia, siempre hay un brote, ¿no? Hay siempre la emergencia o la importación de un patógeno y tenemos oportunidades en ese momento también, en esta primera 100 millas, en esta primera 4 semanas, ¿no? De realmente poder interrumpir la transmisión justamente al inicio de cuando se está generando.
Los participantes aprendieron las directrices revisadas para el transporte seguro de pacientes con enfermedades infecciosas, garantizando una mejor preparación para futuros brotes.
The partnership between NETEC and CAPO is critically important. When we talk about communication, coordination, and collaboration, we have to be able to work together. We have to have succinct and synergistic plans. So this workshop has really given us the opportunity to partner together and continue that collaboration and be able to foster future collaborations as well.
base de estos talleres donde reunimos personal asistencial, expertos en temas de manejo clínico, control de infecciones y evacuación médica, y además el personal logístico, es importante porque nos permite darle una visión integral a las operaciones de emergencia. Las operaciones de emergencia
Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. We want to start soon with continuing the session with the item 7.1, the PAJO Award. This is an important ceremony, so we would like to have as many as delegates as possible. If you can take your seats, thank you. Okay, let's take the seat so we can start with the following agenda item. Okay, so Madam President, we can start with but we don't need a rapporteur now. Okay, thank you. We can start with the next agenda item. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Now on item 7.1, PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2024. I would like to bring document CD 61/19 to the attention of the Council and ask the representative of the Executive Committee to report on the decision of the Award Committee. The Award Committee and leadership met during the Executive Committee's June session. The committee consisted of representatives of Guyana, the United States of America, and Uruguay. After examining the information and on the candidates nominated by member states, the Award Committee recommended that the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership for 2024 be awarded to Dr. Jean Patrick Alfred of Haiti, in recognition of his career and leadership in the development of health policy initiatives, in particular the 2012-2022 Health Plan of Haiti, which has strengthened the country's health system, making it more resilient and people-centered. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 174R12, conferring the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2024 on Dr. Jean Patrick Alfred. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, every year the governments of the countries of the Americas, acting through their representatives at the meetings of the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization, confer the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership, previously known as PAHO Award for Administration, in recognition of an outstanding contribution in the field of administration within the framework of national health services. I'm pleased to present this year's award to Dr. Jean Patrick Alfred of Haiti. Dr. Jean Patrick Alfred has distinguished himself for his leadership in developing initiatives to formulate and implement health policies aimed at improving health access and coverage. During his professional career, Dr. Alfred's contribution to the development of Haiti's 2012-2022 health plan has advanced an approach based on a primary care perspective as a strategy to strengthen the health system. His perspective helped to make the health plan more resilient and people-centered, with special attention to the most vulnerable population. Noting his contributions, it is for me a great honor to confer this award to Dr. Jean Patrick Alfred. Madam Chair, Ministers of Health, Director of the Pan American Health Organization, ladies and gentlemen, interpreters, guests. It is with deep gratitude and immense pride that I am here before you today, honored to receive the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2024. This award recognizes the hard work and daily struggle for social justice and human dignity, a struggle in the service of the health of our peoples at the national, sub-regional, regional, and global levels. This is a struggle that falls to all of us who work on a daily basis for a more fair and humane health system. As I receive this award, I feel a special emotion thinking about Haiti, the land of freedom. Haiti, a country that resists, that fights on, and that despite the huge challenges it faces, rises again and again. This award reminds me not only of the enormous obstacles that we continue to overcome, but also of the progress made and victories achieved, so hard won to emancipate all of humanity. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Ministers of Health who believed in me and the Executive Committee of PAHO for recognizing my work in this stage of my life. It's an honor for me to join the ranks of 46 illustrious health professionals who, since 1969, have forged the path to health in our region. I share this award with all of those who have helped to build a better future, and I dedicate it to all who have watched me grow and supported me in good times and bad. I would like to pay homage to the studies and programming team of Haiti's Ministry of Public Health and Population and to all my colleagues at the Health Ministry. This award recognizes their hard work and unfailing commitment. It is also an incentive to continue our struggle with the same fervor and the same rigor. We've come this far together. Great leaders are not those who dominate or crush others, but those who feed that draw from collective intelligence and know how to listen, how to learn, and who invest themselves, devote themselves seriously to taking action. True leadership is knowing how to bring together the brightest minds, ask the right questions, and give everyone the opportunity to flourish and contribute to the common cause. Our collective struggles for a more resilient, people-centered health system are at the heart of my work. The 2012 Haitian National Health Policy, with its vision for 2030, is just an example of what we can achieve together. This vision has guided the development and implementation of the Master Plan 2012-2022, whose approach to primary care has strengthened our health systems, making it more resilient because it is people-centered. In our private and professional lives, we must question ourselves and learn to reflect on the path we have come down honestly and courageously, analyzing it and asking ourselves, what would I do differently? What would I change if I had to do it all over again? To better respond to the challenges of our time, the Master Plan for Health has been evaluated, and a second version has been developed for 2021-2031, structured around 6 fundamental pillars of health systems: service delivery, financing, health information systems, health, that is human resources for health, essential medical products and technologies, and leadership and governance. I would like to thank everyone who has accompanied me on this journey, my family, friends, and colleagues, and our national, sub-regional, regional, and international partners. Your commitment is truly the driving force behind our struggle to save human lives. I would also like to thank the members of the Haitian delegation, and especially the Minister of Health, who is here today. I am also grateful to my fellow chief medical officers in the Caribbean and my counterparts in the region, who continue to teach me how to be a good public servant. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here with a common goal: defending the health of our peoples against all adversity. Since 1902, the Pan American Health Organization has carried the flame of solidarity in the quest to save lives. Never in our recent history has health been so crucial to the future of humanity. But this award is not an end unto itself. It marks a milestone. My experience has taught me the results come only through justice, fairness, and a profound respect for human dignity. Success in health requires rigorous management and leadership that puts people first. You don't have to be perfect, but you do have to be fair when making decisions. Urgent action is needed to strengthen our national health systems by anchoring them in a primary health care strategy that addresses the needs of the most vulnerable. This is how, the only way, we will be able to face future pandemics and build a safer future for our children. Ladies and gentlemen, these are critical times. We face colossal challenges, not only in terms of health, but also with regard to the social, economic, and environmental determinants that influence our well-being. In the face of these challenges, we need productive leadership, leadership that does not waver, does not back down. I invite you to renew our collective commitment. Let us commit ourselves to writing global health in capital letters, because this is about the future of our peoples. Prevention, preparedness, and response to health challenges can only succeed if we tackle glaring inequalities and ensure equitable, universal access to health care. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm feeling many emotions today. I'm proud to be an authentic product of the Republic of Haiti, a country that suffers but that fights on and will rise again. Today I appeal to your support and solidarity. Despite our apparent differences, we must move forward together in order to see the triumph of health equity, social justice, and universal health for all. In conclusion, I am proud to be one of you. Thank you for welcoming me into your ranks. Thank you again, and may God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Bueno, ahora pasamos a...
Now let's consider the next item, 4.2. Strategy and plan of action to decrease the burden of sepsis through an integrated approach, 2019. I would like to bring document CD 61/5 to your attention, and I invite Dr. Sylvain Aguilera, Director of the Department of Prevention, to come to the head table.
Le concedo el uso de la palabra.
I give the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to hear the report on this item. Thank you very much, Madam President, the Executive Committee expressed strong support for the strategy and plan of action as a valuable tool for informing countries' efforts to address sepsis, infection prevention and control, coupled with the active surveillance of infections, were seen as the most effective way of preventing sepsis and reducing the associated costs and deaths. At the same time, it was pointed out that the infection prevention and control activities must be integrated and aligned with programs in other key areas, including antimicrobial resistance, patient safety, water and sanitation, and maternal and child health. The critical link between sepsis and antimicrobial resistance was highlighted, and the need to develop new antimicrobials and rapid diagnostics was stressed. The need for equitable access to medications and appropriate treatment for sepsis was also emphasized, as well as the need to expand regional capacity for the production of medicines. Member states were urged to use standard definitions of sepsis, enhance surveillance in order to track the incidence of sepsis and assess the effect of interventions, and allocate resources to improve sepsis detection and care. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 174R2, recommending that the Directing Council approve the strategy and plan of action to decrease the burden of sepsis through an integrated approach 2025-2029. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you. Now, I offer the floor to Dr. Alighieri for him to report on this item.
Director and colleagues, I am pleased to present the strategy and plan of action to decrease the burden of sepsis through an integrated approach during the period 2025 to 2029. The strategy and plan of action provides strategic and technical guidance to member states of the Pan American Health Organization on strengthening health systems to address sepsis through a wide range of interventions. Despite advances in medical science, sepsis remains a challenging condition to diagnose and manage effectively. It contributes to millions of deaths each year, making it a significant public health concern. The time-sensitive nature of sepsis, where delays in recognition and treatment can significantly worsen outcomes, underscores the need for heightened awareness and rapid, coordinated care. The interplay of factors such as antimicrobial resistance, the emergence of new pathogens, and healthcare-associated infections further complicates the scenario, calling for robust, integrated strategies to tackle this menace. This strategy aims to reduce the burden of sepsis across the Americas through a comprehensive and collaborative approach, ultimately saving lives and improving health outcomes for all populations. This strategy is interconnected with the antimicrobial resistance global and regional plans of actions, including with aspects related to maternal mortality and neonatal mortality. The strategy and plan of action have been developed through a coordinated, multifaceted approach, emphasizing multidisciplinary collaboration, equitable access to health services and medicines, and improved evidence-based decision-making, while embracing innovations in the field of sepsis management and adapting to new challenges. This approach was shaped using a consultative process with 3 rounds of consultations with inputs from multidisciplinary working groups, including health systems, emergency medicine, maternal and neonatal health, and access to medicines and technologies, and benefited from contribution and comments from member states and partners such as the Global Sepsis Alliance and the Latin American Sepsis Institute. This document, which comprises 3 strategic lines of action, focuses on addressing inequities in healthcare and the needs of specific populations, such as neonates, children, and women. The 3 strategic lines of action are the following. First, foundations for high-impact interventions, including enhanced awareness and strengthen research and surveillance to better understand sepsis, epidemiology, and burden. Second, prevention, reducing the incidence of infections by improving vaccination, sanitation, and nutrition programs, strengthening hygiene practices, and implement effective infection prevention and control programs. And third, equitable access to appropriate health care, ensuring prompt and accurate sepsis diagnostic and treatment by guaranteeing comprehensive quality control of antimicrobials, optimize supply chain management at all care levels, and bolster reference centers with adequate capacity for the expedited referral of patients. The approach is multifaceted, relying on enhanced surveillance systems, including laboratory surveillance systems, ongoing research to inform practice, and widespread awareness campaigns to educate both healthcare professionals and the public about sepsis prevention and management. This holistic approach is designed to reduce the incidence and impact of sepsis, improving outcomes for patients across all demographics. The plan of action includes indicators that are already measured and/or aligned with existing mandates or strategic plans. Baseline indicators were collected from countries and targets were set accordingly. After endorsement by the Directing Council, the Secretariat will develop implementation plans and provide technical cooperation to countries, creating an opportunity for the implementation of sounding strategies and actions to decrease the mortality and morbidity of sepsis. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Olighieri. I invite the Directing Council to review the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and consider approving the proposed resolution presented in Annex A1. I open the floor to the plenary to start the discussions on the document. The discussions on the resolution will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I give the floor to Mexico. Thank you, Madam President. Mexico is in favor of the strategy called for to reduce the burden of sepsis through an integrated focus. We recognize that sepsis as one of the main challenges for providing care to people, given the impact it has on extending people's lives, how long they stay in hospitals, and the person-focused results. It's key, especially given the global threat of antimicrobial resistance as well as the attendant infections. Mexico, over the last years, has made strides to reduce the impact of sepsis in our population by adopting concrete interinstitutional activities or measures, especially by training health personnel, especially those at the first level of care, based on the recognition and providing attention or care for infectious signs and the appropriate use of antimicrobials. More than 185,000 health workers have been trained. We have strengthened the microbiology laboratories in our country, achieving the opening of the first antimicrobial resistance laboratory in our country at the Diagnostics Institute on December 2nd of 2022. During 2023, all of the methodologies were implemented, and we piloted the resistance network at the first level of care, and this year we achieved the certification accreditation of that laboratory. This strategy has gone hand in hand with the development and the piloting of a digital strategy by making use of artificial intelligence that will enable us to support the use of antimicrobials at the first level of care using local data and traits of the individual as well as the infection the individual has. Now, the sepsis code is used in our country to focus attention on people in all of our healthcare centers and do so on a timely basis and to achieve the clinical results desired. These strategies include training personnel, timely diagnostics and treatment, as well as following up on the results and reporting on them in a standardized way. This code is currently being followed in 57 hospitals in the National Social Security Institute of Mexico, ultimately to be expanded throughout the country. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. I give the floor to Belize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I am honored to speak on behalf of Belize regarding the critical issue of sepsis, which continues to pose a significant threat to global health and prosperity. We commend the efforts outlined in the strategy and plan of action to decrease the burden of sepsis through an integrated approach. This initiative aligns with our national priorities and offers a pathway to significantly improve health outcomes for our citizens. Sepsis remains a pressing concern in Belize, contributing to high morbidity and mortality. Our commitment to addressing this issue is unwavering, and we recognize the importance of integrating sepsis prevention and management into our national health policies. By prioritizing sepsis as a public health issue, we aim to enhance our healthcare systems and improve outcomes for all Belizeans. Firstly, we acknowledge the necessity of strengthening our surveillance systems to ensure early detection and effective management of sepsis. Enhanced training for healthcare professionals is paramount, enabling them to identify and treat sepsis promptly. This capacity building is crucial, particularly in rural and underserved areas, where access to healthcare remains a challenge. In alignment with the Belize National AMR Plan 2024-2029, we are committed to reducing antimicrobial resistance, which is intrinsically linked to the burden of sepsis. By promoting responsible antimicrobial use and fostering multi-sectoral collaboration, we can prevent resistant infections that lead to severe sepsis cases. Public awareness is another critical component of our strategy. Educating both healthcare professionals and the public about sepsis prevention and management will empower communities and reduce sepsis-related mortality, especially among high-risk populations, such as mothers and newborns. Furthermore, we recognize the importance of international and cross-sectoral collaboration. By sharing best practices and innovations, we can enhance our national efforts and contribute to global progress in sepsis management. In conclusion, Belize fully supports the approval of the strategy and plan of action. We urge fellow member states to prioritize sepsis, allocate necessary resources, and strengthen international partnerships. Together, we can make significant strides in reducing the burden of sepsis and improving health outcomes worldwide. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Belize.
Thank you very much, Belize. I give the floor now to Uruguay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Uruguay supports this document, Strategy and Plan of Action to Reduce the Burden of Sepsis through an Integrated Approach 2025-2029, which we think is very important input to guide member states about the need to strengthen health systems to address this very important public health problem. And this has to be done in an interdisciplinary and integrated way. There is a disparity in equity in health, which makes it necessary for us to act in different strategic lines to apply the most effective measures. Now, along with this, we also have to strengthen the staff to address this properly under a broad focus on infections in healthcare, and not just in the hospital setting. Therefore, it's essential for us to bolster and to promote the information systems, enabling us to measure the burden of disease with indicators to properly monitor the problem. Also important is to identify that any intervention is not just for the appropriate treatment, but preventive action that include, among other actions, the reasonable, rational use of antimicrobials and equitable access to new generation high-cost medicines, as well as of greater reach, and that is to expand vaccination. It's also important for us to promote cooperation at the regional and global levels, contributing to a timely and effective use of antibiologicals, and also for the production of medications and other inputs, encouraging and promoting research in health. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. Now I give the floor to Paraguay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Madam President, delegates, Paraguay takes note and appreciates the presentation of this document, CD 61, and the lines of action described in this document are aligned with national plans and with national policies. One of the main parts of this strategy is to strengthen knowledge and the basis of evidence on sepsis, and that will be accomplished by doing epidemiological surveillance that has been stepped up and making effective use of laboratory platforms and data. Paraguay doesn't yet have a specific tracking system of mortality for sepsis, but we do have interesting information coming from the National Prevention and Control of Hospital Infections. We hope to publish this information in a timely fashion so that it can be used by decision makers. Regarding interventions to reduce morbidity and mortality caused by sepsis, we would like to emphasize the importance of showing cost effectiveness. And in connection, a pilot study recently pointed to how urgent it is to monitor infections caused by resistant bacteria, especially in intensive care units. In keeping with our efforts and to reduce the incidence of infection, Paraguay offers universal and free-of-charge vaccination against key pathogens like Streptococcus pneumoniae, and likewise, we have strengthened our program to control hospital infections by providing ongoing training and by implementing hygienic measures. In the Ministry of Health of my country, we are working hard to assure the availability of good quality antimicrobials and to improve their use, especially in the neonatal and maternal care, so as to reduce morbidity and mortality. In that connection, the implementation of the Red Code of dealing with pregnant women has been essential to provide a rapid and effective response in cases of emergency. Consequently, we support adopting the proposed resolution, and we highlight the importance of fighting sepsis. That is a threat that requires coordinated efforts and clear coordinated strategies for treatment. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. I now call on Cuba. Thank you, Madam President. Cuba, since the 90s, has had a program of prevention and control of infections associated with health care. And the overall objective is to improve the quality of institutional medical care by taking prevention and control actions to deal with these etiological infections. This coincides with the 3 lines of strategy suggested by WHO in this document we're discussing. It is very important that we put these strategic guidelines into practice with an approach that responds to the changing management and treatment of sepsis. Now, with the increase in infectious disease of pandemic potential, the country is preparing and has prevention and control plans to control infectious diseases, and also is developing a microbiological diagnostic network and epidemiological surveillance so as to provide for quick identification of germs with pandemic potential so as to rapidly and effectively control them. Also, we're working rigorously on plans and programs to deal with antimicrobial resistance with the focus of One Health, using all available tools that are part of science and technological innovation. Different innovation efforts work towards controlling infection in Cuba. That would be the case of controlling infections associated with medical care, immunization programs, also maternal and child care, and primary health care, as well as hospital programs, and working with other organizations like the Ministry of Agriculture, the Minister of the Food Industry, are in charge of intersectoral actions. All of this with a view to reducing antimicrobial resistance. The existence of a national prevention and control program to control hospital-related or care-related infections, as well as doing microbiological control at the national level, but this is coordinated by Pedro Curie, IPK, through an integrated national network with 16 provincial labs, has conditioned the progress towards complying with our objectives. Also, having IPK in these laboratories and having protocols that have been certified internationally, we have been able to verify the circulation of nosocomial infections that rely on the different appendicases. Now, in terms of microbiology in the country, we hope to potentiate the microbiological assessment in 8 different provincial centers and in the National Reference Center for IPK and in the hospitals that are part of the medical network in the country. If we have not been able to move forward more fastly, it is because of the economic barriers that we face, which makes it difficult for us to buy technologies and get the inputs needed by the country to develop in this direction. Thank you. Thank you, Cuba. With that, I recognize the United States.
Madam President, the United States appreciates the proposed strategy and plan of action to decrease the burden of sepsis and associated resolution. This will be a crucial tool guiding countries in their efforts to develop and implement interventions to address sepsis, including increasing surveillance, strengthening community prevention strategies, and healthcare infection prevention and control (IPC) programs, and enhancing awareness. This strategy will be especially important for sepsis in the context of maternal and neonatal health. We encourage member states to enhance sepsis surveillance across adult, maternal, pediatric, and neonatal populations, allocate adequate resources to healthcare systems, facilities, and providers to improve sepsis detection and care, and engage in health and risk communication efforts about sepsis. Additionally, we urge member states to collaborate with partners in improving surveillance, data collection and analysis, and research of sepsis. Such efforts can help drive national improvements in prevention of infections that can lead to sepsis, as well as early identification and management of sepsis. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, United States of America. I now recognize Panama. Thank you, Madam President. We appreciate the proposed strategy and plan of action to decrease the burden of sepsis through an integrated approach. Sepsis is a public health problem, and it causes millions of deaths every year. And consequently, it requires us as states to have timely, sustainable actions that are financially sustainable, but also with a view to reducing antimicrobial resistance, including access to medication and vaccines. We consider it especially important to implement this strategy. It will make it possible to improve epidemiological surveillance and implement prevention and control of infections. Also, to strengthen healthcare personnel for timely detection and adequate treatment by strengthening diagnostic means of sepsis and also providing us with the necessary opportunities, reinforcing the need to establish mechanisms to guarantee the rehabilitation, avoiding clinical, social, and economic repercussions on the patients affected. We realize that if this is not addressed in a timely fashion, sepsis can have serious repercussions on public health. And for years, we have been taking action, working side by side with WHO and PAHO, to reinforce our health system in this area, and sepsis has received priority attention. Right now, Panama has an electronic tool in the microbiology labs, which not only facilitates diagnosis, but also gives data that help establish indicators. In this way, in real time, pathogens and resistance can be made available, and this gives us tools to fight the infections and provide better surveillance and control of this problem. And in view of all of this, we agree with approving the proposed resolution containing the strategy. This is going to benefit the health in the region and in our country and will strengthen regional and national capacities so as to be able to deal with sepsis through an integrated approach that will make our facilities safer and less risky for the population. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. I now recognize Bahamas. There's no microphone. No hay micrófono.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Bahamas fully endorses the strategy and plan of action to decrease the burden of sepsis through an integrated approach, recognizing the profound public health impact of sepsis throughout the region of the Americas. In the Bahamas, sepsis remains a significant contributor to our nation's mortality and morbidity rates, reflecting the growing trends we are observing in its prevalence and societal impact. In response, the Bahamas has made considerable progress. We are nearing completion of our National Infection Prevention and Control IPC guidelines, developing a national IPC plan, establishing a national IPC committee, and have launched several capacity building initiatives, including workshops and symposiums. Furthermore, the Bahamas has developed care pathways for sepsis patients, conducting training on healthcare-associated infections, surveillance, and incorporated these recommendations into practice. We are also finalizing our National Action Plan for Antimicrobial Resistance. The adoption of the AWARE antibiotic classification system at our largest tertiary facility demonstrates our commitment to best practices in antimicrobial stewardship. However, challenges persist, particularly in strengthening surveillance systems and addressing human resource shortages in tertiary care settings, which can lead to underreporting. Limitations in quality data further complicate our efforts to classify available information, and we also recognize the need to improve immunization coverage among high-risk groups. We acknowledge that reducing the burden of sepsis requires a multidisciplinary approach focused on prevention, early detection, and effective clinical management. The Bahamas strongly advocates for an integrated strategy that fosters collaboration across all sectors of Bahamian society, ensuring a unified response to sepsis management. Moreover, we emphasize the importance of universal health coverage and the strengthening of health systems to support sepsis care at all levels. Advancing research on sepsis pathology, diagnostics, and treatment remains critical to our efforts. Addressing sepsis will contribute significantly to achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas. Madam Chair, the Bahamas remains committed to implementing targeted strategies to reduce the burden of sepsis, fully supporting the adoption of the proposed plan of action. We're eager to learn from the success of other member states and seek technical assistance from PAHO WHO to strengthen our capacities, enhance training resources, and further reduce sepsis rates across the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. We're going to have to interrupt the speakers list because we need to proceed to our special event. So tomorrow we will continue with 4-1, then 3-3, 6-1, 6-2, and we will continue with 4-2, 4-4, 4-5, and if there's time, we will continue with 4-8 and 4-9. After the lunch break, we will go to 8-2, 8-3, 8-1, 4-6, 4-7, and if we have time, we will continue with 5-4 and 5-5. I now recognize the Secretary for some announcements. Thank you very much, Madam President.
The briefing session, WHO Investment Round, celebrating America's contribution to a sustainable WHO, will take place in this room immediately after this meeting. We invite those wishing to attend the briefing session to remain in this room. In addition, we would like to inform the Committee on Credentials that a third meeting will take place in room 712 on the 7th floor tomorrow, Wednesday, 2nd of October at 8:30 a.m. to continue with the verification process. Thank you.
Dejo cerrada la sesión por el día.
Very well. We adjourn our meeting for today. Thank you.